In the arena of flavors, a shinobi chef takes the stage.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was in Food Wars? Shokugeki no Soma movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Of all the arts, culinary art is the one that has evolved, growing to adapt to different people in the most remote places in the world. Uzumaki Naruto, a chef specializing in ramen, is invited to the famed elite Tōtsuki school, the place of haute cuisine, of the most talented chefs that have ever existed in the world. But after all, ramen is the food of the gods. Ramen Uzumaki. Food is delicious. It awakens a myriad of sensations in people, even capable of taking the taster back to their own past, recalling all that made them happy as a child. Within the art, culinary art has evolved the most over the years, changing from simple herbs and a bit of meat, first raw and then cooked, to beautiful delicacies like a steak with its prize garnish, fried shrimp with rice, three delicacies, and the beloved sushi that was so well known throughout the Asian world, especially in Japan. There were countless dishes and foods, thus being able to provide millions of diners with their favorite food, their dreamed of and desired flavors. Within the culinary world, there was a huge difference between a simple street food cook and a top-notch chef. The greatest chefs always trained in the finest schools, taking their master's teachings to improve their dishes, creating an enormous variety that would make even the Queen of England want to keep eating, filling her stomach with delicious delicacies that few could even dream of trying, much less achieve. The recipes used by the greatest chefs featured condiments, foods, and spices that always embraced each other, interpenetrated, and coordinated without overpowering the other's flavor, only enhancing it. Achieving this was truly complicated for many cooks. The rarer the spice or food used, the more difficult it became to create a dish that was considered first class, that of the haute cuisine of the most award-winning chefs. However, cooking wasn't about throwing everything together in a pot and waiting. Work. Sweat. Exhaustion. When a chef was placed among the best, making the most delicious food in the world, he could be subjected to constant stress and exhaustion, being pushed into truly grueling work, leaving dishes after dishes that needed to be among the best to stay at the top. Almost like athletes, chefs always had to give their all to create a new dish, so their restaurant wouldn't be derailed by bad reviews. And those who cook those second-class dishes would never know that. A miso ramen over here. Can you bring some sushi here? I want a vegetable ramen. Another pork one for me. Those orders reached the ears of a young cook. Golden blonde hair. Slightly sharp face. Somewhat tanned skin. Whisker marks on his cheeks characterized him as exotic. This 15-year-old boy was Uzumaki Naruto, a high school student who worked with his parents at the local neighborhood stand known as Ramen Uzumaki, a family restaurant specializing in Japanese cuisine that his mother opened when she was young, always accompanied by his father. With both of them away on business, it was the son's turn to keep that place running at that hour. 1400 hours. It was rush hour for diners, business people, students, entrepreneurs with only 2 minutes to eat. Gosh, that was a lot of people indeed. But Naruto only plastered a smile on his face, moving the wok with a nimble movement of his dominant, right arm, stirring the noodles with a spatula as he looked over his shoulder. Today the place was packed. From his seat, he could hear the children's laughter filling the place he'd watched grow up. At only 3 years old, he was already accompanying his parents in the kitchen, enjoying the aroma of ramen and the mutual understanding between his parents. Her mother, Uzumaki Kushina, had been a food journalist in her youth, becoming a small kitchen assistant when her father asked her to marry him, leaving her job and setting up that stand between the two of them from her youth. His father, Namikaze Minato, was a chef of moderate renown in Japan's upper echelons, presenting his dishes to businessmen and politicians, who later tasted and enjoyed them. Later, his father himself stopped mingling with the elite, preferring a quiet life with his wife, running a small food stall in a Tokyo neighborhood, surrounded by humble, hard-working people. A huge change for someone who could have been very famous. Another round of sake. Hey, Tamako-san. Accompanying the young son of the owners of Uzumaki Ramen was a young man with brown hair, a round face and goggles on his forehead, showing the immense smile that Naruto himself always had engraved on his lips. Naruto-nichan. Another couple of bottles of sake. I'm going. Naruto left the wok sitting on the low heat and wiped his hands on his apron, which had a distinctive swirl on the front, a deep red color, while the rest of the fabric was a somewhat dark orange. Under the apron, the boy wore a dark sweatshirt, worn pants, and sneakers somewhat dirty from work. Recently, he had dropped a salad bowl, and he had accidentally stepped on several of the tomatoes, soaking his sneakers in the salad broth. And that wasn't his worst mistake to date. Memories swirled in his mind of burning down that place using only a match, while his parents watched with faces carved in stone. It was actually funny for his 2-year-old self. Uzumaki took 2 bottles of sake from the fridge behind him and walked over to the counter where he'd left the food for the customers. With his parents gone, his partner Konohamaru would occasionally help him out when his grandfather allowed it. He was a few years younger than him and they had been neighbors for as long as they could remember. The boy's grandfather, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had taken care of him when his parents went on trips or worked long hours and could no longer look after him. As a child, he couldn't stay up until the wee hours of the morning, so the elder Hiruzen always took care of him when his parents were gone. That's how he met his elderly neighbor's grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, and they quickly became friends. It's not as if he really had too many friends outside of his neighborhood, his own comfort zone that he couldn't leave behind. He placed both sake bottles down while taking a plate of 5 pieces of sushi with his right hand, passing them to one of the customers with a huge smile. Although they were called Ramen Uzumaki, they didn't just serve ramen. With his parents' knowledge, their beloved restaurant had become a restaurant that delivered Japanese food throughout the neighborhood. Many of the customers were locals and regulars. Others were only occasional. They even had people dining there regularly with their families. In that environment he, Uzumaki Naruto, grew up, a little cook who loved making his precious miso ramen, trying to bring back that recipe that his parents' friends once created. Ichiraku ramen. They had the best ramen and it was something he and his mother agreed to. Here, Konohamaru. Give it to the old man. Understood, boss. Naruto wiped the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand, returning his attention to the dish he was cooking. His prized fried chicken teriyaki ramen, with its juicy crispy coating on both the ramen noodles and the chicken, and a honey coating on both. It had a slight sweetness from the honey, while the noodles and chicken still tasted perfect. Naruto would have preferred to have some of the lemon juice used in the lemon chicken, but time to prepare it was short and the diner was already waiting. Honey teriyaki chicken fried ramen on the way. Oh, Naru-chan. Thank you. The Uzumaki placed the bowl of precious ramen in the hands of a kind-looking elderly lady with a wrinkled diamond-shaped face. No hei decay, Kani-abasan. Familiar. Cozy. Homey. Ramen Uzumaki was a place for families to come and eat and enjoy themselves without feeling pressured, without boisterous customers disrupting the harmony of the place or causing problems for other customers. Since its founding, Ramen Uzumaki had been the place with the fewest incidents between workers and customers. With Uzumaki Kushina at the helm, her son would always try to convince the unruly customer not to cause any more trouble. When his mother got angry, she was truly terrifying. He sighed. He wiped the sweat with the back of his hand and after 2 more minutes, he served the last bowl of food, watching as after an hour and a half, along with desserts and coffee, people were finally heading home or back to work after their lunch break. With the incredibly cheap menus, people always preferred this place to any other, or at least that's what many customers declared. Uzumaki Naruto put the utensils in the sink and took a bowl of ramen for himself, noting that it was 3:30. Time for a lunch break and to recharge his batteries. See you tomorrow, Naruto. Goodbye, Kenta-san. With the departure of the 40-year-old man in police uniform, the establishment was almost empty. Almost, because Naruto was still inside with Konohamaru, who was forced to wash the kitchen utensils, as well as the dishes used by the customers, which he did with a slight grimace. This isn't fair, Nai-san. Grumbling, his brow furrowed and his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, Konohamaru complained about his treatment by his colleague and friend, rubbing the scouring pad against the ramen bowl that had been used by one of the customers, removing the tiny remains of broth and noodles, which the boy was forced to scoop up with his hand and pour into the trash, letting out a grunt of annoyance at touching someone else's food with his bare hands. I did all the cooking, the blonde emphasized with a flick of his chopsticks, scooping some meat from the ramen and bringing it to his mouth. It's only fair that you do the washing up. And he gobbled down that piece of beef with complete satisfaction. Tender. Juicy. The meat didn't quite reach the standard it usually was at Ichiraku ramen, but it certainly wasn't bad. He could feel the piece of beef slipping easily between his teeth, completely tender, filling his mouth with an explosion of flavor that would only make him want more of that meat. Or was it because of his ramen fanaticism? He still couldn't understand why his father didn't seem to love ramen like he and his mother, sometimes showing an awkward smile when his mother offered another bowl. But I don't want to scrub. Just as Naruto was about to reply, picking at some noodles with his chopsticks, both boys heard the door open, causing them both to turn their attention to the entrance, following the sound of it scraping. In the doorway of the humble ramen stand stood an older man with gray hair down to his upper back, a beard that hid his slightly pointed chin, and revealed a slightly wrinkled face. Naruto put his chopsticks down next to the bowl he used to eat, looking at the scar the old man had over his right eye, on his skin slightly touched by the sun. May I? The gentleman asked politely in a deep elderly voice. Naruto nodded, looking at Konohamaru to stop his hands and prepare for the gentleman's request. I was craving some ramen and I was passing by this neighborhood. I saw a ramen stand, much to my delight. The man sat at one of the central tables near the bar, being accompanied by two men dressed in black who Naruto deduced were his bodyguards. Well, you've come to the right place, old man. Ramen Uzumaki has the best ramen in the neighborhood, Sarutobi proudly declared, showing a huge smile on his face. Naruto shot a sharp glance at his friend, making him slightly uncomfortable. But the man let out a light laugh, calming the atmosphere. Good. Good. How about some of the house special? Fried ramen with honey teriyaki chicken. Sounds delicious. A sigh escaped Naruto's lips, throwing a rag over his right shoulder. Is that what you want, old man? The man slid his lips. That's what I want. Uzumaki Naruto returned to his position behind the counter, picking up the wok and grabbing some ramen noodles and chicken from the freezer, as well as his special jar of honey and some additional condiments. He lit the stovetop, feeling the heat emanating from it lightly brush against his skin. Konohamaru. Pour the old man some sake. Understood, boss. While Sarutobi Konohamaru served the sake to the old man accompanied by his bodyguards, who also drank some, Uzumaki Naruto began to move the wok with the noodles, frying the teriyaki chicken in a pan and lightly adding a pinch of salt as he fried it. Once ready, without having heated the noodles too much for the ramen, he added the chicken to the same wok with the noodles so that they would take on a bit of the chicken flavor, along with some vegetables that he had left so that the pasta would take on the flavor of the same. He removed the wok from the heat and served the ramen with the chicken on a plate, cupping the jar and dripping a simple drizzle of honey. Not too much, but just enough so that it didn't overpower the flavor of the chicken and noodles, but rather sweetened them slightly and provided a nice contrast to the saltiness of the chicken itself. Bon appetit, declared the Uzumaki, leaving in front of the man that dish called Uzumaki Special Honey Ramen. It really smells good. But will it taste good? That's definitely something I'll check out, the man declared, taking the chopsticks and scooping up some of the honey-coated noodles, bringing them to his plump lips and placing them in his mouth. His calm expression quickly changed to a dreamy one, as if he were recalling some detail from his past. Oh, yes. The noodles are certainly tasty. Lightly stir-fried, with a hint of onion and garlic that they've absorbed from absorbing the water before putting them in the wok. I suppose you already had them ready, yes? Yes, sir. Leaving the noodles to cook would take unnecessary time, so we always have pre-cooked noodles for ramen. And I can taste the honey in them. Not too much, not too abundant, but the sweetness has hit my taste buds with a powerful jolt of joy and comfort, the man expressed, moving his chopsticks to take a piece of the chicken. Now, onto the chicken. It seems tender between the chopsticks and I can see that it's not very well cooked but medium rare, remaining crispy on the outside. He popped it into his mouth in one motion, taking a bite. If before with the noodles his expression had been dreamy, now it showed a slightly nostalgic one, being filled with memories of good times. The man coughed into his fist, his face returning to calm. It certainly is tasty. Yay. You did it again, Naruto Nai-chan. But this could even be better than it is, don't you think, young man? He looked at Naruto with his intense red eyes, full of strength. The Uzumaki scratched the back of his neck lightly. I see you understand my point, boy. Uzumaki let out a sigh and put aside his hard face to show understanding with his facial features. My father always told me. I'm a good cook, but I can always improve with experience, he declared with understanding, looking at his signature dish. That dish had been his invention, after accidentally combining some teriyaki chicken with honey, discovering and wanting to create something like it. But he still had a long way to go before he could prove that the dish could truly evolve into something much better than what it currently displayed. Something that could melt anyone who tried it, whether they were in the haute cuisine or not. He didn't have the concept of two kitchens. There was only one. There was no such thing as gourmet food, nor second-class food. Cooking and food were made with love, so that people could enjoy them with smiles on their faces, with their loved ones by their side. At least that's what he learned from his parents, both of whom worked side by side in the kitchen. I see you've understood, the man declared, giving the boy a small smile. Not meaning to be disrespectful, he picked up his chopsticks again and finished his plate before returning it completely empty, without a single crumb of food on it. It's a familiar flavor, filling your taste buds with a touch of maternal familial affection. Few can achieve that touch that would only come from the heart itself, the man expressed, complimenting Naruto's plate with a twinkle in his red eyes. Naruto slid his lips, revealing his teeth into a small smile, crossing his arms. That was his clear intention. For those who tasted the dish to remember things from their past, good things. He also tried to evoke a family memory that would fill them completely and not allow them to forget their loved ones, almost as if it were a time machine. You get the idea, old man. The man smiled, starting to get up after paying for that drink. Okay, time to get back to work. Thanks for the food, kid. "It's a pleasure, come back anytime." "Uzumaki ramen, huh?" the man said to himself, looking over his shoulder at the blue-eyed blonde, a smile appearing on his face. "The Kiri." He tugged at his shirt. He rolled up his sleeves. He made a strange face, lifting and lowering his face as his sapphire blue eyes scanned the mirror from top to bottom, scanning himself for any imperfections. He finally let a satisfied sigh escape his lips, standing several feet away from the mirror in his closet, examining his face. Sharp. With whisker marks. He wasn't handsome or ugly, just an average boy. Unlike many Japanese, he stood out for his blue eyes and his blonde hair, golden like the sun that hugged him when he went out. Uzumaki Naruto didn't look Asian, not too much at least. While his mother maintained a tanned complexion, his father had fair skin, so he ended up with slightly tanned skin, taking after his father's eyes and hair, although his face was initially like his mother's. Round. As he started hitting puberty and entered the junior high school kendo club, the baby fat slowly started to melt away, and his previously round face transformed into a slightly sharp one, almost making him look too much like his father, if not for the skin and whiskers. Uzumaki tugged lightly at the collar of her uniform jacket, looking uncomfortably down at her clothes. Wearing a uniform wasn't in her plans. It wasn't what she wanted. But her mother was never one to take her opinion too seriously. Uzumaki Kushina wasn't one to back down quickly in a debate with anyone. Nor had she ever encountered anyone who could stand up to her mother long enough to break her. She didn't understand how her father was married to a woman like her mother. Powerful. Strong-willed. Impulsive. Emotional. Uzumaki Kushina was devastating when someone pushed the right buttons on her. And because of them, he was wearing that school uniform when he could be wearing his precious apron and cooking at Ramen Uzumaki instead of having to go to school. But a teenager always had to get an education. At least, that's what his father had drilled into his mind since he was little, hammering it home every time they were together, without putting too much pressure on him, but making it clear how important education itself was. Because of this, he wasn't capable of holding anything against being forced to go to school, where his friends would be waiting for him for another day of tedious and boring classes, but one that would somehow end up helping him in the future. "Ah, this is boring." Naruto tugged at his hair, seeing it messy and spiky as he looked at himself in his closet mirror, searching for any imperfections, as if he was getting ready to go out to a party or had arranged to go to some event. Anyone who saw the son of a local ramen stand owner would think he was boastful, proud, and always trying to maintain a good appearance for others. All of that would be a lie, blasphemy against the golden-haired teenager. Naruto preferred wearing comfortable clothes to an uncomfortable uniform, and he would be 1,000 times more willing to get dirty than to remain completely spotless in that uniform. His parents would attest to that. When Naruto was a child, he was always running around with a can of paint, filling the houses in the neighborhood with fun graffiti that people began to enjoy over time, taking it as a child's thing, which prompted Naruto to play his pranks on those unwanted neighbors and visitors in the neighborhood, who ended up being a nuisance to anyone. More than once, he returned home with a bumper scrape due to the constant confrontations with teenagers and people who didn't like his pranks. The neighbors of the neighborhood took them with humor, remembering the times when that place was gloomier, less fun. With Naruto's arrival, it was all laughter, fun, and pranks in equal measure. "Naruto." He blinked, adjusting the collar of his jacket, feeling his eardrums overcome by that feminine scream. He brought the little finger of his right hand to his ear, inserting it and moving it a little, as if trying to get rid of the dirt or checking if everything was perfectly in place. Of course, that scream would have been interpreted by opera singers as something perfect, capable of shattering a glass. Uzumaki moved from his spot, lifting the window with a jerk and peeking his head through the frame, looking at two teenagers waiting for him at his front door. The boy had pale skin, dark hair with two strands framing his face, and a sharp, serious expression as he leaned his briefcase on his back, leaning his arm back. The girl had cherry blossom pink hair, two bright jade green eyes, and a somewhat rounder face ending in a slightly pointed chin. These two were Uchiha Sasuke, his best friend, and Haruno Sakura, her best friend. "We're going to be late." The girl yelled again, waving her arm at the blonde. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, watching as Sasuke let out a huff of annoyance, probably from both of them yelling, and Sakura hurriedly kept pointing at him. "I'm coming. I'm coming." "Oh my god, you're not my mother," the teenager said with a certain mocking tone. At her old friend's mockery, Sakura felt her eyebrow twitch, gritting her teeth and pointing her index finger at the boy, showing flames in her eyes. "I'm going to crush you." "Yes, she is like my mother." Naruto had to say he was surprised. Both his mother and Sakura were two women who were too similar. Strong-willed. Impulsive. With mouths that were too powerful when they shouted. And it wasn't advisable to make them too angry, or at least that's how he had taken it upon discovering his mother's Nine Tails mode. Not even his father dared to contradict her at any time, much less in that state where her hair stood up and flapped, revealing monster eyes. But Uzumaki took the briefcase, unbuttoning the last button of his jacket with a gesture, freeing his collar a little, and walked toward his bedroom door with slight haste. Sakura was too angry, and he still hadn't even taken a small slice of bread with jam. He was forced to eat well, both by his mother and by the fact that he couldn't eat ramen all the time, which was truly annoying to him, as well as dissatisfied. Why couldn't he eat ramen all the time? Life was so unfair to him. With a nimble movement, Naruto snatched up a slice with raspberry jam, bringing it to his mouth after placing a kiss on his mother's cheek and running out of the house. Like every day at the same time, except for Saturdays and Sundays, when he stayed in bed a little longer, at least a few hours longer. Remember dinner tonight, Naruto. The Shina's shout fell on deaf ears, answered by the slamming of the front door. The red-haired woman merely sighed, shaking her head with a small smile. That night they would have dinner with some old friends and her daughter, something she had tried to impress upon her son throughout the week, but couldn't find a way for him to maintain it for long. He seemed too focused on a new dish of fried rice and egg. Or so it seemed to her when she saw him the previous evening in the kitchen, concentrating. That boy is going to kill me one of these days. Uzumaki Naruto closed the door behind him, running the last few meters towards the other teenagers, finishing with the toast in his mouth, chewing. Mito eager burns. Naruto. Swallow before you speak, Sakura reprimanded, shaking her head when her classmate and childhood friend spoke with his mouth full, something he tended to do far too often. He used to eat all the time and didn't seem to gain weight. Something that generated enrage especially on the female side of the school. Seriously, how many times am I going to tell you this? One of these days you'll choke. Naruto swallowed the last of the toast in his mouth, feeling the food fall down his throat and into his stomach. It wasn't ramen, but it wasn't bad. The toast had been warmed just enough in the pan, by hand, to be crispy enough without being burnt at the same time. After toasting it just enough, he removed it from the pan with a spatula, taking the jar of raspberry jam and spreading it with a knife, just enough so that its flavor wasn't too sweet and cloying. He didn't like cloying things. He loved sweets, but with just the right amount of sugar, without overdoing it. No, it will never happen, the Uzumaki declared with an amused smile. From the Uchiha's side, a tired sigh escaped, attracting the blonde's gaze. What? Nothing. We'll be late. So, the three of them began walking out of the neighborhood toward the high school. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were childhood friends, or at least as far as the Uzumaki himself could remember, and he couldn't imagine his life without Sasuke, Sakura, and Konohamaru, his three best friends at the moment. He didn't have a single memory without those three. The Uchiha even accepted Konohamaru on his outings, enjoying the Sarutobi's infectious laughter. Have you studied? For Kakashi-sensei's exam? He'll probably be late again, Naruto gestured, throwing his arms back and placing them behind his head and looking up at the sky. Hada Kakashi was his homeroom teacher and tutor of class 301 at Konoha High School, a strange name with a strange symbol on their uniforms. A leaf. We'll have time to review. HMP. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have studied, Naruto. Are you leaving the test blank again? Her friend growled through gritted teeth, glancing at her best friend. Sometimes he really was an airhead and an immature person. And a complete idiot when it came to student matters. But despite that, he was her friend. What? No. I've clearly studied, Sakura-chan. I'm going to get an A on this test. Can you tell me how he managed to get to where he is? Sasuke murmured with an amused smile. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't a studious boy. Not theoretically, at least. Among the students, Naruto was always the most practical, able to complete any exercise after just seeing it a couple of times. That, combined with his stubbornness and determination to finish what he had started, as well as his endless energy, had given him what he needed to take on any exercise and be able to finish it with the best possible grade. Proud, he would certainly find it hard to admit that Naruto surpassed him at anything. He didn't particularly like seeing himself inferior to the Uzumaki, but he would admit it to himself. He would never let a few words of praise reach the blonde's ears. He would never let anyone hear them. We'll never know, Haruno admitted, taking a deep breath as she watched her blonde classmate take a few steps forward, shaking his head and displaying a huge smile on his face. That smile was indelible. Sakura never saw it disappear for a moment, not even when she received from the teacher a whole line of exams with zeros that anyone else would have taken for a path to depression. Instead, there was Naruto, standing tall when hundreds of things should have brought him down long ago. Sasuke only let out a snort of annoyance, lightly grinding his teeth as their jaws collided. He crossed his arms over his chest and followed his friend. Naruto hadn't stopped for a moment, whistling slowly toward the school, as if nothing could destroy him. Naruto jerked his head back, looking at his two friends. Sasuke was moving forward with his arms across his chest, looking at the ground as if he were going to find some kind of bill or coin. Sakura was frowning slightly, appearing somewhat annoyed while she seemed to be constantly thinking about something. Her twisted features, her brows almost joined in a single line, were indicative of this. I could see it on her face, truly annoyed, like someone who was pissed off about something. "Why do you have long faces? You almost look constipated," Naruto declared, stopping right in front of his two friends, looking at them with a foxy grin. "Or are you two thinking about going on a new date?" He said it with the clear intention of seeing what would happen next. Naruto had actually expected it. That blush slowly appearing on Sakura's cheeks as she stuttered trying to form a simple sentence for a good response. For his part, his Uchiha friend remained slightly stoic, frowning, remaining as calm as possible without showing too much. But Naruto was Naruto, so he was able to catch the twitch on his partner's face in a second. And that made him smile slightly, letting out a small snort and moving away from his partner. "Why do you say that, Baka? Oh. So Ino didn't see you? She has pictures and everything." Her muscles contracted in a feral smile, amused by the expressions on her two companions' and friends' faces. She whistled lightly and returned her attention to the road, never abandoning that amused smile for having upset them both. Sakura would probably make him pay for it later, and Sasuke would probably challenge him to something to humiliate him, but he had taken that victory again. And he would do it with the next thing he could to annoy both teenagers. "Shit. You're annoying when you want to be," Sakura declared, swallowing a bit and banishing her blush. She coughed lightly into her fist, calming her heart, which had been constantly pounding in her chest. "Anyway. You can't fail, Naruto. Relax. I won't. You'll see I'll get an A. Even Kakashi-sensei will be proud of the grade I'll get," he declared proudly, pointing to himself, resting his thumb against his heart as if he was about to make some kind of oath. "Oh, yeah. I forgot something." Naruto stopped in his tracks and picked up his briefcase, rummaging through its interior, being watched by the couple. "Here." He extended 2 envelopes to the boys. Skeptical, Sasuke took his with a bit too much caution, raising an eyebrow as he turned the envelope over. Having known Naruto since they were little, he knew that joking, annoying side of him could eventually come out, something he really wasn't too willing to put up with if he was on the receiving end of a prank from the Uzumaki. He didn't want to end up with a green or purple face, or even purple or magenta hair. He still remembered how Kiba ended up with bright pink hair that seemed to be far more striking than any other color. He could have been used to attract attention in the center of town. And to be honest, he actually was. For a week, Inyazuka Kiba started sporting that hairdo, becoming the center of attention at school, earning mocking smiles that ended up sending the boy into a couple of days of hell. "What's this?" Sakura, also skeptical, looked at her companion with distrust. Anything that came from the Uzumaki's hands had to be taken into account. One false step and for a week you'd be pointed at. And she didn't want to be pointed at like she was an outcast. "My mother gave it to me," the boy admitted calmly, smiling slightly, knowing what they were both thinking. This really could have been a good time for a joke, but he didn't have the materials for it. He spent all his savings on a new kitchen knife to use in his job hobby, with which he'd learned everything, even a few French words. They're VIP passes for the newly opened restaurant downtown. I think they belong to a friend or something. I didn't take much interest either. He told me this while I finished my plate of fried rice. I want to try that dish. The three of them turned their attention to another female voice. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Fair skin. Yamanaka Ino tilted her head with a smile, crossing her arms under her bust. Innocent pig. Marquee front. "Hey Sasuke," Naruto punched the Uchiha in the side. "Should we go? I mean, they'll keep fighting for a while." "TSK, Mindakusai." 2 boys appeared at Ino's sides. One was thin, with dark eyes and black hair shaped like a pineapple. The other was chubby, with brown hair, a round face, and dark, slanted eyes. "Shikamaru." "Naruto." Nara Shikamaru reached into his pants pocket and maintained a slouchy, bored pose, his face showing sleepiness, almost closing his eyes. Akimichi Chimjai stood at his side, holding a bag full of chips, which he sent to his mouth, crushing them with his jaws. Both boys, both Nara and Akimichi, stood a few steps away from Ino, keeping their attention on the slight confrontation between the two teenagers. Something that was already all too common. "Hey, Shikamaru," Naruto returned the greeting with a crooked smile. Sasuke just snorted, looking away from both young men. "It would be best if we continued on to the school," Shikamaru emphasized, watching in annoyance as Sakura and Ino were literally butting heads, with lightning bolts shooting out of their eyes. "This is really annoying." In the afternoon, Uzumaki Ramen. Naruto dropped his backpack on one of the empty tables in the establishment, tugged at the collar of his uniform jacket, and let out a heavy sigh that his parents surely picked up on. He walked over to one of the stools and slumped down. All in all, that school day had been even tougher than a physical from Mido Guy, his workout-crazed gym teacher. First, they'd arrived late, all because of the petty argument between Sakura and Ino that had dragged on for far too long, despite Shikamaru's and his own attempts to break it up. But they were women, after all, and he really didn't want to get beaten up that day, since he still had dinner to attend with his parents. The strange thing was, though, that it was going to be at his restaurant. Later, when they finally arrived at class after managing to stop the two girls from fighting, their teacher Kakashi's exam had ended 2 minutes before they arrived, indicating that the teacher had arrived on time, or that another teacher had assigned it due to the silver-haired boy's obvious absence, leaving them with a make-up subject with immense practice ahead of them. Something that really wasn't too bad for him. He preferred practice to a tedious exam where he had to learn things from books. That wasn't his style, and if they gave him practice, he could make up for his lack of talent in theory. And finally, at the end of the day, they had class with Mido Guy, the crazy gym teacher who had made them run around the enormous rugby field without a break, without a single stop for a drink. They had to finish their teacher's crazy 100 laps so they could go home to their families. Many of them were exhausted, and everyone took the shower, creating a traffic jam between those who wanted to shower. He was lucky. He was one of the first to finish and shower, so he could get home in time for dinner. Ah, so tiring, the Uzumaki said to himself, burying his head in his arms. His legs were burning, and his body really felt destroyed from the inside, as if he were having some internal bleeding or something. Before he could sink into misfortune, he heard the shimjai door of the restaurant being yanked open, causing him to raise his head and look to the side. "My lady. Your parents." "Calm down, Kurikiba." A female voice stopped the male voice from complaining. "They're old friends of my parents. Come on, come on." Naruto straightened when he heard that. He moved his eyes to the boy named Kurikiba, a boy with a tired calm face and pale skin. He had messy jet black hair, a strand falling over his face, and black eyes adorned with dark circles. From his seat, Naruto realized that he was taller than him by about 4 or 5 inches, with a body actually stronger than his own. Behind that imposing boy appeared the owner of that voice. White hair. Red eyes. Pale, smooth skin. A sharp yet beautiful face. That girl wasn't much shorter than him, with a slender body and a narrow waist, and a medium-sized breast. Shit. My godfather has really upset me, he scolded himself, looking away from the girl and trying to clear his mind. Oh? A client? Or are you a? Alice-chan. The girl named Alice was pulled into a strong hug by Kushina's side, while Naruto looked at that a little blushed still, from having started scanning the girl without any shame. And Leonora? And Smee? Don't tell me your strict father has focused too much on work again, Kushina grunted slightly, showing concern for it. No, no. They're just parking, Alice declared with a somewhat nervous smile. She had completely forgotten the Uzumaki's impulsive nature. Rim. Meet Uzumaki Kushina, my mother's best friend. A pleasure, Kurikiba said, bowing to the Redeed who blushed slightly. Oh, you don't have to bow, the Uzumaki waved her hand to stop Alice's companion from staying in that position too long. But it's a pleasure to see you have a friend, Alice. Yeah. She's more of an assistant, though. I couldn't stand that stuck-up Arena had one and I didn't, she declared, pouting before puffing out her cheeks. It's unbearable. HMPH. Kushina laughed lightly, watching that gesture with tenderness. Minato isn't back yet, she said, moving her indigo eyes toward her son. Naruto. Come say hi. He placed his hands on the bar and pushed himself up. He didn't know how his legs were still strong and steady. Maybe at some point that night, he would collapse. Did you have a son? Of course, Alice-chan. He's my little one, she declared, winking and placing a finger on her lips. Kushina would always be very protective of her own son. Mom, the young Uzumaki grunted, looking away in some embarrassment. Uzumaki Naruto. A pleasure. He extended his hand towards the girl, who looked at it for a few seconds, then stopped her eyes towards Kushina, ending up again by looking at that handful of slight, barely visible scars. Akiri Alice. The pleasure is mine, Naruto-kun. And she accepted the hand of her mother's friend's son, looking into those sapphire blue eyes. Naruto mumbled something incoherent, feeling the Nakiri's warm skin caress his own. Don't call me Naruto-kun. I have bad memories of that. Ara. Why not? Rim-kun doesn't see the problem, does he? Kurikiba Rim. A pleasure. Alice felt her eyebrow twitch at the apathy of her own assistant, who preferred to introduce himself rather than accept her question. HMP. Ara, I didn't know Minato-kun had rejuvenated. How did you do it, Kushina? A woman's voice interrupted the interaction. Unlike Alice's, this one was clearly more mature, lighter, and melodious. Leonora Kushina hugged the woman with a smile. Nakiri Leonora, Alice's mother and wife of Nakiri Smee, with white hair, red eyes and pale skin like her daughter and a beauty that her own daughter could achieve in the future. Ara and Leo-chan. You don't love me anymore, Kushi-chan. You don't say that. A snort reached the young men's ears. Straight black hair and an upturned crest, a stern, somewhat beaky face, and dark lens-covered eyes, watched the two women's interaction, appearing genuinely amused, though his face didn't exactly reflect amusement. Kushina. Smee. You're still as stuck up as ever. Didn't they take away the stick they shoved up your mom? Naruto stopped Kushina by placing a hand over her mouth, pulling her away from the man. Stop putting on a show. HMGP, Miguman. But it's the truth, Leonora put her hand to her cheek. Smee always has a. Not you too. Alice imitated Naruto, stopping her mother. She really hated it when her mother was younger than she was. Haha. You're finally here, huh Smee? I thought you'd have some things to sort out at Nakiri International. Namikaze Minato appeared behind the bar, showing an amused smile at his wife and Leonora's interrupted words. I made room to try your food, Minato. Heh. Well, maybe you'll get to try my legacy food today, he replied, looking at Naruto. The boy was still struggling with his mother, just as Alice was struggling with hers, while they were watched by an unperturbed Kurokiba who didn't know what to do. My father told me. Uzumaki Naruto Smee looked at his friend's son sitting in front of Minato. I have a proposal for him. I knew you weren't just coming for my food in the end. Are we going to eat? Those words were the trigger for a long night. Tōtsuki. Drinks. Food. Shouting. Laughter. Uzumaki Ramen was filled with all of these. The owners had received a visit from two old friends, bringing with them their daughter and her assistant, a young man with black hair and huge bags under his eyes. The two teenagers introduced themselves as Nakiri Alice and Kurokiba Rim. The teenagers quickly bonded with the owner's son, Uzumaki Naruto, keeping the boy from getting bored, while the adults turned the area into a business conversation, something Naruto wasn't used to. He hated talking about numbers, sales, or proposals from other business people. All he enjoyed was cooking and eating ramen whenever he could. He regretted that the Ichirokas had moved to Hokkaido, depriving him of his precious food from the gods. He pushed aside thoughts of his favorite ramen stand, staring at the cards in his hand. Like any teenager, the three of them had started a small card game while, on the other side, the adults were noisy, sipping on alcohol while they poured themselves some sodas. Uzumaki sighed, his shoulders drooping as he looked down at his cards. He wasn't going to win this hand again. Since the game had started, there had only been one winner at any given time. Nakiri Alice. The teenager had won every single hand, effectively eliminating them from any possible victory. And that frustrated him. Where had his luck gone in games? He let a sigh escape his throat. He placed his left hand on his knee. He drew both eyebrows together in a gesture of concentration, his features creasing with the movement of his face. He seemed to be boring into those cards with his eyes. He kept them on them every second, never looking away, raising his gaze over the edges of the cards to observe the faces of his opponents. Ryo appeared completely calm, with a thick lock of his black hair falling across his face, cutting it in two. She kept her eyes, like him, on the cards, unfazed. For her part, Alice seemed to have something in her mouth. Every now and then a crunch escaped, and her cheeks were puffed out like a squirrel's. Naruto focused his gaze on his cards again. A sigh of resignation escaped his mouth for the umpteenth time that night. Reluctantly, he slammed his cards on the table again. Yay. I won. Naruto threw his head back, letting out a deep sigh. Ryo placed his cards on top of the pile, leaving them neatly in the center of the table. I still don't believe it. How did she win every game? Naruto declared, pointing at Kurokiba. The brunette shrugged, also disbelieving how the girl had won every single hand they had played, beating them with each game, and if they had bet anything, Alice would have undoubtedly taken it all with a single swipe. It was surprising. Was the goddess of fortune on Alice's side? Was it just that night? Had she abandoned him? The Uzumaki lay on his back on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, not wanting to look at the Nakiri, who was undoubtedly dancing again, having won. How many times had it been? He'd lost count since the 10th time, so remembering that he'd been beaten in a simple card game wasn't very feasible for his pride. My lady. He's going to fall. Pam. Crack. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head, raising an eyebrow. In front of him, Nakiri Alice was on her back, her eyes watering, and one of the table legs had finally given way to the albino's terrible dancing. But how had she managed it? When he stood on that old table, he never heard it creak or complain about its weight, which was clearly far greater than the teenagers. How did you break the table? It didn't seem like it weighed a ton, he declared with a somewhat mocking tone, flashing a cheeky smile at the girl. Alice puffed out her cheeks, accentuating the tears welling up in her eyes, and held the Uzumaki's gaze. Red against blue. To Naruto, Nakiri Alice was like a sweet snow bunny, with pale skin, white hair, and red eyes. Karma, Kurikiba said once he confirmed that Alice was okay, taking the full glass of cola that was on the table next to him and drinking a little. "I've won fair and square, Ryo-kun. But you've been showing off," he retorted in his completely calm voice, holding the glass to his lips. "I reaffirm. Karma has put you in your place." Moo. She puffed out her cheeks again, cupping her face in her hands, while her assistant remained completely calm, looking over his glass at his friend, if he could even call her a friend. She was, in fact, the only one he'd been with since he'd had it in a bar in Northern Europe where he'd been the head chef after much effort as a kid. So Naruto broke the silence, bringing Ryo out of his train of thought and Alice out of her annoyed with the world mode. "How did you meet my parents? I never thought you knew the Nakiri, despite how famous my father was in his time." "Wait, so they never told you about his time at Tōtsuki?" Alice asked, fluttering her eyelashes in a slight blink, confused by the fact. I thought they would have told you. Your father, Namikaze Minato, was a student at Tōtsuki at the same time as my father and mother, though they're better at business. At least my father was. They quickly became friends, with your father being the one who got mine out of the serious mode most of the time. I think it was shortly after that Minato met Kushina, and the four of them were friends for a while, until my parents left for Northern Europe and yours remained in Japan. With my father controlling Nakiri International, they didn't have much time to see yours, but they would see each other occasionally, and I was introduced to them. When I first met Kurikiba, it was Kushina who took me to the bar where Ryo-kun was." Naruto crossed his arms over his chest, his face twisting in concentration. The only times his parents had left Japan were for some conventions held by their friends, and it usually took them 1 to 2.5 weeks to return, not much longer. He always ended up spending that time with old Hiruzen and Konohamaru, although sometimes he was also with the Uchiha. "Did they really never tell you anything?" Kurikiba asked, his tone of surprise evident. He really was. He had hoped the boy would know something about his parents' past, but he was completely uninformed. It was as if his parents didn't want him to find out about his time at Japan's most prestigious culinary academy. About their past. "No, they never did," Naruto declared, his face changing to a slightly annoyed one, making his confused grimace disappear. "And I don't understand. Why hide from me that they went to Tōtsuki? Beyond how they met, I know absolutely nothing. I don't even know where they were both born." "Ara? You don't know that either? It's like you don't really want to know anything about them," Alice pointed out, placing a finger on her chin as she raised her gaze slightly. "Aren't you curious, Naruto-kun? Well, I've always known that my father was a great chef in his day and my mother a food journalist, but I haven't heard anything else," she declared with a shrug, earning a small sigh from the albino. "Why, anyway, should I know? After all, that's in the past." Kurikiba slid his eyes toward the Uzumaki. Alice frowned slightly and finally gave up. First, he'd seemed annoyed at being kept out of his parents' lives, and now she didn't care. Did he have a case of multiple personality disorder? After all, she wasn't going to ask about the emotional state of a boy she'd met that day. Anyway, they were there for another matter. Or at least that's what her mother let her know. "Boy, Naruto-kun. Huh? Let's have a Shokugeki." Uzumaki Naruto blinked several times. First 10. Then 50. Finally, he blinked a total of 100 times in less than a minute, sitting there being watched by Nakiri Alice, who was wearing a smug smile. He also blinked at the sound of a glass falling to the floor. "Sorry," Kurikiba said, breaking the silence with his calm voice, getting up and going to the kitchen and coming back with a rag, beginning to clean up the spilled drink on the floor. "It's my fault." "Shoku what?" "Shokugeki," Nakiri spelled out, pointing a slender white finger at the Uzumaki's face, her smile never fading. "It's a food fight. Let's have one. You're cooking against mine, Naruto-kun." He remained silent. He sat confused by his parents' past, a confusion that vanished with the girl's simple words, replacing it with a cold neutrality. He pressed his lips together slightly and his eyes hardened for several seconds before returning to the calm sapphires on her face. "Me him. Huh?" Uzumaki sighed lightly, starting to stand up. "I have no interest in shoku of any kind. But if it's fighting over food, then I refuse. A chef should never fight using food, but rather creating it with all his heart," he expressed, appearing slightly irritated by the natural way Nakiri spoke those words. Fighting using food. That was idiotic to him. Cooking was about creating, perfecting, and loving food, not using it to defeat his opponent in a ridiculous and unnecessary food fight. "Hey. Wait, Naruto. You really should take this," Alice declared firmly, crossing her arms under her breasts, pushing them slightly forward and displaying a predatory smile. "Don't you want to be the best chef in the world? It's time to show off your skills. If you beat me, you'll go to Tōtsuki Academy and learn from the best chefs in the world." A sigh escaped his lips. He moved his mouth slightly to respond to the girl's irritating words. "I'm not interested," he declared. Blue eyes pierced Alice's gaze, causing her to back away. Slowly, Kurama raised his face to observe the interaction between his companion and the boy. "Why? That's idiotic." While the two teenagers continued their discussion on the other side, the adults had stopped their party, turning the atmosphere completely serious. Minato frowned slightly before sighing, looking at his old friends. "It's not going to work," Naruto's mother declared. Kushina kept her face calm, a slight concern shining in her slightly violet eyes. Her son was too much like his father, sometimes. Minato abandoned both Tōtsuki and the world of haute cuisine for the stupid Shokugeki implemented in Japan, where someone could get something from their rival after defeating them. Minato was never a good fighter in that regard. He hated being forced to create something that would be used in a contest and not enjoyed by anyone. Naruto took after his father in that regard. Naruto is like Minato-kun. So interlaced his fingers under his chin, letting his serious gaze connect with the calm blue eyes of his old friend. He wouldn't even do it to save someone from their worst fate, Minato, Kushina. You mean Mana? The tongue of God. The palate that needs the best food to survive. Minato frowned slightly. Like Kushina, he also knew about the superhuman abilities some chefs seemed to possess. However, he found it completely ridiculous. Cooking wasn't about powers or confrontations, but about enjoying and creating good dishes for the customers. Both Azami and Senzaman had gotten the meaning of food wrong, as had Mana, for pursuing excellence and giving in to despair. That was what kept him away from the academy for so long, and now they seemed to want his son. That wasn't his decision to make, but if he's your son, he'll undoubtedly have enormous potential to tap into, Leonora declared calmly. Unlike her husband, she wouldn't pursue the noble but stupid goal of saving Mana. Burdening other people's worries onto mere teenagers. That was undoubtedly idiotic. And I believe Tōtsuki will be able to tap into that potential. Without a doubt. Leonora Minato stopped his old friend, moving his eyes towards her while still thinking about his son and Tōtsuki. Naruto is not like the others. I highly doubt he enjoys giving food to the rich, people who will not enjoy his food. Unlike the 10 seats of Tōtsuki, Naruto has a completely different vision of food, making him comparable to the 5th or 4th seat, even without having seen them in action. The new era of jewels that the old man will take would be overshadowed by my son. Food is not for sale, it is for enjoyment, an aspect that many have forgotten, and that permeates Tōtsuki. Is that why you left? Why do you hate people buying your food? I don't understand your point, Minato. Saiba was the best chef and still is because he discovered what Tōtsuki does with his students. I don't want my son forced into those stupid Shokugeki by kids who don't know the value of food, the Namekiz stated in a hard voice, crossing his arms over his chest, looking directly at his old friend. So. Unlike your daughter Arina, Naruto has grown up with a different concept of food that rich kids don't have. Tōtsuki is elite, but his food is disgusting. What? Both So and Leonora blinked slightly at the Namekiz's words, still trying to process them in their minds, not believing what he had said. Food made without feeling is tasteless to me, Kushina spoke, breaking the dialogue between her husband and her old friend, smiling slightly. That's why Minato-kun's cooking caught my attention. He put all his effort and heart into his dish, and that's what caught my attention. Leonora closed her eyes for a few seconds, parting her lips to let out a sigh. They were both so different from each other that it was astonishing. While Azami strove for perfection, a truly gourmet meal, Minato always sought to make people enjoy the food, not because it was high class, but because it tasted good, so that they would notice his feelings and effort in the dish. That was Namekiz Minato, after all. There's nothing we can do, the woman spoke calmly, her lips curling into a slight smile. If Naruto-kun is anything like Minato-kun, he'd definitely leave Tōtsuki in less than a minute. It seems he doesn't seek the recognition of being the best chef, but rather to make the best dishes for people. Really another Minato, So muttered, giving his old friend a small smile. Then we came for nothing. Hey dad. The adults stopped their chatter, turning their heads toward Naruto's voice. The boy had his shirt sleeves rolled up, shifting the fabric slightly and revealing his lightly oiled arms. Naruto. Tōtsuki is at a place without heart food? His son asked directly, looking his father in the eyes. Minato blinked at that question, while behind the Uzumaki appeared a confused Kurama and a confused and irritated Alice. What's that about, Sachi? Kushina asked, observing her husband's confusion. We heard you talking, Naruto commented, looking directly at the Nakiri. Also, Alice said something about molecular gastronomy, which was the best way to create gourmet food. What is gourmet food? Food made for idiots. Hey. Alice puffed out her cheeks, while Ryo tried to calm her down. The blonde Uzumaki's lips turned upwards, showing a predatory smile, a gesture that really surprised his father, making him feel a small tingle down his spine, in his senses. It's like when he's going to make his jokes. Ashina, catching her husband's thoughts in her son's words, smiled mischievously. Dad. Mom. If Tōtsuki is teaching the way of gourmet cooking, I want to be the one to show his students the way of home-cooked food prepared from the heart, not by science. Milady. What's up, Ryo-kun? Furukiba looked down at his partner boss, staring at her intensely for a few seconds. I think he made Tōtsuki come in because he hates molecular gastronomy or something. Up until that point, I hadn't wanted to go in, the dark-haired young man declared. And I have a really bad feeling about this. The next day. Tōtsuki Gate. Huge. Truly huge. Magnificently huge. Uzumaki Naruto held his briefcase with his utensils firmly in his hand, looking at the enormous building that was Tōtsuki Academy. And it wasn't just a building. That was just the entrance exam area. All of Tōtsuki truly seemed like an enormous city with people in small, separate areas, with exclusive buildings and dormitories. How much money had it cost to build that? And maintain it? He swallowed slightly, feeling it trickle down his throat, and began walking toward the exam area, observing the other participants. With just one glance, he understood that this place was truly full of rich people, children of magnates and big businessmen, and chefs of today's cuisine. But few truly had the hands of a cook or the movements of someone who had worked with people, dealing with customers. This is a bit disappointing, he admitted quietly, walking past several boys with bodyguards and butlers, frowning slightly. Was this Tōtsuki? A school for rich people? Maybe it was a mistake to take Alice's cue and enter the entrance exam for that school for rich people. But there was nothing he could do. He'd already accepted the challenge, and now he had to demonstrate what real food could do. He wasn't interested in Shokugeki, nor was he willing to use his food as a mere object for display. He wouldn't give his all for those idiots who didn't know what cooking was. Effort. Sweat. Heart. Perhaps it was symbolic, something they said in movies, stories, and TV shows. But both he and his father had believed, and continued to believe, that feelings and effort were everything for the best cuisine in the world, and not just creating the dishes prepared by high-class chefs. He stopped in his tracks just as he reached the door of the exam room, watching a girl with honey blonde hair and lilac eyes giving a short speech after which all the students ran towards him, scared and sweating slightly. For a few seconds, standing there, he watched a eerie scene between that girl and her companion, who seemed to melt at the touch of the blonde skin. So do I have to use egg? At that voice, Naruto moved his eyes towards a boy with red hair and honey eyes, taking a knife in his hands, running his finger along the blade. Are you going to try it? The blonde hotly crossed her arms under her chest, staring directly at the teenager. Yeah. As long as it has egg, it's enough. Yep. After all, I only have to use egg. Taking the bandages from his wrists, the boy tied them around his forehead, while almost magically making an apron appear. Well, at least he couldn't see where the boy got that apron from. This. The three of them turned their attention to Naruto, blinking in surprise. Who are you? The shoulder-length haired girl spoke, looking at the leaves in her hands. Uzumaki Naruto. This is the exam, right? He slowly began to enter the room, putting his right hand in his pocket while holding his briefcase with his left. He moved his eyes toward the repeat and saw his hands. They were the hands of a real chef, after all. Do you want to take the exam too? I don't even know why the others left, Naruto admitted with a nervous smile. Did someone plan something really bad? Apparently it's because of her. She's Nakiri-Arena, and she has the god's tongue or something, the Redeed declared, beginning the movements on the stove with real speed. But I'm not going to lose. Now that you know who I am, will you be like this idiot? Arena asked confidently, looking directly into the Uzumaki's eyes. The food is prepared with love and effort. There are no shortcuts. There is no gourmet food. There is only food that customers should enjoy, feel as it fills their hearts, and brings back their most precious memories. At least, that's what his father taught him. That was why he was in Tōtsuki. Someone had to bring the food back. He curved his lips into a sharp smile, placing the wooden briefcase on the table, unclasping it with a swift movement and revealing a kitchen knife inside, with a handle as black as night and a red swirl on the handle. I see. Furukaku-gohan? He asked, pushing the briefcase aside with a light movement and grabbing some ingredients. That's certainly a bold move. What's your name? Yukihira Soma, the other boy in the room replied, looking directly at Naruto. After all, he had guessed his plate with a single flick of his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, right? Naruto pulled the wok with speed, pouring in the noodles after having left them boiling in the water along with a couple of eggs. That's what my parents called me. Ramen? I am a ramen expert, after all, he replied to the pink-haired girl's question, forcefully tugging at the wok and grabbing a salt shaker. Divine tongue or not, food is meant to be enjoyed, Nakiri-Arena the blonde declared, feeling the girl's eyes bore into his back. There are no superhuman abilities here. After all, feelings give food its power. Yukihira Soma, a boy from a day dining restaurant with a special and eccentric food concept guided by his father. Uzumaki Naruto, a Japanese restaurant boy, was more driven by ramen, seeking Ichiraku ramen in his own ramen, which was the excellence of ramen. Raised with heart and soul, Naruto was going to leave his mark on Tōtsuki. Food was made to be eaten and enjoyed, not sold. An idiot speech. Soon, the room where the test for new transfer students to Tōtsuki was being held was filled with the rich and delicious smells of two dishes. The Furukaku of the young man named Yukihira Soma hadn't caught the examiner's attention and had been loudly rejected by the assistant, who had pointed her finger at the boy and accused him of being a second-class chef. Naruto watched this interaction with his sleeves rolled up, stirring the noodles of his precious egg ramen and seeing how the boy didn't seem really bothered, as if he were keeping an ace up his sleeve as a last resort to surprise both girls, who didn't seem to give up on sticking their finger in the wound. Tōtsuki is an idiot, the Uzumaki mentally grumbled, returning to his wok, stirring the noodles with precise movements. Sweat began to form on his forehead due to the heat of the fire itself and the steam escaping from the pot 2 inches away from him, indicating that the broth was ready. Only a few ingredients were missing, and his Uzumaki ramen-style egg ramen would be completely ready to be served. A smile spread across his face, and he shifted the knife in his hand, moving it between his fingers with agility and without fear. Since the age of 4, Naruto had learned every dish that consisted of noodles and broth, opting for ramen after having tried Ichiraku's. At his restaurant, as the name indicated, the ramen itself was the most important thing. Any other Japanese dish would be only secondary. Naruto took a deep breath and sprinkled a pinch of salt over the noodles, listening as Soma seemed to finally unleash his signature move. Out of simple curiosity, he moved his eyes for a few brief seconds and was truly surprised by what the boy was doing. On top of Furukaku, Yukihira was dripping some small squares that were beginning to melt, like a gold plating on the chicken in the small bowl. He had used the egg to form perfect, shining, hidden squares, and the broth had been turned into gelatin to do this, transforming and giving the dish a truly delicious smell. Naruto recognized it. His nose had caught that smell and his stomach thumped from the inside, as if it wanted to escape from that place. Uzumaki swallowed hard. He ran his tongue over his lower lip and took another deep breath, letting his mind return to work. It seemed that the food wasn't Tōtsuki's, but someone who worked to feed the customers. Seeing another of his kind trying to make a small change in the exam, Naruto rekindled his strength and threw the spiced noodles into the already ready broth. It only took a few minutes for everything to be ready and for the noodles to absorb the flavor of the savory broth. He took a bit of his apron and wiped his forehead with the edge of it, feeling like it was being beaded with thick drops. The steam from the pot had hit him head on, and when you combined that with the heat from the wok, since it was almost summer, he was really getting too hot all at once. I'll need a change of clothes later. Naruto tugged at the collar of his shirt. He could feel the sweat trickling down his back, the fabric sticking to his skin, and the shirt beginning to hinder his movements. It seemed like he really needed a shower after this ordeal, and a change of clothes to feel much fresher. He let a sigh escape his lips and grabbed a bowl while grabbing a serving ladle and throwing his ramen into it. The ramen was steaming slightly, indicating it was hot, or at least just hot enough to give off the steam that hit the Uzumaki in the face. Naruto smiled slightly, adding a little more salt, just a pinch, and took some chopsticks from his apron pocket, shifting on his heels to face the examiners and Yukihira. It was then that he heard Nakiri-Arina's words about the red-haired boy's plate, how she was yelling at the teenager, even though her flushed face showed the exact opposite of what her words said. The gleam in her eyes revealed her true emotions about Soma's cooking, but her pride was forcing her, pushing her resoundingly to say the exact opposite. It seemed Yukihira Soma wouldn't pass that test. Really, is this the divine language or whatever it's called? Naruto pressed his lips together as that question filled his mind, filled with resentment. He hated seeing people prefer gourmet food to a real dish prepared with love and effort. That was what he had learned during his time at Ramen Uzumaki under his parents' tutelage. Disdaining a dish like Yukihira's would never have crossed his mind for a single second. Especially when even the smell of it was hitting him hard, calling him to eat it. And that's what he did. Naruto placed the bowl of ramen and chopsticks next to his rival's Furukaku, taking a bite as the two girls and his little rival in the exam looked on, if they could even be called rivals. No, they weren't rivals. They were culinary partners, after all, and he couldn't possibly consider him an enemy. And even less so after this, Naruto told himself, feeling the chicken melt thanks to the egg, filling his mouth with a flavor he'd rarely tasted. It was delicious. Delicious. It filled his body with a revitalizing sensation. It was as if his body had been suddenly filled with energy, as if he'd been forced to have that new energy within himself. Naruto let out a sigh and took another bite of the dish, feeling the same sensations again. The energy hit him again, this time making him shudder at the taste. Is pride really going to make this idiot waste this boy? That only makes me lose interest in Tōtsuki completely, while also making me want to destroy all of Tōtsuki and its gourmet food, the Uzumaki muttered internally, picking up his apron to rub his hands on it before undoing the knot and taking it off with a sharp movement. Blue eyes looked into the lilac eyes of the examining girl, the one who responded to the name of Nakiri Arena. My bowl of ramen is ready. I hope you enjoy it, she said in a completely neutral voice, as if all the strength the Furikake had given her had disappeared. But that wasn't really the case. Naruto saw the proud, broken, slightly dark gleam in those lilac eyes. I hope you don't let me down, Uzumaki Arena haughtily walked towards the table, leaving behind a completely petrified Yukihira, his mouth open and his eyes completely blank. Naruto didn't move from his position. He felt Nakiri's scent hitting his nostrils and her shoulder bumping against his, as if trying to remove him. But years of kendo training had given him a strong body, unmovable by people who didn't possess overwhelming strength. My dish is an autumn special. Ramen with boiled egg and tender beef. A popular dish in our restaurant when the cold weather arrives, the Uzumaki said calmly, watching Arena slowly pick up the chopsticks. She wrinkled her nose and took a bit of the ramen to her mouth. Normally it would be boiled noodles, but today I made some stir-fried noodles in the wok before tossing them into the broth. I hope you enjoy. But what? A scream echoed in Arena's mind. She stopped her chopsticks in her mouth, feeling the flavor of the broth hit her taste buds and fill them completely. She could taste the spices used in the ramen broth, the tang, and the slight crunch of the noodles. She could feel the meat literally melting in her mouth. But there was something that had surprised her. This is. Naruto reached into his right pocket, slowly pulling out a jar with a purple lid. Saffron? Nakiri shouted, looking straight into the golden-haired boy's eyes. You put saffron in your ramen. Saffron is a very expensive spice in Spain. It's usually harvested between October and November, in the middle of autumn, when the rays of light begin to appear over the horizon. Normally, I wouldn't add a spice like that to ramen, except for the special autumn ramen. Saffron gives it a more intense note that can be immediately detected. But the wielder of the divine tongue is an examiner, if you had missed this little special touch, I would have truly felt cheated, the Uzumaki declared calmly, placing the jar of saffron on the table for the others to see. It's a good thing you at least captured the spice. Now, you only have a little of my respect. Naruto Hisako, Arena's assistant, pointed a fierce finger at the Uzumaki, even displaying an annoyed expression that anyone else would have taken seriously. But Naruto just looked at him with a hint of indifference and mockery. Show some respect to Arena-sama, commoner. Commoner? Naruto blinked at that word, then let out a light snort of laughter. I'm not a commoner. You having a stick up your ass is none of my business, girl. And he slid his lips into a mocking grimace, showing his teeth completely, waiting for a response from that little Nakiri assistant. He had come to dethrone the 10 seats of Tōtsuki, and he wouldn't let that go. He was in Uzumaki, and as such, he was going to keep the promise he made to his parents, and Leonora. Tōtsuki needed a change, and he was going to push it, even if it was hard, among all those stuck-up students. He wasn't going to rule anyone out. Wait, Arena took her assistant by the shoulder, and although she didn't recognize it, friend, looking directly into the Uzumaki's sapphire eyes for a few seconds. Your dish is comparable to the fourth one. To the room. Naruto blinked at Arena, then looked at the Uzumaki as if he'd been slapped. He fully understood those words coming from his boss and friend, and he understood what could happen if someone like that escaped Tōtsuki's orbit. Am I really that far behind the first one? Naruto scratched the back of his neck, staring absent-mindedly at the ceiling, as if it was really boring him. Ah, it seems I didn't put my all into this. Next time I'll have to use my special dishes. Security. Strength. Arena felt the power in those words. They were just that, words that could have been lost in the wind, but she felt them like stabs thrown at her. She could feel them crushing her slightly, squeezing her and trying to crush her completely. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the mere participant in that exam. I see you safe, Uzumaki. Naruto lowered his eyes and looked into Arena's, his lips slipping into a small, mocking sneer. Of course. And Uzumaki never lies. And Amicus never soils the food he prepares. He turned to face the boy at his side. You were, Yukihira Soma. BM? Yes. Soma recovered from his stupor. He slapped his face with both hands and smiled at the Uzumaki. From the restaurant of the day, Yukihira. The transformed Furikake Gohan was actually quite good. Maybe I'd add a little lemon, but the flavor hit my taste buds like a boxer hitting his opponent. An image of Soma punching Naruto in his boxing uniform formed in the room. White kanji, the words Furikake Gohan transformed, were launched at the Uzumaki, sending him reeling. HMP. Your dish is just second-class food, she grunted, offended, Arena crossing her arms under her chest and slightly thrusting them out in front of her. Naruto snorted at that proud movement. Arato. Take note. In the entrance exam Arena began walking towards the exit, followed by her assistant. There are 0 pass rates. No one has passed the exam. Naruto snorted slightly, gathering his utensils and the jar of saffron and putting it back in his pocket. He always carried it with him. It was his signature spice in his dishes, giving his triple delight fried rice, as well as his autumn special ramen, which he had perfected during his time with his father in the kitchen, that special touch. Though Arena's pride was getting in the way of his goal of destroying all of Tōtsuki's gourmet food. You haven't passed. Soma dropped his head, pondering the words his father had spoken to him before leaving Japan. He had to graduate from that academy if he wanted to take the Uchiha for himself, but that girl had ruined his plans. The boy looked up when a hand slapped his back. Naruto was grinning at him, as if they hadn't missed that opportunity to enter Tōtsuki and had actually entered. It was a little strange for him. Come on. I'll treat you to some of my restaurant special ramen, Naruto declared in a loud voice, smiling broadly despite having been suspended. For him, unlike Soma, getting into Tōtsuki was a complete secondary matter. When he found out what the academy did, he just wanted to destroy the gourmet food with his prized food made from the heart. He was Uzumaki Naruto, after all. But we failed, Naruto. Ah. That chick was a snob, the Uzumaki refuted, deliberately waving his hands. She had a deep lying stick in her. And I had the goal of graduating from Tōtsuki and then taking over my restaurant, Soma explained in a pitiful voice, letting out a defeated sigh. But there was nothing he could do now. He would grab his things and accompany his new friend. Having something to eat would make him forget the beating he'd received. I don't know how you managed to keep your composure. Me? My goal isn't to get into Tōtsuki. That's something completely secondary. I want to completely destroy gourmet food, destroy the values with which chefs leave this academy. A culinary revolution, if you want to call it that, Naruto explained his goal calmly, never erasing the smile on his lips. That's ridiculous. I don't know how to take it. Ah. I can do it whenever I want. I already promised for the Uzumaki, and that's a lifelong oath. Even if it takes me a lifetime, Tōtsuki will eventually change completely. And I'll definitely start with that stupid Nakiri Arena. She snubbed my light autumn ramen. No need to get so worked up, okay? I heard you. Soma retorted, feeling his eardrums ring at the Uzumaki's shout. HMP. Naruto pouted in real annoyance. Who in their right mind would turn down Uzumaki Ramen's light version autumn ramen? The answer was simple. No one. His main goal wasn't to enter Tōtsuki, but destroying Nakiri Arena had certainly gained strength and intensity. He wasn't going to let anyone laugh at his ramen. He hated people who weren't honest with themselves. This is how Uzumaki Naruto and Yukihira Soma met. Months later, entrance day. Tōtsuki Academy. The day many had been waiting for had arrived. High school would resume within Tōtsuki without any additional transfer students. Those who had grown up within the academy would take another step forward in their learning and a new year would finally begin. Many were nervous. Others were scared. Those with the worst grades would be removed from the academy and those with the best grades would move on to the second year. But not only during the tests that took place throughout the year, but with the grades always valid. Among those students, a girl with dark blue hair intertwined her fingers, closing her eyes and praying to all the gods watching her. This girl was a resident of the Polar Star dormitories, answering to the name of Todoroko Megumi. She was a country girl, from a village near the sea, and she grew up as a cook, learning a little bit of everything, always cared for and loved by her neighbors in her town. She had entered Tōtsuki at the request of someone dressed in black and because her mother had convinced her to. However, since she entered that academy, she did nothing but waste her time and that of her teachers. Her grades never rose above an E, and soon she would be expelled from the premises and forced to return home, disappointing her mother and friends. Her entire town would point at her and bring shame to her mother. Now, we will give a speech by one of the 2 transfers to Tōtsuki Academy after our principal's speech. All the students, including Todoroko, looked toward the stage. Their eyes widened when they saw a young red-haired man walking toward the lectern, slightly nervous about being the center of attention. Although the boy would never admit this. Good morning. My name is Yukihira Soma. Tōtsuki is just a stepping stone for me to reach the top. I hope we get along, a pleasure. Soma nodded, causing shouts to echo throughout the area. He was pointed at by the students, and the murmurs were focused solely on him. Thank you, Yukihira-san, the hostess muttered uncomfortably. She cleared her throat and pointed in the direction the troublemaker had appeared. Now, let's make way for the second one. Slow steps. Hands tucked into his trouser pockets. Uzumaki Naruto was greeted with critical cautious glances as he stood in front of the lectern, sleepily scratching the back of his neck. If it hadn't been for Soma, with whom he'd struck up a friendship, he wouldn't have been able to make it to the opening and the introduction of his Tōtsuki classmates in time. He slowly scanned the mass of Tōtsuki first-year students. All of them, or at least the vast majority, had studied at the academy since preschool, slowly training as gourmet cooks, learning from the best chefs in high-class kitchens. Naruto stopped in front of the microphone. Like the presenter, he cleared his throat and took another pass. Almost all of them were rich kids. That was his first impression. Few caught his attention, and he didn't see a single real chef in that place, among that mass of people watching him intensely. He could feel their eyes fixed on him, clearly intent on piercing him from side to side, as if they were trying to kill him with their gaze. He snorted through his teeth. He'd heard Arina and Soma seem to be arguing, though more on Akiri's side. Those two would definitely end up together one way or another. Uzumaki Naruto adjusted his microphone so he could speak clearly, so everyone there could hear him. He was going to make some statements that no one would like, much less the members of the 10 seats of Tōtsuki, those who had never experienced what food really was. "Good morning. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said slowly, feeling the presenter's piercing eyes boring into his back. Or so he would have said if he were someone who was proud to be here, he declared, his gaze shifting to a look completely devoid of joy. "Gourmet cuisine. The 10 seats. Shokugeki. Heh. That's not right for me. As a true chef, my only motive for being a Tōtsuki is the destruction of all the gourmet food you're about to cook." He balled his hand into a fist, hearing the screams and groans of his possible companions. "Unless you know what true cuisine is. You're only my enemies. And that includes the 10 seats of Tōtsuki." He gestured toward the mass of students, flashing a savage grin. "I'm going to destroy you second-class chefs forever." Within that mass of students, a girl with white hair and red eyes let out a heavy sigh but showed a small, lopsided smile. Definitely an idiot speech, she told herself, crossing her arms under her chest. Akiri Alice was anxious for classes to start. Perfect sushi cut. Uzumaki Naruto of Uzumaki Ramen tugged at both sleeves of his flimsy chef's uniform. He wasn't wearing white. He didn't have an immense hat perched on his head like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, slightly crooked and drooping. He hadn't chosen to create a full wardrobe for his time at Tōtsuki, and it was unlikely he would do so anytime soon. Since joining as a transfer, one of only 2 transfers, in fact, Naruto heard the murmurs and felt the disdainful stares of all his classmates as he made his way to his next class. Japanese cooking. It was precisely the specialty food his restaurant worked on and served to its customers. Let's see. Sushi. Ramen. What else? As he walked, carrying a silver briefcase where he kept his utensils. They weren't really special. When he turned 13, his mother gave him the kitchen utensils he used to create his dishes and feed his customers. Slowly, he developed his own cooking style with those utensils. Naruto forged his path with those tools, and he wasn't going to let them go. They were his favorites. He held them in great affection, as well as the food he made with those utensils, pouring his heart into every meal he created. Who will be my teacher? And my classmates? On the second point, things were complicated for him. Being who he was, Naruto had finally thrown himself at every single student in the academy, whether they were first year or third year. It didn't matter which year they were in, but every student seemed to shun him with their eyes and steer clear of him as if he were a plague victim. I really have gotten everyone on my back," he said to himself, not too worried. He gave his speech. Well, it was the speech. Naruto studied the face of every student he saw in the crowd. He could see the surprise. The hatred. The rage. When the confusion was finally pushed aside, anger blazed brightly in every pair of eyes he could glimpse from the lectern. This is actually going to be a bit of fun. Naruto cracked his knuckles with a light squeeze, stopping in front of his classroom door. As far as he knew, Soma had been inducted into another class, leaving him alone in that hostile place. "Anyway, this hostility is directed at me," he declared in a murmur, scratching the back of his neck. Naruto let out a sigh from between his lips just before taking the door handle and pulling it, hearing it scrape lightly on the floor and alerting him of his next entrance. Silence. The Uzumaki scanned all the boys and girls in the class, watching as they glared at him menacingly, oozing hatred towards him as if he were a common enemy. In fact, he was the enemy. It's going to be a bit intense around here," she told herself, smiling internally. Without thinking too much about it, she walked toward one of the vacant cooking stations. Or so he would have liked. Taking only 2 steps, Naruto felt a strong tug on his arm, quickly meeting bright red eyes that seemed to smile at him. He would recognize them anywhere. Even that slightly mocking smile. Whiskers Kun. Shit. Akiri Alice gave a haughty, mocking smile, holding onto the Uzumaki's arm tightly, digging her fingers into her newest friend's limb. "Come with me. With your luck, it will probably all be too simple," Naruto responded to the outburst of his newly attached partner. Finding no opposition from Naruto, Alice pulled the blonde back and placed him next to her. Without Kurikiba, she was going to need the Uzumaki to entertain her a little during class. Also, having this instinct that others cast on Naruto-kun, it's kind of funny, she told herself, moving her red eyes over all the other members of the class and observing their reactions. Only an idiot wouldn't notice the hostility they emanated. Taking that as a bit of fun, Alice gave a small smile and looked at Naruto. The boy stood by her side, laughing nervously. Yes, he had picked up on the whole mood and didn't seem too upset or worried. In fact, a smile played on the Uzumaki's lips. The class was about Japanese food, right? Just. Yosh. Naruto raised his arm, placing his right hand on his bicep, showing off his strong limb. An eager smile appeared on his face. It's my element. Right? Alice raised a finger and placed it on her lips. Your parents created not only ramen, but Japanese food in general. Yep. I'm the ramen expert in the family, the mustachioed blonde declared, flashing a huge grin. Though I'll never top Ichiraku's ramen. Ah. You always talk about that special ramen. Are those the ones that went north? I thought you weren't listening. Moo. Alice puffed out her cheeks, cupping her face in both hands and turning her eyes into a blank stare. Yes, I can hear. Ha ha ha. Brash. Both Alice and Naruto stopped their slight altercation, hearing the classroom door open slightly. Once again, silence fell over the classroom. Sighs. Gasps. The feminine side of the classroom blushed and almost lost consciousness when they saw the Japanese cooking teacher. Naruto gasped for a moment. You. Onyx's eyes blinked slightly. Black hair tied in a ponytail. Strands framing a harsh albino face, with marks around the nose revealing a more mature face. Oh, Naruto, the young man slowly placed his briefcase on the table, moving his eyes to the Uzumaki. Each student shifted their attention to the declared enemy. Alice tugged at her right sleeve. Who is Whiskers-kun? Before Naruto could say anything, the man took a piece of chalk in his right hand and hit the blackboard with it, writing his name on it. My name is Uchiha Itachi. I will be your Japanese cuisine teacher for the remainder of the semester while the current teacher recovers from an injury. Itachi dropped the blackboard, creating a brief echo that cut short his students' thoughts. Now, we'll see the best sushi you can make. There are no instructions. I want to see what Tōtsuki students can do with their own talent. Itachi grabbed the back of his chair and pulled it slightly, taking his seat as the teacher behind the desk. There are 2 hours ahead of us. If I were you, I wouldn't waste any time. Panic. Chaos. Suddenly, the students descended into a momentary chaos. They were fighting. They were shouting. Without instructions, how could they make the dish? But sensei. We need directions for this, teacher. Another student shouted, trying to intimidate the teacher. But Itachi tapped the pencil on the table. It was a small, light sound, almost lost among the students' murmurs and the sound of a knife hitting a board. Your 2 companions don't seem to need any help with sushi making guidelines, the Uchiha said calmly, giving a slight smile. Now, everyone moved their attention to the duo of Nakiri and the Uzumaki, their sworn enemy for the rest of that course. They were going to slowly destroy it. Cut this out now. Shit. Why are you doing it so fast? Have you never made sushi? Moo, it's not fair. Naruto quickly swiped his knife and placed 2 more sushis on the plate at an overwhelming speed. For several seconds, Alice stood completely still, watching her partner's movements. I need some salmon. Maybe some crab sticks for the California roll, the Uzumaki murmured, placing a makizushi next to the previous salmon nigiri. And some shrimp too. I'm not your maid. It's busy here. Help me a little. Itachi tapped his pencil on the table again, attracting the attention of the rest of his students. As Sasuke's older brother, Itachi knew Uzumaki Naruto all too well, the boy from the Japanese restaurant his parents used to visit on special occasions. He had known the boy since he was little, probably since he was about 5, when Sasuke and he met. Naruto was always intense about food. He strove to give his customers things that brought back happy feelings and memories with their meals. Whenever someone went to Uzumaki Ramen, they would return home with a happy memory of their past. Itachi twisted his lips slightly in a thin smile. He didn't normally smile. He tapped the pen on the table again. I see you don't have the initiative that Uzumaki-kun and Nakiri-kun have displayed, he said in that completely neutral voice. It seems you're really going to be crushed by that boy. Those words struck a chord with every student in the classroom. Was this rookie going to crush them? Them? Students who had been with Tōtsuki since elementary school. As Itachi anticipated, his words had the desired effect. Flames of anger filled the eyes of each student and they quickly set off, gathering ingredients for their dishes and preparing sushi. Uchiha tapped his pen on the table for the 3rd time, relaxing his back against the back of his chair. When Senzamen showed up at his house to take him on as a teacher, he never expected to find himself in such a funny situation. Uzumaki Naruto. That name filled his mind for the next few seconds. Itachi studied him, watched his movements, the speed and confidence with which he moved the sushi ingredients. For a moment, he thought he was looking at the fourth seat of Tōtsuki himself, Sato Same. Same was certainly the academy's sushi expert, carrying a huge blade with him everywhere. But Naruto was matching him in speed with a simple knife given to him by his mother. You've really grown. Itachi snorted softly, tapping his pen on the table for the fourth time, leaning back in his chair and running his hand over his chin, keeping his dark eyes on the blonde ramen stand chef. Not just ramen, he mentally scolded himself. It's a Japanese restaurant too. After all, only Naruto could match the fourth seat at making sushi. Having grown up in a Japanese restaurant, the boy had learned everything about preparing sushi or any other dishes his parents made for customers. Shit. What if I get one of your original plates? Will it be on par with the first seat? That doubt would remain unanswered, at least for the moment. With one leg thrown over the other and his back pressed against the back of his seat, Itachi watched as Naruto and Alice walked towards him, carrying a tray. I could see the confused looks on the faces of the other students. He had given them 2 hours to prepare everything perfectly, however, those two had done it in barely one. He twisted his lips into a smile. Hey, here's your special sushi. Uzumaki style, of course. Tap. Itachi wrinkled his nose. The different types of sushi filled his nostrils and his mouth watered within seconds. He swallowed hard. At least it smells good, Naruto-kun. Hahaha. That's because it's completely delicious. After all, this sushi will hit your taste buds, the Uzumaki replied, removing the lid from the tray. Before the eyes of the Uchiha and some students, the different types of sushi were displayed. Salmon and shrimp nigiri, uramaki, maki, tamaki, gunkan and gohan. He lightly ran his tongue over his lower lip, imperceptibly to everyone. Being Sasuke's brother, he also ended up eating at Uzumaki Ramen, trying the tasty sushi that Minato was able to prepare in a few minutes, and feeling satisfied after tasting it, feeling like his stomach was full. But that sushi didn't just fill his stomach. Memories of his childhood always hit him when he walked into that family restaurant with his family, and then he'd have to wait hours for the effect to truly wear off. It was very different from any other sushi. Here, sensei. Alice held out a pair of chopsticks to the serious-faced Uchiha, though inside she was dying to eat the delicious sushi in front of her. His nostrils were overflowing with the distinctive aromas. Swallowing hard, Itachi separated both chopsticks, taking a salmon nigiri with them and bringing it to his mouth. All it took was a quick lick of it. It simply melted in her mouth, and the flavors enhanced by the soy sauce hit her taste buds hard, flooding her mouth with those flavors and her mind with memories of cherry blossoms falling in spring as they celebrated a change of season. She's like her parents, Itachi finally said, not expressing his thoughts. The Uchiha put down his chopsticks next to the rest of his sushi, not believing he could hold back much longer than taking another couple of bites of that tasty food. That was really Uzumaki Ramen sushi. Both of you get an A, he spoke as calmly as he could muster, ignoring the other students' grim faces. He sighed and looked directly into Naruto's blue eyes. However, Naruto-kun, you must work hard with the other teachers. Using only this, you won't be able to accomplish what you've planned. But I made perfect Uzumaki-style sushi. The blonde with whisker marks exploded. Itachi laughed slightly. Yes. Perfect cut. Perfectly aligned soybeans. Good balance within the prepared sushi. Without a doubt, sushi cut perfectly without any flaws and prepared in the old Uzumaki ramen style, the Uchiha admitted in a calm voice. However, I hope this level isn't everything. You have potential beyond this A I've given you both. But you have even much more potential than that. Don't limit yourself because of your classmates, Naruto-kun. I want to see your original dishes soon. Uzumaki ramen cuisine destroying Tōtsuki gourmet cuisine. That's what I want to see from you. Hahaha. Don't get so worked up, Itachi. The blonde scolded, pointing his accusing finger at the Uchiha. Whenever you eat Uzumaki ramen, you explode with emotions. Come back to yourself. No. I'm too energetic now. It should be noted that when Uchiha Itachi ate at the blonde boy's parents' restaurant, for hours he would put aside his neutral face and fill it with emotions, thus becoming a strange person overflowing with energy that could end up tiring his family. Give me back my sushi, Naruto-kun. No way. Naruto lifted his plate, letting the dark-haired Uchiha walk past. Let the effects wear off, damn it. You'll kill us all. No, I want more. Hey. Calm down, damn it. Bakiri Alice tapped her forehead with her hand, watching the interaction between her classmate and friend and the new Japanese food teacher, which was certainly entertaining. From the apathetic cold neutral teacher, he had gone to someone completely opposite just by taking a bite of Uzumaki Naruto sushi. Is it that good? The albino wondered, putting a finger to her chin, studying Naruto lightly, trying to figure out how the boy seemed to have created the perfect sushi. Although she wouldn't be afraid to admit it. Naruto was skilled with the knife, making her weight behind the blonde too much, allowing her to only see his back as he walked in front of her. I had seen how she moved her hands, cutting the ingredients for the sushi in a completely millimetric way, leaving everything she did as something secondary and poorly done. Nothing escaped Naruto, and he learned that from watching him cut ingredients. He seemed to have hawk-like eyes that could see everything in his hands and even everything on the table, keeping an eye on anything within his range. He's a fearsome chef, she determined calmly, watching Naruto dodge the energetic dark-haired teacher. I'll never beat him in a Shokugeki. I understand now why he didn't want to face me. He knew he'd win even before I challenged him. When she first met him, she found him truly interesting, like a guy who attracted her not physically, but more emotionally. She could see his eyes filled with the intense glow of love when he talked about cooking, or how he seemed to genuinely love every dish he made, as if they were his own children. But, she called him a fool when he rejected the Shokugeki she threw at him, and how he despised gourmet food and Tōtsuki herself. However. Now I understand why my father and mother said that Naruto-kun is special, she reminded herself. Of all those hundreds of students, only Uzumaki Naruto was willing to prepare a dish for you with love, regardless of the quality of the ingredients, who ate it, or how others saw you for preparing a second-class dish. Fiercely, Uzumaki let the Uzumaki ramen style overflow. Itachi. Give me the bucking sushi. And so, the stoic Itachi was able to retrieve his prized Uzumaki special sushi. The idiot always changes his attitude towards our food, the Uzumaki muttered, wiping the dust off his clothes and untying his apron with a fleeting movement, squinting his eyes. Like a cat, Itachi hovered over the sushi, eating it slowly, enjoying it. At least we have an A. Naruto blinked and looked at his companion. He twisted his lips and gave a thumbs up as he gave a trademark smile, his face slightly turning into a fox-like shape. That's easy. We just have to show you what real food is, Alice-chan, he replied with confident firm words. Alice gave a small smile. So be it then, she admitted slowly, clasping her hands behind her back. But how long will sensei last in that state? Naruto lightly scratched the back of his neck. Well, I guess it could last a few hours. She never stayed in the restaurant after an hour, running away screaming like Izumi, he admitted ruefully. So I can't give you an estimate of how long she'll last like that. She probably won't be able to pass the rest of them. Disgusting. And eat like a house. Huh? Both Alice and Naruto looked at Itachi, who once again took on his stoic appearance and had begun to give notes to the rest of the students and their sushi. Okay, that was fast. Director's office. Arms crossed, Nakiri Senzaman kept his eyes fixed on a sheet of paper on his desk containing the information and photo of one of the transfers to his beloved academy. Uzumaki Naruto. That boy had undoubtedly left some strong words in his speech and had turned his classmates on himself. But after all, I have tried their food. He slid his lips into a grimace that was a slight smile, remembering how he'd gone to Ramen Uzumaki for a drink due to his job. He'd occasionally stopped by the restaurant to visit Minato and Kushina. But he hadn't expected their son to be so good. In fact, whenever he went, it was only the two adults who were there. But he couldn't resist testing his son's skills. Shit, that kid is just like Saiba or even better with the right motivation, he told himself, taking the sheet of paper from the Uzumaki's file, looking at that huge smile he displayed in front of the camera and those blue eyes more intense than his father's. Eyes that reminded him of Kushina's intense temper as well, which combined with Minato's speed and serenity, maybe wasn't too good for Tōtsuki right now. Soon, a battle is about to take place. Arena will be in the middle of everything and she doesn't have the strength to stop it. However, Yukihira Soma could be a game changer, the older man said, snorting and massaging his temples. But our ace in the hole will definitely be him. Uzumaki Naruto. If I can undo his thinking to destroy all of Tōtsuki, this might go down a better path. Shit, Minato, I don't want any jokes around here. This old man. Senzaman snorted heavily. A few months ago, Saiba had told him about his son's activities. The rebel Izumi was up to something, and that could certainly be used against Tōtsuki. If I can get Naruto-kun to take a spot among the 10 seats. Slowly, Uzumaki Naruto was making a dent in Tōtsuki's traditions. His food of feelings would break down walls. Burst, North Star. Taking a deep breath of slightly cold air, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the paper in his right hand, scratching the back of his neck and raising an eyebrow as he tried to find those facilities. Polar Star bedrooms. He couldn't afford to go home and return to Tōtsuki when he didn't have the money to support himself completely. The bus didn't even drop him off at the school itself, and he certainly wasn't up for getting up at 5 in the morning just to be in class by 9. He wasn't crazy enough to do something like that. No sir. He liked getting some sleep too much, and getting up in the middle of the night wouldn't be good for him. He wouldn't perform well in class later, and he hated dealing with teachers waking him up by banging on the desk. Itachi was definitely going to do it, despite that glum face. And yet he loves our food, the Uzumaki told himself, crossing his arms behind his head and flashing a huge smile as he walked. It was still too far to walk to the dorms of that academy. Itachi simply shattered his serious Uchiha state when he ate his prized sushi. And he wasn't a sushi specialist. His father was better at cutting and preparing sushi than he was, so Itachi would probably have been completely defeated by the taste of authentic Uzumaki ramen food. He wasn't proud. His father was a much better cook than he was, and he kept that in mind every day of his life, every time he got up to go to school. His real goal was to surpass his father in every aspect of cooking, and he would eventually achieve that goal. That's why he really went to Tōtsuki. He needed to improve his cooking, and he believed Tōtsuki could be a challenge for him with the so-called Shokugeki technique so famous among culinary students. He was horribly surprised to find that there were no real chefs at that school, only amateurs. He could see some, like those Italian brothers who actually worked in the kitchen, as well as Yukihira. But the rest of the students didn't work outside the academy to serve a single dish, which was truly annoying and frustrating. He expected a challenge to overcome, a wall with which to have a difficult confrontation in an immense duel that he would ultimately overcome using his heart. Small pebbles were what had been found in that school. Naruto wrinkled his nose in an annoyed grimace and continued walking toward his next residence. The North Star dorms. That old student dorm would be his home for the duration of his stay at Tōtsuki, which was a real pain for him. He hadn't counted on his things there. He'd recently started studying audiovisual studies and dropped everything to go to that second-tier cooking academy. Ah, alright. Naruto slung his briefcase over his shoulder as his arm began to tire and walked a little faster. It seemed that those rooms were indeed quite far from his usual classroom, and he would have to walk across it every day to attend class. But we had to do sports. That was what his physical education teacher, the annoying Mito guy, always told him, an exercise freak who could only find someone similar among the students like Rock Lee. But those two crazy guys on the field, everything became too hectic and energetic for them, which ended with 95% of the class panting halfway through the course and the other nearly 5% completely drenched in sweat. And even though Lee ended up panting, the boy continued to lead the way fearlessly, with a smile as disturbing as Guy's. Almost as if they had both been hired by someone to be the faces of some toothpaste brand. But, after a while, he was able to escape those fateful hours of exercise and focus on one of the two things he loved, the one that took precedence over the other. Cooking. Naruto would admit that when he was rejected by Arena, he'd simply gone to an audiovisual school, looking to do other things while working with his parents in the evenings. But when that arrogant old man arrived with that letter, he finally agreed to enter Tōtsuki as he had planned from the beginning, all to dethrone those 10 seats with the power of his food made solely from heart and emotions. He was going to destroy them all. Or at least awaken them using their precious food. He wasn't sure which would be the true path. Uzumaki massaged his neck and inhaled some air as he walked, noticing a red-haired figure that he recognized immediately. Yukihira Soma, his newest friend and with whom he shared a love of cooking. Soma. Yukihira stopped in his tracks, a piece of dried octopus between his lips, turning his head toward the voice that had called him. After finishing French cooking class, Soma was forced to search for the Polar Star dormitories, discovering hours later that the dormitory was on the other side of the academy, making it clear that Tōtsuki really was a mini-city within a city. Naruto. In a few strides, the Uzumaki caught up with Yukihira, displaying that wide grin he usually wore on his face. It wasn't often you saw Uzumaki Naruto without a smile on his lips. It wasn't often you saw the Ramen Emperor in action, dealing with those who annoyed him and using his kitchen to do so, as he was about to do with the 10 seats of Tōtsuki. I see you're going this way too, Naruto replied, showing the dormitory sheet, a small map in the Uzumaki's hand. Great. I was getting so bored of wandering around alone. Yes, it's better for me to stay at the academy. My house is on the other side of town, and it would take too long to get here. Besides, my father closed Yukihira, so I wouldn't have anything to do, the boy replied calmly, moving the tentacle between his lips and walking again, now in the company of the Uzumaki. And you? Practically the same. My house is on the other side, and my parents would have to wake me up very early, something I can't handle. Hahaha. Naruto explained, laughing at the end of the same explanation. And it was true. Since he was little, he always hated being woken up too early, which ended with him being a dead weight in class, dozing off next to Shikamaru, his best friend among his friends, after all. It was another hobby he shared with Inara, besides shogi. Although the latter, it was Shikamaru himself who instilled it in him. At least I won't be alone with strangers. Hey. Naruto puffed out his cheeks. that was my line. You can't steal my lines, or I'll copyright you. Calm down, Naruto. SHSHSHSH Naruto chuckled, throwing back his head and admiring the darkening sky. How was your first day? Well, it wasn't bad. I got an A on my test with the French cooking teacher. That certainly helped my classmate, who didn't seem too confident. But it's interesting. She has potential. She's not your girlfriend, is she? PFFF. Naruto. The haha Naruto scratched the back of his neck lightly, seeing the blush on his fellow cook's face. It was all too clear to see that Soma ended up falling in love with the girls he hung out with, almost as if he wanted to make a harem for himself. It's not my fault that girls fall in love with you, Soma. Even your middle school classmate. They all fall at your feet. You have a stalker named Hinata after you. Is that why you don't like the kun? Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to stop. He let out a sigh and glared at Soma with feigned resentment, feeling that this was truly a blow to him. That was a trauma from which he had not yet recovered and would not recover anytime soon. That's playing dirty, Soma. Seeing Naruto's destroyed face, Soma could only smile nervously at the small tears on his companion's face. After all, he had ended up landing his hook against the Uzumaki's chin, using Hyuga Hinata's trump card and her direct harassment of the blonde boy as a trump card. A victory that now, if he were honest, seemed completely bitter to him. I shouldn't have reminded him, Soma mused, staring at the Uzumaki's lumped shoulders, flat face, and tears after mentioning the teenager's secret admirer. And thank goodness Kushina didn't know. Otherwise, Naruto would probably be twice as bad now as he was. The Uzumaki were everything energetic that the Uchiha were not, as well as totally intense. Ahaha, calm down. In response to Yukihira's simple plea, Naruto stuck out his tongue like a simple child, slightly puffing out his cheeks and thus adopting a pose that would only qualify him as a child in front of adults. However, a chill ran down Soma's spine for a brief second. I don't know why, but I think I should stay away from Naruto for the next 10 years, he told himself, evaluating that strange feeling that had hit him. Well, it's time to move on. It's getting dark. Naruto nodded at Soma's words. It was already nightfall, and he didn't have the strength to stay out in the open. He wasn't in much of a mood, either, given the poor level of his classmates. They just had to make sushi. Since most of them were Japanese, it seemed strange to him that none of them knew how to make good sushi except for himself. He didn't need an A, but he needed at least an A or a B+ to avoid annoying his teacher, who happened to be Itachi. He knew Sasuke's brother had gone abroad to learn cooking, but he didn't expect him to be his teacher. Naruto let out a tired sigh and followed Soma to get to his room as quickly as possible, designated by the caretaker of that student residence. From what he'd been able to discover through his research, those dormitories had been used by former members of the 10 Seats and by great chefs who were hailed as the golden age of the star by the Japanese. And if he remembered correctly, his father had also been to that dormitory when he was in Tōtsuki before abandoning it, declaring the Tōtsuki's bad cooking habits. His father never hid his true colors and always stood up for himself when someone called him out on it. Over time everything calmed down on its own. What an ugly building, Naruto said as they stopped in front of the Pole Star's yard, blinking at the dilapidated place that would be their home for a while they lined up like gourmet chefs. Is this it? Soma reviewed the sheet while Naruto, somewhat puzzled, read the sign next to the entrance gate, observing how the facade of that building really seemed too dilapidated, as if it were going to fall to pieces at any moment. And? Well, nothing. You're in trouble, Soma. And without any fear, despite the exterior appearance of the building, Naruto pushed the gate and began walking towards the entrance door without any fear. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover, or so his grandfather used to say. Let's go, Soma. Naruto yelled as he opened the door with a small push flying backwards as a stampede of animals hit him, knocking him down. I'm sorry. Worried, a girl with blonde hair and green eyes stopped in front of Naruto, bowing and helping the Uzumaki to his feet. After all, a stampede of chickens had defeated him. Oh, my sciatica. Don't be melodramatic, Soma huffed, crossing his arms as Naruto finally stood up. Naruto scratched his cheek with his index finger. Don't worry. I'm made of iron. Don't overact either. Hahaha. Confused, the girl looked at both boys, recognizing them immediately from the entrance ceremony. Those two were the ones causing all the commotion with the 10 Seats and the rest of the students. You are Yukihira Soma and Uzumaki Naruto. Do you know us, pretty girl-chan? Naruto asked, waggling his eyebrows up and down a few times. Soma patted his face. What are you saying? Idiot. Calming down, with a slight blush, the girl proceeded to introduce herself with a bow. I'm Yoshino Yuki, from the Polar Star dorms, breeder of my own animals. It's a pleasure. Yoshino bowed to both of them. How formal, and Naruto proceeded to imitate her, also bowing. Ishino. What did I tell you about letting animals run loose in the house? Ishino was startled by the woman's scream, while Naruto and Soma looked at that with confusion, watching an old woman come out the door with an angry look that stopped when she saw both boys. And you? That woman had wrinkles on her aged face. With hair that looked like a palm tree and slanted eyes like a feline's, she stared for seconds that felt like hours at the two teenagers, with those small black eyes. They've come to take a room, Yoshino explained calmly, understanding that both Naruto and Soma weren't there at that hour just for a casual visit. Buck. Fine, fine. Did you bring any ingredients? I'll give you both an entrance test. The woman declared, placing her hands on her hips and giving a savage grin. I'm Demito Fumio, in charge of these dorms, as well as the state of the facility itself. I won't allow mere novices to enter here. So, if you don't have any ingredients, you can. Yes, I have it, Naruto cut the woman off, rummaging through his briefcase and pulling out ingredients for a vegetable ramen. If you have a wok and a pot, I can make you an Uzumaki-style vegetable ramen. I am a ramen expert, after all, old lady. I didn't bring any. But if you have any leftovers, I can make a dish for you to enjoy, Yukihira style, Soma declared, smiling as he moved the dried piece of octopus to his lips. Amito frowned, then broke into a broad smile. It seemed those guys were slightly interesting. Not every first-year student could keep his cool around her that well. At least, Todoroki didn't. Follow me. Let's see what you two are cooking. And so, introducing the kitchen to both students, Naruto placed an apron over his body and threw the knife up while breaking the noodles with one hand and taking the knife when he placed the pasta on the cutting board, throwing a swift cut that turned those noodles into small pieces. Why do you cut the noodles so small? It's a way for them to absorb more of the flavor so people can think of them as soup rather than ramen, Naruto explained, slicing a few mushrooms and moving on to dicing up about 30 grams of shiitake mushrooms. Normally, they're used long, like in any other ramen, but since the main focus here is on the vegetables, I cut them in half so they're more plentiful and people don't get fed up with the vegetables. I discovered that kids love pasta and mostly hate vegetables. That's why I made the ramen noodles bigger by cutting them in half. They don't take on the flavor of the vegetables, but rather the lemon juice I prepare on the side, absorbing the water and then adding them to the broth with the boiled vegetables. The strong flavor of those noodles mitigates the flavor of the vegetables, and the kids can eat both noodles and vegetables without running out of noodles halfway through. It was a trick my father used on me. Amito blinked at the explanation, watching as the Uzumaki cut the mushrooms and moved on to the garlic and onions, even closing his eyes as he cut the latter. Those movements, closing your eyes, Minato. That name flashed through his mind for a millisecond, then vanished. Could that boy really be Minato's son? Demito sighed and watched as Yukihira prepared some hamburgers. He really did it. There wasn't enough meat left. She said to herself, smiling shortly after when she saw the skills of both boys, noticing in fact that Naruto was holding back. So, while both students were preparing those dishes, slowly some other residents began to appear. Aoki Daigo, a second year, a boy with night black quiff hair and a strong body. Ibusaki Shun, with his messy, reddish-brown hair covering his grayish eyes, was an expert in smoked food. And the last to show herself was Sakaki Ryoko, a girl with long, back-length purple-red hair and eyes the same color as her hair, big and beautiful. The residents? Aoki asked the caretaker, wrinkling his nose at the smell. My mouth is watering. Well, that ramen is smelling really good, Sakaki declared with a smile, placing his index finger on his chin, watching Naruto move his hands. His eyes widened in realization. Impossible. Reward. Ishino approached her friend, looking at her with genuine concern when she let out that scream that truly worried her. Her green eyes reflected that feeling. That boy has the same cutting speed as the fourth seat, the sushi expert. Sato-same. And it was then that, with a smile, Naruto stuck the kitchen knife with the Uzumaki logo on the cutting board and served a total of 5 bowls of his precious lemon vegetable ramen, a delight for the children and for an old friend who loves citrus. Enjoy this. Sorry it's not much, but I didn't expect so many, hahaha. Don't worry, kid, Demito picked up his bowl and chopsticks, stirring the ingredients in the ramen and sniffing. Let's see how it goes, kid. Naruto scratched his nose lightly, watching the old woman taking care of those dorms as she put some of the ramen in her mouth. And what I expected happened. Demito Fumio's eyes widened as he stuffed some of the noodles and mushrooms into his mouth, waving them toward the boy. Normally, lemon wouldn't be able to mask all the vegetal flavor, but with a little of this, and she took out her precious saffron with a smile, I've achieved the impossible. I don't really know if it's because of the saffron or not, but it managed to mitigate the entire set of vegetal flavors as much as possible so that the children eat vegetables without noticing. That's how Uzumaki ramen works. And that smile widened on his face. He also added some parsley and used garlic to mask the pepper's flavor a bit. It wasn't excessive, but it mitigated it. And the mushrooms really didn't taste like anything. If he had used other vegetables, he would certainly have been forced to use other ingredients. You're in. I hope you enjoyed the service. You can come back anytime. Naruto Uzumaki Naruto, Demito finished his vegetable ramen, watching the boy. I see, Minato. You married that journalist, huh? Ha. Your boyfriend is going to make a difference alongside this Yukihira. A very naked senpai. Letting out a sigh, Uzumaki Naruto stared at the ceiling of his room, moving a chopstick between his lips. After feeding almost all the members of the Polar Star Daimyo, he had finally allowed them to take a room, so both Yukihira and he had quickly rushed to their room to let their bodies rest a little. For their first day, Naruto admitted that it was being a bit too hectic. Didn't they just get a break from the craziness at that academy? Naruto was regretting ending up at Tōtsuki. Of all the students he saw on his admissions day, he couldn't find anyone who would entice him to do Shokugeki, to give it his all and sweat while cooking. He wished he could meet one of the seats and show them that cooking wasn't all about skill. Uzumaki sighed as he used his tongue to stir the chopstick, feeling the wood soak into his mouth as he sucked on the small stick. He was really getting bored and needed something to distract himself. While at home he could be making meals at that time, at the academy he found himself confined to a room with ugly walls, without decoration and completely lying on his bed, without being able to go anywhere else, because of the late hours at that time. Although, could I make a getaway? Since he'd been admitted to Tōtsuki, barely 12 hours at most, he hadn't contacted any of his high school friends, so they'd soon be inundating him with messages and calls in the early hours of the morning. Or so it seemed, coming from Shikamaru. No, he said to himself, letting out a sigh. Shika is too lazy. By now he'll be completely asleep and there won't be any trouble with him anywhere, which gives me a few hours before he starts calling me. And it was true. His best friend was always the son of the Nara family, and they shared a love of cooking and shogi, as well as spending time feeding Choji, the best person he'd ever met. How could a boy who had been bullied so much by his classmates for his size end up being so good? Of all the people he knew, the Akimichi was truly one of the best, and the one he'd lay his whole body on fire for if it came to it. He'd sell everything he had and give up his soul if Choji ever needed him. How will it be? The Uzumaki briefly closed his eyes, letting his breath out in a sigh. Naruto. He turned his head and opened his eyes, feeling Soma's penetrating gaze upon him, those eyes that seemed almost golden. I know Demito forced us to share a room because there were no others, but why do I have to be the one sleeping on the floor? After that test that the caretaker of the dorms gave them, the lady had forced both teenagers to share a room, 303 to be exact, indicating that the rest of the rooms were full of old junk and dust, only having one available, so that they could sleep perfectly, giving the boys a sleeping bag for whoever wanted to sleep on the floor, which had mainly been a stick for Naruto. Ever since his older brother Iruka took him on that camping trip, he hated sleeping in sleeping bags. Besides, they made him look like a caterpillar, like a certain professor from his favorite manga. If you want, we can share a bed. But I'm telling you, I don't bat for that side. The Uzumaki pointed out in a completely flat voice, looking seriously at Soma with his sapphire eyes. For just a second, Yukihira Soma felt his breath drain from his lungs and imagined himself sharing a. No way, Naruto. Feeling a cold sweat running down his back, Soma shifted, taking his sleeping bag with him, away from a grinning Naruto who had pulled back the sheets for him to crawl into. He didn't mind sharing a bed with his friend. But he knew Uzumaki Naruto was up to something and would be used against him for reminding him of Hinata. And Uzumaki never let an affront to his person go by, and, unfortunately for him, Naruto was the son of Kushina, the fiercest Uzumaki woman who had ever set foot in that world, and with whom no man would want to have a direct confrontation. Not even her husband or son. Clap. Both Naruto and the frightened Soma turned their attention to the ceiling when one of the tiles shifted. Through the gap appeared the face of a young man with blue-green eyes and disheveled light brown hair, giving a small smile to the new members of the North Star dormitory. Oh. Soma blinked. Hey. I want to move around on the roof too. That response from the Uzumaki, when he should have been surprised or annoyed to see a stranger entering the room from the ceiling as if he were a simple thief, made the unknown teenager let out a soft chuckle that finally woke Yukihira from his momentary freeze. Ahaha, you're fun. By the way, we're having a party in room 205. It's for you. We'll see you there, bye. And again, the young man replaced a removed tile, disappearing from the room. Did you really want to move around on the roof? Like a ninja? Shum. Yukihira Soma facepalmed. If Naruto really had ninja moves, the entire Tōtsuki Academy of Fine Dining might be trembling in fear. Jokes. And more jokes. and Naruto moving in the shadows would be chaos for boys, girls, bullying teachers, and bullies not teachers alike. He'd better not learn how to navigate through the roofs, the red-haired youth told himself, staring intensely at his golden-haired companion. If he does, it'll be the end of Tōtsuki Academy for the rest of the generations. Naruto could even financially destroy the school with just ditching powder. It was better to keep him busy in the kitchen and not learning the ninja arts. Room 205. All the inhabitants of the Polar Star dormitory were in the room of Mary Zenji, a young man with black hair and metal glasses on his slightly pointed face, covering his black eyes. This boy was serious and responsible, but also lazy. And he hated parties in his room, which he preferred to keep completely clean most of the time. Unfortunately for him, room 205 was the largest of the Polar Star dormitories, forcing the others to borrow it when they needed a place to hold their welcome parties, which forced young Mary to abandon his chores to try to keep the room as tidy as possible despite the people, a mission he did not complete successfully on any occasion. Leave that alone. Don't move around so much. Use coasters. This time, Mary was trying to stop Sato Shoji, a young man with dark blonde hair swept back and a semi-mohawk cut with darker edges, and Aoki Daigo from arguing so much, trying to compare each other's cooking of a certain type of dish or whatever. Come on, Mary. Relax, Akaki Ryoko pointed out with her sweet voice, moving a glass in front of the hardworking boy. That's it, Yoshino Yuki pointed out, taking her own glass and taking a good gulp from it. Why is it always in my room? Mary declared with that shout, using his strength in an attempt to separate Sato and Aoki, finding himself with the mission impossible to achieve. When they were both engaged in one of their fights, it would be impossible for anyone else to separate the two most stubborn teenagers in the entire world. Or at least those inside Tōtsuki. Stop. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Yukihira Soma stood on the sidelines, sipping a bit of the soda they had in their glasses and observing that scene so typical for the veteran inhabitants of the North Star. They're always the same, Yoshino explained to the newcomers, while Todoroki Megumi remained slightly blushing, thinking about the moment a few hours ago when Soma appeared in the bathroom naked while she was still in the bathtub. You've caused quite a stir in Tōtsuki. Especially you, Naruto. Do you really think you can crush Tōtsuki? Really, it's hardly worth my effort, was his answer, completely sincere, without looking at the green-eyed girl. My goal is to crush the 10 seats, nothing more. Once they're crushed, everything else will fall apart. But even if you have good moves capable of comparing yourself to the 4th seat, will you really be able to compete with them in skill? They aren't the elite 10 for nothing, Sakaki expressed as he shoved the glass down Mary's throat, ending the teenager's seriousness and finally awakening the cheerful and carefree Mary. The 1st seat is skilled. They say it's the best within Tōtsuki as a whole, and that no other has been at its level in previous editions of Tōtsuki. Naruto kept sipping his precious soda, feeling the gaze of each of the members of the Polar Star on him, clearly wanting his words, his answer on what he thought of Tōtsuki's 1st seat. He didn't know anyone from Tōtsuki. His only interaction was with that arrogant old man and Alice a little while later, then with Irina and her self-important assistant during the test, and soon after that, he ran into Alice again, and now with those students inside the Polar Star. He couldn't form an opinion about someone he didn't know, or at least that's what a normal person would do. Naruto placed his completely empty glass right in front of the smoked salmon and cheese, all courtesy of Ibusaki, the smoked cuisine expert. He had to admit, it was delicious. Blue eyes stared directly into Sakaki's purplish red eyes for a few seconds, pondering his answer. He went there to Tōtsuki to destroy the gourmet food. No member of the 10 seats seemed to truly understand the value of food, and they weren't on his good side, no matter how hard he tried. I don't know who the 1st seat is, Naruto admitted calmly, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, all while keeping his back completely straight in a lotus position. However, I can deduce that he's a useless guy who'll get crushed by my food in a one-on-one confrontation. Yoshino showed a bright look. Do you have the skills to keep your words, Uzumaki-kun? Ha! I have faith in my own abilities, pretty girl-chan, was the Uzumaki's response, giving a mischievous smile. Showing a slight blush, Yoshino looked away. Idiot. The food is ready. Naked. Wearing only a pink apron with teddy bears on it. Naruto spat out the remains of his drink, which Sakaki had just refilled, while Soma dropped his own glass on the floor, spilling it. That young man really had a well-formed body. Isiki Satoshi, a young man with light brown hair and blue-green eyes, placed the tray of food in the middle of the group, showing his characteristic huge smile. Unlike the rest of the Elite 10, he was much more open, cheerful, and had a different concept of food than his companions, which was why hearing Naruto speak openly about his feelings in the kitchen. Tōtsuki was especially governed by gourmet food, by expensive dishes, not by the feelings of the high-level kitchen. So, Naruto-kun, do you want a little test against me? I'm eager to observe those skills, Isiki expressed with that smile, never wanting to hide his nakedness. Why would I take your challenge? Naruto returned the question, trying not to think too much about the fact that his senpai was actually naked under that pink apron. It would be annoying to have his senpai's naked body constantly on his mind. Well, Isiki showed a small smile, never blinking when he looked at the Uzumaki. I am, after all, the 7th seed of the current Elite 10. Tension. Every member of the Polar Star could feel it, including Soma himself. Each and every one of the young men watched as the blonde's face darkened slightly with hair and a hard smile spread across his face. I see, Isiki smiled as well. You just want to deal with the Elite 10, don't you? For a few seconds, Naruto remained silent. The plastic cup in his hand was reduced to nothing, destroyed by the blonde's hand as he heard 7th seed escaping from Isiki's mouth. Indeed, he finally admitted, leaving the shattered glass right in front of him, now sending a calm gaze toward his superior. It's the only thing keeping me in Tōtsuki. The destruction of the Elite 10 and everything Tōtsuki stands for. Among the teenagers, only Isiki Satoshi himself could understand the not-so-veiled threat in the Uzumaki's words. There was no resentment or hatred toward him or the other seats, but rather a certain, very strong hint of reproach when he lightly mentioned the values they represented. He didn't do so openly, but by saying everything Tōtsuki represents, it was clear he was going after the values that both Tōtsuki and the 10 seats represented. Haute cuisine. And from his suppressed ferocity, Isiki realized that nothing and no one could stop him from his goal. He was so self-confident that his words didn't waver for a second. Naruto. Fine. I'm willing to. No, Naruto stopped Isiki with his hand. Blue eyes shone with such intensity that Isiki swallowed his own words. If it's not in a Shokugeki, I'm not interested in a confrontation, Isiki-senpai. I won't allow this to remain solely between the members of the Polar Star. My goal is for Tōtsuki to recognize my cooking, for him to understand that feelings are what give life to the same food, what fills us with memories when we eat a dish too similar to that of one of our loved ones. I won't let our confrontation take place within these 4 walls. If you want us to test my skills, it will have to be before a competent court and with witnesses. It will be a Shokugeki between the Elite 10's cuisine against that of Ramen Uzumaki, and I'm not too willing to lose, Isiki-senpai. Ramen Uzumaki's cuisine will leave its mark on Tōtsuki for generations to come. Hard. Firm as iron. Uzumaki Naruto's words entered the minds of each of those young men, remaining completely silent and watching the staring duel between the 7th seed and the revolutionary rookie, as the Uzumaki began to be called by each of the Tōtsuki members. Isiki Satoshi was the one who felt those words directly. They didn't just enter his mind, they pounded into his mind with force, as if a gong had been struck inside his head and had begun to resonate with a loud, deep echo. Of all the young men he'd ever met, Uzumaki Naruto had been the most confident in his words, his assertions, and his determination to defeat the Tōtsuki Elite 10. Others had mentioned it as well, but they'd never sounded so resolute and steadfast, crumbling when they were completely defeated. Will that happen to you, Uzumaki Naruto? If I defeat you, will you sink into despair? The 7th seat wondered, taking a deep breath. Many were crushed by the Elite 10, their dreams, their hopes for a better position, for recognition within the academy, completely destroyed. When they declared they would be better than the Elite 10 and then lost, like a flimsy marble vase, they only shattered into hundreds of pieces that no one deigned to pick up, disappearing from the ranks, from the academy, and from people's thoughts. He, as the 7th seat, had seen it countless times. He even went so far as to destroy one of his rivals in a Shokugeki. Yamada Harami. He remembered perfectly the name of the boy he destroyed with his cooking. Arrogant. Self-confident with that mask of arrogance he showed to the others, a boy without fear or weakness. When he'd finished with him, that boy was reduced to a mere tearful cowardly youth, renouncing all his desires in order to stay away from him, as if the confrontation had been his fault, the negative outcome for him. Isiki believed, hoped, that Uzumaki Naruto would be the same. A showdown. A quick victory for the Elite 10, and the whole commotion would be completely squashed in an hour at most. And he preferred to be the one to crush it. It wasn't out of hatred, envy, or resentment at his words. It was because he knew himself and his fellow Elite 10 members. Of all of them, perhaps only the 8th and 3rd seats would be slightly lenient toward him and not ridicule him in front of the others. If he faced anyone else from the seats, it would undoubtedly be as a punching bag, a mere scapegoat to show the others that attacking the Elite 10 would be a complete fool's errand. However, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't seem like the type to give up or collapse after failure. He doesn't even seem to consider failure in the first place, Isiki understood this by observing the gleam in the teenager's eyes. So Isiki-senpai, what do you say? Naruto's voice cut through all the naked young man's thoughts. Do you accept or reject a Shokugeki with me, in full view of every Tōtsuki student? Shokugeki. A Shokugeki was a competition between 2 chefs with something as the prize. Isiki saw this as Naruto's opportunity to enter the Elite 10, but there was a small flaw in his junior's plan. You can't be one of the 10 seats, Isiki spoke calmly, drawing Soma's attention as well. Unless you give something of immeasurable value, you won't be able to. I'm not interested, Naruto brazenly stated, taking another sip of his soda. I reaffirm my goal in my words. No matter who or when, my goal is to destroy Tōtsuki and its mediocre concept of food, and that includes the Elite 10. Sitting at one of your stalls would be hypocritical of me. I just want to show the others that I'm going to crush you. Nothing more, nothing less. And Isiki felt it. Like nails sinking into wood, Uzumaki Naruto's words stabbed through him. And he understood. Somehow, those words would be true. Me? 7th seat. A new day was beginning to dawn at the Tōtsuki Fine Cuisine Academy, and Uzumaki Naruto was beginning to wake up at the very moment he could only see her figure, sending her warm arms out over the world, as if she were trying to embrace it with her loving warmth and not let any place be left without her warmth and love. A loud yawn escaped Uzumaki's mouth, and the teenager began to get up, dropping the sheet over his torso and scratching his bleary eye in an attempt to wake up. He didn't think he'd be able to stay awake after that welcoming party where Soma challenged Isiki to a fight. At first glance, anyone would think that the two were actually tied. But that wasn't the case for Naruto, who watched the match while talking to Sakaki and having a drink, noticing that Isiki Satoshi hadn't used his full potential in the match against Soma, not using his signature dishes against a boy who had just entered the academy. That small confrontation seemed like a tie, but in reality, Satoshi could have defeated Soma with one of his signature dishes, leaving the guy from the daytime restaurant in the lurch, which gave the Uzumaki a general idea of how the 7th seat operated. He didn't seem conceited or proud. Probably another seat wouldn't have hesitated to crush Soma with his dishes, making his superiority over the rookie clear. Isiki wasn't like that. He played the same dish and used the same ingredients, all on equal terms. Ultimately, the match ended in a draw, even to an untrained eye. Even Yukihira himself couldn't see that he lost resoundingly. Naruto let out a second yawn that made him close his eyes and tear up a little, so he rubbed his hand over his face again in an attempt to get rid of those tears as quickly as possible and be able to see where he was walking. The day was his second day in Tōtsuki. I want to sleep. I want Ichiraku's ramen. Why did they go to Hokkaido? That's on the other side, damn it. Sleepily, Uzumaki entered the bathroom and directly stuck his head in the shower. He turned on the ice-cold water and let out a sigh as the colorless, icy liquid hit his neck and head, soaking his messy hair and flattening it. Feeling the cold, Naruto pulled his head back after a few seconds, blinking to keep the water out of his eyes. Now he was much more awake. Naruto, you bastard. Grabbing the Uzumaki by the neck, Soma shook him a few times, looking at him with a truly annoyed expression. Feeling his eyes rolling, Naruto threw his head back, letting a small ghost escape from inside him. It's your fault I slept terribly. The Redeed reproached his roommate again. After the party, both teens had returned to their room, with Naruto once again taking the soft, comfortable bed and Soma taking the sleeping bag, lying on the floor like a worm and sleeping on the cold, hard ground without any comfort. Now, hours later, the teen felt his back straining a little and his muscles feeling like they'd been completely beaten by a steamroller. Ah, don't blame me. Freeing himself from Soma's grasp, Naruto spun around slightly, nearly falling into the shower. Spinning around and around, his eyes looked like spirals constantly twirling. He was truly dizzy from the effusive movement of his roommate and friend, so now the Uzumaki could barely stand it, only being able to notice how the room was spinning around him, forcing him to move clumsily like a simple drunk. But last night he barely drank 12 glasses of good juice. Finally, grabbing a sink, Naruto was able to compose himself from Soma's effusive movements. The blonde clutched his chest and panted, recovering from the dizziness that had hit him. When he wanted to, Soma could really be destructive with him. How could I not blame you? You slept in the bed and I slept on the floor, you bastard. But I told you we could share it, Naruto pointed out in a suggestive voice, moving his eyebrows several times. I don't bat for that side. The fact that you take it as a suggestion like that makes it clear how sick you are. The grinding of teeth echoed in the bathroom and even carried through some rooms and hallways of the Polar Star as Soma ground his jaws together constantly. Want a spark? Sakaki appeared in the doorway, pointing out the grinding of Soma's teeth and showing the two boys a lighter. That's from the Stone Age. Yukihira Soma finally gave up. He hung his head and sighed. It wasn't worth it to keep fighting over who slept in whose bed when it was clear that Uzumaki Naruto would end up winning the argument using his arguments. In fact, he didn't mind sharing a bed. But it was annoying to see how his friend reacted to the situation. It drove him crazy sometimes. But it was definitely better than Uzumaki Naruto using his innate prank skills to annoy him. They'd only known each other for a few months, but after 2 pranks from the blonde, he already knew he didn't want Naruto as his enemy. In fact, if there was a world war, he'd side with the blonde, even if it meant betraying his beliefs. He was the devil incarnate. One of these days I'll just die from itching powder or something, he reminded himself, handing his face to himself and letting out a sigh. He'd only been up for a few seconds and he was already being battered by his roommate's attitude. Come on, Soma. Let's have breakfast. Pulling his roommate along, Naruto dragged the redeed behind him toward the living room. A day couldn't start without a good breakfast that would completely replenish their energy, especially when they had plenty of cooking classes ahead of them, where they would see food and their stomachs might betray them if they didn't have a good and abundant breakfast of buns created by Yoshino now. What's your turn? Soma grabbed a piece of toast and a bun for the road. Being on the Polar Star meant both teens had to walk quite a bit to the academy's main building. Something that was going to change when Soma took his motorcycle test. I have French cooking class again. Itachi isn't here today. I think I'm getting Asian food again, but Chinese, the blonde replied to his friend before biting hard into his prized chocolate-filled bun. Delicious. Do you know the teacher? Alice told me something about a perverted or super perverted teacher. I know some perverts, but only one who calls himself a super pervert, Naruto replied, trying to imagine his Chinese food teacher. And I hope it's not him. If it is, I'll have to beat him with my pervert-busting food that mom taught me. You'll meet all your teachers eventually, haha. Soma laughed at the end of that statement, getting a flat look from his friend. For some strange reason, Naruto felt a chill hit his body. The Uzumaki shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling, and resumed walking alongside Soma. I'd rather not. I had enough with Itachi alone, she murmured, biting into her precious delicious bun as she followed Yukihira. But as Naruto knew, that was unlikely. His parents had spent time in the upper echelons of gourmet cuisine, making contacts and friends. It was quite likely that he knew more than one member of the teaching staff and board of directors at that academy. Though of course, of the 10 seats, he only knew Arina because she was his examiner and Isiki because she challenged him the night before and because she was a member of the North Star. But he didn't dislike it. Naruto had expected all the 10 seats to be like Nakiri Arina, unable to recognize good cooking and frivolous and selfish with their own feelings. Isiki Satoshi was a breath of fresh air in his thoughts regarding the academy and most of the students, as well as the seats. It was possible that some other member of the Elite 10 was a breath of fresh air, but he doubted it. It was even strange that Isiki hadn't been corrupted by the rest of his classmates. In the end, did Isiki accept your challenge, Naruto? Soma glanced at his friend when he said that, waiting for an answer. Last night, Naruto had made it clear that he was open to a Shokugeki with anyone, but above all, he was willing to sweep the seats in those confrontations where one gave his all. He wasn't interested in a clandestine confrontation, with no witnesses who could later fabricate any hoax about him, which would lead to him being labeled a liar. If he was going to take on any of the Elite 10, it would be in full view of everyone, with a jury validating their choices and placing one of them above the other. He hasn't told me anything yet, the blonde replied, wiping the crumbs off his hands with a few gentle movements. But if he agrees, it'll have to be a confrontation in front of a lot of people. Can you beat him? Soma doubtfully thought about what Isiki had told them about the 10 seats. The first seat was truly far above them if they took their senpai's words to heart and they wouldn't be able to defeat him with anything less than superb skills. It wasn't something he, Yukihira Soma, was going to openly admit in front of others. He was willing to use Tōtsuki as a stepping stone to defeat his father and take the Yukihira seat, which included the 10 seats and everything they stood for. Of course, Naruto stated fiercely, giving that characteristic fox-like smile he had or used to give on certain occasions. Do you doubt Elmo? Stop looking at memes, Soma grimaced at his partner, remembering when Naruto would spend his nights looking at memes and then spend days reciting them while cooking. I thought that phase was over. Both boys remained silent for the next few meters. With nothing to eat, they put their hands in their pockets and just kept walking, letting the sun's rays embrace them and being greeted by the little birds. Would you really face Isiki-senpai if you accepted? Of course, Soma. I can't back out. He clenched his right hand tightly, revealing a vicious, savage smile. As the chef of ramen Uzumaki, I must put aside the love cuisine we use in my restaurant. Feelings are worth more than a gourmet meal made just to make money. That could get you into trouble, Yukihira declared with a pout on his face. But, anyway, it's better not to argue. Because you'd lose. I always win. Chinese food class. Uzumaki Naruto made a loud thud as he placed his utensil case on the table, unfolding it and revealing his prized knife with his restaurant's insignia. The Uzumaki swirling spiral. That beautiful kitchen utensil was given to his mother by his grandmother Mito, and over the years, it ended up in his hands when he declared his desire to be a chef. His parents began training him in a kitchen that brought out the emotions and memories of the diners who entered his restaurant. Seeing that sparkle in each customer's eyes, the smile that softened their features, and how they seemed to lose themselves in memories, filled him with satisfaction beyond help. He was a chef at Ramen Uzumaki, and emotions came before gourmet food. Uzumaki pulled the two thin lines and tied his apron with a fierce, strong tug. At the same time, he plastered a foxy grin on his face as he moved his lips to form it, even going so far as to close his eyes and form a real fox face with his face. If only he could have a fox nose, Naruto could really be a relative of that adorable wild animal. When the young cook finished preparing and opened his eyes, Nakiri Alice was already at his side, preparing her own utensils and putting on another apron like his. From the looks of it, the two had actually ended up in the same class and were going to be sharing lessons together, so the girl seemed to have taken Itachi's pair exercise as an open invitation to keep him company for the rest of the classes, as if she were his Siamese twin sister or something. She wasn't really against it, but she wasn't too keen on it either. He preferred to work completely alone, rather than deal with his completely cheerful partner. Naruto-kun. Nothing, kun. Do you want to die? Alice giggled as she covered her mouth, ladylike, causing the Uzumaki's eyebrow to twitch in an annoying twitch as she continued to laugh lightly. Naruto snorted and finished getting ready while they waited for their new Chinese homeroom teacher. Nervous, Naruto-kun? She asked with a smile. Alice always wore her cook uniform, or at least inside the academy. It was true that he saw her in casual clothes when they first met, but from that moment on, he always saw her in those kitchen clothes. You could meet this new teacher and you'll definitely destroy him mentally again with your cooking. If I meet the next teacher, I'll definitely jump out the window or something, Naruto declared, not knowing that those words could really cost him dearly. The classroom door opened. A tall man with gray hair and a lion-like mane appeared, sporting the slightly wrinkled smile of a man in his early 50s. Wearing slightly traditional clothing, this man stood at the front of the class, moving his eyes around the students and beaming brightly when he saw the adorable girls in his class. For his part, when Naruto saw that man standing there looking at them, he could only fassip him. He was truly jinxed. Ever since he met Alice, his luck had simply vanished like smoke through his fingers, and it didn't seem to be coming back. Ah, Naruto. And she had admitted it. Wasn't Itachi enough? Did she also have to put up with him, the most perverted man in the world, the one who had created the famous Ichigo porn saga? It was none other than Jiraiya the Gallant. Shit. Ahaha, Kushina really sent you to this cold place, although you seem to have found a good place in the skirts of this albino girl, the old man declared, taking her face with one hand and giving a suggestive smile. The loud sound echoed throughout the room. Blushing, Alice covered her face as a red-faced Naruto slammed his fist into the face of her father's old master. Shut your buck up. Wahahaha. You really like this girl, Naruto. Naruto merely removed his arm. Old Jiraiya's face twisted, bleeding from his nose. That old man was one of the biggest perverts in the world. Another was his high school teacher, Kakashi. The silver-haired teacher had always been taking Jiraiya's Ichigo every now and then. He didn't understand how the principal kept Kakashi on the job when he was constantly reading that book in every corner of the school. Many of the students had caught him reading it and he was never reported. I'm going to kill you, Iro-senin. Wahahaha. Blushing, Naruto kicked his Chinese food teacher in the chest, truly letting the anger burn from within him, from his very heart. He was annoyed, angry, blushing, and filled with embarrassment. And his mother had a special move against perverts, especially Jiraiya. And that was really a beating. Anyway, putting aside my dear godson's promiscuity, Jiraiya covered the boy's face with his hand, making his words intelligible to the other students. Let's begin our lessons on Chinese food. Japanese and Chinese are practically the same, but our foods may differ slightly despite being on the same continent. And I understand from Itachi that you haven't found the national cuisine too tempting. That can't be right. Focusing only on foreign cuisine. Ha. You really need more lessons on Japanese and Asian food in general. I'll have to be a little strict with you, my young students. It's time for a class with Jiraiya the Gallant. Shokugeki Zoo. The Kiriorina sighed as she stood in front of the window, looking at all the people gathered to watch a confrontation orchestrated by Isiki himself. What was her partner doing? And to whom had he given the opportunity to face him for the 7th seat? That had truly been strange. When Satoshi himself made it clear that he would hold a Shokugeki, putting his position as 7th seat on the table, chaos descended upon them, his partners. The position of seat was truly much more expensive than it appeared at first glance. The higher one rose within the Elite 10, the more benefits one obtained from Tōtsuki itself, allowing the member to travel to all corners of the world. The granddaughter of the kitchen demon sighed, placing her arms under her chest, slightly extending them forward as she revealed that haughty look. She raised her face slightly to watch Isiki walk down one of the corridors, receiving cheers from the other students and watched by many of his classmates and members of the Elite 10. only she had moved towards the box, along with her assistant Arato. Her other classmates in the 10 seats were scattered among the audience, watching from different sides the confrontation against a boy who had caught their classmates' attention. "What are you thinking about, Isiki?" Nakiri wondered, furrowing her eyebrows slightly, trying to see something behind that smile the boy was showing everyone else. Isiki Satoshi was everything the Elite 10 weren't. Kind, helpful, and hard-working. Unlike many members of the 10 seats, he would have destroyed the newcomers in seconds, but Isiki was truly willing to give them a chance so they could get their foot in the door. Or rather, their whole egg, so they could stay within Tōtsuki. Irina came back to reality when she heard Arato Hisako's voice reach her ears. "Isn't that Uzumaki Naruto?" the assistant asked with a somewhat doubtful tone. Facing each other, Uzumaki Naruto and Isiki Satoshi stared at each other, with the latter displaying a gentle smile, while the former gave that completely confident fierce smile. "It just can't be." "Welcome to this precious Shokugeki." The presenter girl appeared in that kitchen area, giving a slight wink to the spectators. On who day, Uzumaki Naruto-kun will fight in a Shokugeki against Isiki Satoshi-kun. Isiki tugged at the two thin straps of her apron and gave that charming smile that made her classmates blush. Squeals reached Naruto's ears and he clicked his tongue in a truly annoyed gesture. "List, Naruto-kun. Everyone uses kun in my name these days. It's really annoying," the blonde declared, opening his briefcase in one simple motion and taking out his prized knife. "Hake, duh. It's the dish the judges gave us," Isiki declared in her soft voice. "It's the same one you used on Soma," Naruto stated, placing the hake fillet on the board. Ahaha, Isiki cut the hake fillet in two with a single movement of his knife, holding it with his left hand so it wouldn't move. "Forgive me, Naruto-kun." The blonde grunted, taking the 125 grams of onion he needed for his plate with hake. "Don't lie. It was sardines." "Ha ha ha. Stop laughing, you bastard. I'll crush you." Holding his knife firmly in his right hand, Uzumaki Naruto peeled and chopped the garlic cloves at a good speed, which brought a slight smile from Isiki himself, who returned his focus to his baked hake in order to compete with his opponent. After those garlic cloves, the blonde man went on to add the grated onion with great skill, after which the young chef proceeded to add a little flour to the mixture without taking into account the time, which Isiki and the judges saw as a mistake. Naruto proceeded to drink the white wine and broth after a few minutes, pouring it over the dough he had formed in the kakulia. At the same time, the Uzumaki cut the hake into 4 slices while letting it cook for about 10 minutes. Once he finished with the hake, he chopped some parsley leaves and took both ingredients to add them to the casserole along with the broth, with the hake previously seasoned with salt and pepper and adding a handful of clams. Preferring to save some time, Naruto placed the lid on the plate while allowing the hake to cook a little faster. Taking a can of asparagus, which he cut into 3 pieces each, he removed the hake along with the sauce and clams, placing them on top, just as Isiki carried her plate to the table. "Dear judges," Isiki removed the top of the tray, revealing the baked hake and potatoes she had made. "I hope you enjoy it." "Ah, Isiki-kun. Your food always fascinates us," declared the main judge, taking a bite of that hake. It didn't take long for him to show a contorted face, blushing and with drool running down the right corner of his lip. "Ah, this is delicious. Delicious." That man took his face, let a shiver run through his body and exploded completely, showing his body when it was like the same day he was born. "This is very shady." Naruto looked at that with a poker face, eating his hake with green sauce. "Let's see," the judge on the left took another bite of the hake. Like his companion, he writhed in pleasure while a moan escaped his lips. "Very very cloudy," Naruto pointed out again, still keeping his food inside the tray. "Did I put lemon in it?" While the third judge was suffering what was called a culinary orgasm, Naruto took a slice of lemon and proceeded to briefly sprinkle it over the hake so that it wouldn't taste so dry and the flavor would be a little stronger. "The potatoes are certainly soft and the hake is perfectly cooked, Isiki-kun. Definitely a dish fit for the 7th seat," the head judge declared, proceeding to take more of the hake served to him, joined by the other 2 judges. "I feel naked before this food." "You still have time to retreat, Naruto-kun." Isiki crossed his arms over his torso, watching Naruto place his plate on the table. He didn't want them to see his kohai overwhelmed and crushed. He knew the other members of the Elite 10 would be watching this encounter between the two. After all, he had set the 7th seed as the prize for that Shokugeki. "You will be completely. I hope you like this hake and green sauce with clams and asparagus. Because hake tends to be so dry, I lightly moistened it with lemon to give it a sour note. I hope that doesn't ruin your palates," Naruto explained, bowing to the judges. Let's see, rookie," the center judge took a piece of that hake, scooping up some asparagus and green sauce. "Honestly, it smells interesting. Does it taste the same as it does?" And he proceeded to put that small fragment into his mouth. For a few eternal seconds, the judge held that piece of hake in his mouth, still, as if he had died, giving his companions time to also take a bit of hake, finding themselves in the same situation. You killed them, Naruto-kun. Don't call me that, you bastard. Do you want to die? And when Naruto finished that question, they erupted. Allowed to be hit by the devastating blows of a boxer of flavor, the three judges were knocked out of their seats, showing a face of complete ecstasy that Naruto himself classified as an Ichigo Paradise Volume 59 level perverted old man face. Ah, definitely a good no. Wonderful hake and green sauce. Although the lemon was unnecessary, Mr. Uzumaki, it gave the hake a slight sour touch so that the meat itself wouldn't go unnoticed beneath the flavor of the sauce. Even the hake itself melts in your mouth, the main judge declared, taking an asparagus. These too. Soft. They melt like water with a single bite. I miss it, and the bones. Using my skill, I removed all the bones from the hake before cooking and serving it, Your Honor. Ahaha. I hate thorns, the man said. As my partner has said, this hake definitely has the flavor necessary to pass this Shokugeki, the left-hand judge declared. Isiki Satoshi. Uzumaki Naruto. Your hakes are the best I've tasted in a while, however, only one can be the winner of this duel. Isiki-kun. Well, your hake is wonderful, for me Uzumaki-kun's has surpassed yours in texture, flavor, and in giving that special something to the hake itself. Yours was a bit dry for me. I agree with my colleague, the right-hand judge declared, pointing at Naruto. His hake and green sauce completely surpassed your baked hake, Isiki Satoshi. I'm sorry, but my vote goes to Uzumaki Naruto-kun. I'm fed up. Everyone uses kun, Naruto depressed, making circles with his finger on the ground. With a sigh, the judge looked at both chefs. The winner was decided, but it remained to be seen whether it was unanimous or whether someone would find their dish. I'm sorry about this, Isiki-kun. Uzumaki-kun is the unanimous winner of this Shokugeki, becoming part of the Elite 10 as you stipulated, occupying the 7th seat within the 10 seats. Silence. No one knew what to say, what to do, or how to react to this new event. Not even Isiki knew what to do except sigh and give a calm smile. But one did react. What? He didn't want to be part of the Elite 10. He was going to destroy the 10 seats. But at the end of the day, Uzumaki Naruto was the 7th seat. Old friend. By word of mouth. In the hallways. Among the students. During breaks. Uzumaki Naruto's status as the 7th seat of Tōtsuki was soon known to every person within the academy. There wasn't a single teacher who didn't know about the one who had defeated Isiki Satoshi as a first year and, furthermore, had transferred to the school from another high school. The commotion still lingered after 24 hours, and everyone waited to see what the rest of the Elite 10 would do. How would they have taken it? Would they recognize their new partner as a member of the 10? Would he be removed from his position? Isiki had truly created quite a stir with that Shokugeki, making Uzumaki Naruto's promotion a condition if he won. Everything had been truly chaotic after that confrontation that had revealed an innate potential within Uzumaki himself. The ramen chef, showing off the skills he'd gained from watching his parents and practicing in the kitchen himself, had taken a leading role when he'd crushed Isiki in their confrontation. It had been unanimous, with all three judges siding with the rookie, and not one of them had even supported him with a single vote. How good could a rookie be to take all 3 votes and crush a senpai in a direct, straightforward confrontation? Naruto's skill had caused astonishment and stupor among his classmates, both in his class and at the North Star, who were left speechless when the naked senpai, the nickname Naruto gave him, was pushed aside by a kohai who had never faced him before and who they had just met recently. Now the blonde Uzumaki's words resonated more strongly in the minds of every student. He was clearly going to destroy Tōtsuki, and he would start with the Elite 10, taking over as one of them and climbing the ranks to tear down the wall that prevented him from achieving his goal. Or so most people who heard his opening speech about destroying gourmet food would have thought. You unfortunate bastard. Like every morning, the Estrella Polar dawned with the energy of its tenants, although on this particular day it was one of them who was the most energetic and hyperactive. No. Leave me alone, Naruto-kun. No way, kun. Come here, you bastard, I'll cut you into little pieces. Are you at it again? Soma massaged his neck as he sat down, watching the current 7th seat chase after the previous seat with a huge kitchen knife, putting on a truly terrifying face. I thought Naruto got tired after the itching powder. I think I was wrong. While any other student would be proud to take one of the 10 seats, that wasn't the case for Naruto. He had entered to destroy the Elite 10. To tear apart the gourmet food and prove that the food made with love and effort was completely superior, not to be part of what he himself wanted to destroy, something that Isiki didn't seem to approve of and made that move to annoy him. Now, for all intents and purposes, he was a member of the Elite 10 and would have to take on the duties of his senpai within that elite group, which came with a lot of paperwork and constant clashes with the cooking research clubs within Tōtsuki. Recently, while Naruto was dealing with Isiki, Soma found himself involved in a confrontation against an arena envoy for the survival of a soup research club, defeating his opponent in a meat cooking confrontation. They're so loud, rubbing her eyes, Yoshino Yuki sat down right in front of Soma, letting out a powerful yawn that made her tear up slightly. They haven't stopped all night. What was that about an Isiki with his face painted? Fufufu. That was Uzumaki-kun's doing, Sakaki declared, taking his coffee cup with his right hand. Apparently, he snuck into Isiki's room and drew on his face with marker, adding a mustache and deep eyebrows. Sato took a picture of that moment and it's actually quite funny to watch. Although I really hope the Pika Pika was the ultimate revenge. Doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon, Soma said, covering his mouth as she yawned again. I'd say he has about 320 jokes left for Isiki-senpai. How many? Naruto really takes jokes seriously, the Redeed declared, taking the jug of juice that was only a few inches from his hand. They're not a game to him. He still remembered how his friend had publicly humiliated some high school bullies by pouring pink dye in their hair. But it wasn't just any ordinary dye. It was a bright, shiny dye that would make them visible even from a few feet away. Just remembering it made him let out a small laugh. Why do I have a feeling this is going to be annoying? Sakaki muttered, taking a sip of his coffee. When Soma had talked about Naruto playing pranks, for just a second he had felt an enormous pressure on his shoulders, as if something bad was really going to happen if he pushed his first-year partner hard enough. He felt like he was in the presence of a demon waiting for its prey, delicately sharpening its claws to tear it apart completely. The training camp is just around the corner. Soma pricked up his ears, feeling how Sakaki's voice seemed to tremble slightly at the mention of the word camp, as if it were something bad they would remember their whole lives. Ah. Is it here already? Yoshino spat out the rice she had stuffed into her mouth, staring wide-eyed at her companion, the trembling in her hands visible to Yukihira, who raised an eyebrow at this. No. I'm not ready to die yet. Urgency. Fear. Yoshino's voice came out slightly shaky, erasing all traces of sleep from her face and replacing it with a true fear that seemed to shine brightly in her eyes, like a beacon warning anyone looking at them of danger. What's up with that camp? Intrigued, Soma tried to find out about the training camp that had caused such panic in the animal lover, also seeing the fear shining in Sakaki's purple eyes. Is it that terrible? Sakaki placed the empty bowl on the table. Taking a handkerchief, she lightly wiped her lightly rouged lips and hardened her gaze when she saw the confusion in the first year's eyes. The training camp is known as Hell Camp. For a week, we are subjected to tests by the examiners and the candidates are eliminated in each one if they don't reach the minimum allowed. And the minimum is simply excellence itself, plated, Sakaki explained patiently, trying to inject some sanity into his precious Kohai's head. We will be evaluated by expert and world-renowned chefs who will do their best to make us full completely. It's not a game. We will be expelled from Tōtsuki if we don't pass. As the director said. We will be used to polish the diamonds within the generation. Only a few will be able to pass the camp and by then, there will be many fewer of us within Tōtsuki. Yukihira crossed his arms over his torso, briefly closing his eyes as he pondered Sakaki's explanation. Would they be put to the test in the kitchen and completely pressured by their teachers and guest chefs for the occasion? That wasn't a bad thing for him. If he couldn't make it through that, he wouldn't be able to deal with the Yukihira his father was now taking. And he wouldn't be able to defeat his father if he didn't make it through that camp either. Basically, it was just another step for him on the Tōtsuki ladder. Sounds like something fun, peeking over Soma's red-haired head, Naruto flashed a peace sign and a dancing smile on his lips. Behind him lay a fully feathered Isiki. A camp where I can crush world chefs. Sounds like something I'd take without a second's hesitation. Right, Soma. But Yoshino stopped Soma from speaking, looking the current 7th seat directly into his sapphire eyes. You are now an Elite 10. Your test will be taken jointly with your fellow seats and will be much tougher than ours. You can't rest on your laurels just because you defeated Isiki-senpai, Naruto. But pretty girl-chan. I'll crush everyone, Naruto forcefully stabbed his chest with his thumb, giving that huge foxy smile that characterized him. I'm going to destroy the Elite 10 after all. Geez. But Naruto, they're your teammates now, Sakaki pointed out, a smile appearing on his face when the Uzumaki's face soured at the reminder. You can't crush them. Yoshino. Do you want to be the 7th seat? Soma opened his eyes. Sakaki spat out his coffee. Offering his seat, Naruto had knelt down and taken Yoshino's hand in his own, as if he were proposing to her in front of his classmates. Don't be an idiot. Soma hit the Uzumaki on the head and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, forcing him to sit down in one of the chairs. You can't just offer that to anyone. Why not? It's just a title, nothing more, the blonde man muttered, frowning and an annoyed pout forming on his wrinkled face. It's not like I'm giving world control to whoever takes this position. Didn't Tōtsuki tell you? Seats are practically the best in Tōtsuki. They only answer to the headmaster, and the higher you rise in the ranks, the more benefits you receive. For example, being a seat now means you could hop on a plane and go anywhere in the world. As long as you were on time for camp and the exams, you definitely wouldn't be held back at the academy, Yoshino explained, recovering from that embarrassing moment and her skin lightening. The girl took a deep breath, placing her hand on her chest. That had truly been something unexpected for her. Money. Power. Immunity. You're practically a king of the world these days, Naruto. I hate being a king. Isiki. Let's have a Shokugeki and I'll give you back this shitty title. Naruto began kicking the unconscious Isiki. Maybe he'd overdone it with the feathers and tar. Showing a huge smile along with a truly powerful glow, Soma clapped both hands forcefully, drawing the attention of the two girls and the blonde man to him. Isiki, for his part, seemed completely defeated by the joking power of his golden-haired Kohai. I think I'm getting excited. I want boot camp to start now. He roared, raising a fist. I want to give the 7th seat to anyone I come across, the Uzumaki expressed, holding a foot on his senpai's face, crushing him into the ground. I want to destroy the 10 seats with my cooking, not be one of their weak-minded companions. But leave Isiki-senpai. No. This bastard sold me to the seats. He has to suffer complete hell. Naruto grumbled, moving his heel over his senpai's face, seeing how he looked completely defeated. Suffer, bastard. When will it stop? Sakaki finished her breakfast, watching as Naruto was nearly stopped by Yoshino. The key word was nearly, because the teenager was far superior to her, and the girl didn't seem to have any chance of stopping her companion. It doesn't look like it'll be anytime soon. I'd say he has a few weeks of pranks and suffering left. The feather and tar one is the weakest thing Naruto has in his enormous repertoire, Soma explained calmly. He was fully aware that Naruto had 1,000 pranks in his repertoire, ranging from the simplest and most childish to the cruelest and most destructive. I don't think Isiki can still be alive after this. Do you hate him that much? No. Isiki simply did something Naruto didn't expect and didn't like. His goal has always been to destroy the gourmet kitchen, destroy Tōtsuki and everything it represents, aiming to overshadow the Elite 10 with his own cuisine. But now, after the Shokugeki with Isiki, Naruto has seen himself as just another member of the Elite 10, potentially being called a hypocrite by the other students for what he had said upon entering Tōtsuki. Soma left his glass completely empty. Like Sakaki, he had finished his breakfast and had to head off to the academy. The good thing was that he had recently gotten his motorcycle license, and now he didn't have to travel all those miles that separated him from the main building. He hates being put in a position he hates from the start. The Elite 10 is what he should destroy, not what he should protect. At least, that's what Naruto must be thinking right now while kicking Isiki. They both watched the Uzumaki kick the poor former 7th seat. I highly doubt Isiki will make it through this, Sakaki finally stated, letting out a tired sigh as he brushed his hair back with his hand, watching as the Uzumaki's right foot struck the left side of the former 7th seat's face. Yeah, he won't survive. Hey Naruto. Uzumaki stopped his next kick just inches away. He turned his head and fixed his sapphire eyes on the golden ones of his red-haired companion. Don't you have a meeting with the Elite 10? To meet your teammates? One of the blonde's eyebrows twitched slightly at the word companions. Companions. The Elite 10. Uzumaki Naruto's face completely changed, revealing a completely serious, almost icy look. Soma took a step back. Oh? What do you mean, companions, Soma? They're not my companions, dear Yukihira. Yukihira. Soma felt as if an iceberg were running down his back, grazing his skin. I'm going to destroy them completely. I will never accept being the 7th seat. Calm down, the Retard whispered. He actually felt scared when his friend's voice hit his ears. You better go. I don't want you to get into trouble with the principal. Oh? The old man. Naruto tugged at his tie. Contrary to his usual dress, the Uzumaki had opted for black pants, black shoes, and a white t-shirt. Over it, he wore a dark vest with a tie finishing his outfit and closing the collar of his shirt. He was almost like a bartender. Okay. I'll just go meet those bastards for the old man. That way I can take the opportunity to crush them. And he clenched his right hand tightly. Destroy the Elite 10. All those chefs with their airs of grandeur, completely puffed up like turkeys, giving off that proud look, as if they were the most important thing in the place. He breathed. He relaxed his shoulders completely and moved his arms slightly to the sides, as if he were warming up for some contact drill. Maybe he even needed a little rest so he could think and relax to get to know those he was soon to destroy. Elite 10. I'm coming for you, he said to himself, grinning like a wild beast. Seeing that smile, Yukihira Soma felt fear for those who were going to face his friend. Right now, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was giving off the appearance of a demon that not even Senzaman could take him down. Oh. Now Tōtsuki is going to tremble, Yukihira said to himself, swallowing. Some time later. Elite 10. The 10 seats. The 10 advisors. In various ways, the 10 best chefs within Tōtsuki were valued as the best of the best, becoming known to the rest of the world and considered the best chefs in the world when they graduated from the academy. Previous members of the Elite 10 had managed to open restaurants, create chains of them, win awards within the culinary world, and dazzle the rest of the world by creating a legacy that others would have to surpass. Within the Elite 10, there was a vast difference in character, abilities, and privileges. Although Nakiri held the 10th seat of the Elite 10 and was the granddaughter of the Academy's headmaster and a wielder of the God's tongue, she did not have the same privileges as Tsukasa Aishi, the current first seat of the current Elite 10, who had obtained them through her abilities. Anyone who could see him would be completely destroyed. Currently, no one had managed to stop him in a Shokugeki, and he was leaving a legacy as the first seat that few could surpass in the future. But that wasn't something that concerned the current 7th seat, Uzumaki Naruto, who kept his eyes on the enormous wooden door that separated him from the room where his companions were waiting to meet him. But could he consider them companions? He let out a hissing breath, relaxing his body as his gaze hardened, as if mentally preparing for a direct confrontation. 1 against 9. And that thought made him shudder. Imagining a confrontation, a Shokugeki between him and the other members of the Elite 10, was completely exciting in his mind. Just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. Wide, slanted eyes, a slightly golden brown in color. Bangs that reached his cheeks, a golden color, made him stand out against his small stature. The rest of his hair was dark red, forming braids on the right side of his face, adorned with 2 hairpins and secured in a Z pattern. You're very short. Naruto moved his hand over the boy's head, passing it over several centimeters without even touching his hair, highlighting that it didn't even reach his entire torso. The Uzumaki saw how the Chinese-looking boy trembled slightly. You damn idiot. I'm Kuga Teranori, the 8th seat. Ferocious, showing that he truly hated being belittled for his size, Kuga moved his hands and grabbed the blonde shirt collar, forcing the Uzumaki to step back slightly, truly surprised by the boy's ferocity. But remembering the word 8, Naruto went from the initial shock and surprise at that boy's explosive anger to enormous joy at being able to take on another of the 10 seats, more specifically against the 8th seat, the one below Siki. At a glance, she could immediately tell that Kuga was an expert in Chinese cuisine, probably the most traditional kind. When she watched him cook and observed his movements, she could figure out the boy's style in a few seconds. Twisting his lips into a smile, he gripped Kuga's right wrist tightly, surprising the 8th seat with the pressure the boy was putting on his arm. Are you the 8th seat? Kuga looked into those eyes, as hard as 2 sapphires. They weren't looks of fear or contempt. As someone who longed to defeat Tsukasa, he could see the enormous energy the teenager emanated to be able to defeat him in a direct confrontation. Probably in a Shokugeki. Kuga Teranori, he replied, feeling the need to introduce himself, as if he were being pressured by a lurking wild animal. He felt pressured by a huge threatening shadow. Uzumaki Naruto. 7th seat, he declared, feeling bile rise in his throat, almost reaching his mouth. If he had said anything again, he would have undoubtedly vomited all over his teammate. Are you the one who defeated Issei-chan? Kuga looked cryptically at the Uzumaki, studying him with his sharp eyes. He still couldn't believe that a first year had been able to defeat Isiki, the student he'd considered someone who could have taken the 2nd seat if he'd really put his all into it. It was common knowledge that Isiki had never given his all in a single fight. You can take it that way if you like. My time as the seat will undoubtedly be short. He looked down, observing the 8th seat's face. I won't be among you for long. I'm interested in destroying you, not being part of your small elite group. Ha. I see, so you're the boy from the presentation, the one who declared he would destroy the gourmet food and the Elite 10. Kuga kept a straight face. This really called for him. He smiled slightly. It would take a Shokugeki to evaluate him to see how he could have destroyed Isiki. You interested me from the start. I'm not interested in you being interested in me. I don't bat for that side, Naruto replied. The 2 young men remained silent for a few seconds, staring at each other. Naruto felt that eye scrutiny from the 8th seat, while Kuga could see the enormous hunger she was giving off, as if she wanted to grow completely by taking him in one bite. Aha. Iri-chan. Kuga gave a peace sign while sticking out his tongue. The thick entrance door to the hall had opened without either of them hearing it. Facing the Uzumaki and the Kuga, Nakiri Arena stood with her arms tucked under her chest. Her violet eyes glared sharply at the 7th seat. "We were waiting for you, new 7th seat." "Ah, the sweet owner of the god's tongue," she took a step. Using his right hand, Naruto took the teenager by the chin and lifted her face, looking directly into her eyes. They were face to face, a few inches apart. "I hope you're not too despised by that divine tongue of yours." No way. Kuga looked at that interaction with shining eyes, truly amused. "You made the owner of the god's tongue blush." "He didn't do it." In her tsundere mood, Arena removed the Uzumaki's hands from her chin, twisting her body and slapping the 7th seat with her hair. Naruto massaged his cheek, watching Arena's back as she entered the room. "I see you haven't had a good relationship with Iri-chan." Kuga gave one of his amused smiles, starting to enter the room. "It's good to see I'll have someone on my side when she gets a little pesky with her pride." The 10 seats were right in front of him. He could feel their eyes scanning him, looking for any weakness and assessing him. He didn't back down from the threat coming from the 9th seat, Aizen Itsaya. He'd seen every one of those teenagers in the hallways. He'd even bumped into the 4th seat one day on his way back to the dorms. The sushi expert could truly be considered an old samurai, carrying that enormous cleaver he used while cooking. But the one that surprised him. Whiskers-kun. Ah. Itsuki's 2nd seat. Hair as red as blood itself. Slanted amber eyes like a feline's. 2 small fangs that showed slightly in her wild, amused smile. That fair-skinned woman was none other than Kobayashi Rindu. She was his best friend for a while. Elite 10. He felt every pair of eyes on him, analytical, full of self-interest. He didn't back down from that attempt at intimidation, didn't flinch from Aizen Itsuya's accusatory eyes behind those wire-framed glasses, not even blinking. Every member of Elite 10 was looking at him, in their seats at that wooden table where there were 2 places, one for him as the 7th seat and another for Kuga Teranori, the current 8th seat who was next to him, moving their eyes from one side to the other, as if he was watching an overly interesting tennis or ping pong match. Naruto actually thought he heard Kuga's neck creak slightly from the constant movement. And he even thought he saw the boy's eyes move quickly and get lost inside his head, as if they had been dislocated by the rapid movement he was making, and it got to the point where they were forced to stay on the other side, giving a truly terrifying appearance for a few seconds. Uzumaki massaged a bridge of his nose, realizing that this was a test to evaluate him. They were comparing him to Isiki, trying to understand how the former 7th seed had been defeated by a mere first-year rookie like him, a mere chef from a Japanese restaurant specializing in ramen. Thinking about ramen made his stomach growl slightly, as if he had a cat inside him, howling for food and insisting he eat ramen quickly. And he would have loved to get away from that crowded room of strange people, so he could have a good bowl of ramen, even if it wasn't Ichiraku's. He really missed that laborious and tasty ramen that few could ever achieve. Well, no one could ever copy old Tucci's skills. Are they still serving that delicious miso ramen? The blonde wondered, evading the real world and moving through his memories, bringing to mind the savory aroma of old Tucci's ramen, and that flavor that hit his taste buds with force, as if it were a completely crazed behemoth. Just thinking about it made her mouth fill with saliva, dripping from the corner of her lips. Little. Naruto came to, wiping away the remaining saliva. A white finger was poking him on the cheek. This finger was attached to a girl's hand, wide and delicate, which in turn was attached to an arm that happened to belong to his old friend Kobayashi Rindo, that girl with cat-like yellow eyes and red hair like her mother's, looking truly like a cat. Rindo still had his finger planted on Naruto's right cheek, his head tilted to the side, watching the boy with his amber, slanted eyes, allowing him to see his cat-like fangs outside his thin, delicate lips. He was truly enjoying this. "Can you stop?" Kobayashi's lips curled upward, further revealing those 4 cat-like fangs that made her perfect for a cat disguise. She could even pass for a cat-human hybrid, even though her face was 100% human, including her body. But who was he to judge? He had whisker marks on his face, and his appearance sometimes resembled a fox, as his mother had pointed out hundreds of times. "Nio, I want it." Rindo hit the blonde Uzumaki's cheek again, jabbing his finger into the teenager's face under the watchful eyes of the Elite 10, all of them now showing an uncomfortable face at that situation, while Naruto just showed his stick face without any emotion, as if that was his daily bread. Ahem. Arena coughed into her hand, walking past the pair and taking her seat as the 10th seat within the Elite 10, crossing her right leg over her left and giving the appearance of a princess who stood above her subjects, fixing those violet eyes on the Uzumaki and Kobayashi. Both teens turned their attention to Nakiri, watching as she didn't seem to back down. While Rindo seemed completely amused, giving off that manipulative, amused cat look, Naruto's face didn't change in the slightest, looking like someone had sculpted it onto that body given to them by the gods. Uzumaki Naruto-kun, a girl with green hair tied in 2 braids, kept her attention on the 3 who were still standing. Kuga, Kobayashi and Uzumaki himself, who didn't seem too willing to take a seat. "You're the one who defeated Isiki, right?" And? Everyone in the room could tell. Naruto didn't speak with joy, excitement, or nervousness about taking the 7th seat among them. His voice came out completely calm, serious, as if he were facing a situation that required him to keep his attention completely forward. He almost seemed surrounded by enemies, and he didn't let his guard down. "Don't be so serious." Rindo grabbed the Uzumaki's right cheek and stretched it as far as she could, as if the boy were made of rubber and she couldn't destroy his face. At this, Naruto kept his eyes on the green-haired girl, staring into those light red eyes that were fixed on him. He wasn't going to back down from either of the seats. Come on," a young man with white hair and gray eyes tried to calm the whole situation, showing a nervous smile that would have surprised everyone if they didn't know him. Instead, Naruto just moved his eyes towards this boy, seeing how he was sitting in the most central seat of all. He could presume that the boy was the first seat, while Kobayashi was the second seat, being one of the free seats. The others were for him and Kuga respectively. "Can we all get along?" "No." Well, I was just saying." The boy sat back, shrinking slightly and being the cause of the light laugh that escaped Kobayashi Rindo's lips. Of all the members of the Elite 10, Rindo could be considered the happiest and most cheerful of all those gathered there. She was the most outgoing, the one who would always show off her energy and all her actions around the world. "Can you stop?" Naruto grabbed the teen's head and pulled her away from him by stretching his entire arm, causing the girl to whimper at being pulled away from her partner. It was making her sad really. "Moo." Rindo puffed out his cheeks as he cupped them in his hands, his face blushing. Naruto completely ignored that gesture and faced the rest of the seats. Kuga patted the second seat on the back. "Are we really going to take this as the 7th seat?" Aizen threw the question to his companions, looking towards the 10th seat. The Kyriarina didn't answer that question. She kept her eyes on Uzumaki Naruto, studying his face, his gestures. She was trying to find some point of nervousness within the boy. He made her completely boil, and she hated that sly smile he brought out. "Naruto." Aizen, the 4th seat, removed his enormous sushi-cutting sword, looking at the Uzumaki with a certain amount of interest. Few rookie students had the skill to defeat a seat just days after entering Tōtsuki. He actually defeated Isiki in a completely fair Shokugeki, in front of all the students and ourselves. "So what? That's not enough for us to take him as one of our own." The 9th seat declared forcefully, slamming his hand against one of the armrests of his seat. Aizen gritted his teeth, letting his anger flow directly from that performance in front of his classmates. Everyone knew of Aizen's eagerness to rise within the Elite 10. And whenever someone talented appeared, the 9th seat seemed to explode in anger, finding itself overwhelmed by everyone while remaining in that precarious situation. "Will you calm down?" The green-haired girl looked directly at Aizen, trying with her eyes to keep her partner in check, who for her would become a pain in the ass. She turned her head and looked at Naruto. 6th seat. Kinokuni, Nin. If she shows up 4th seat, Sato-sama, the enormous sushi chef placed that wide-bladed sword against his shoulder, keeping his face completely downward. 1st seat. Tsukasa Aishi, the nervous white-haired man, introduced himself with that nervous smile from feeling Naruto's eyes on him, piercing and blue like two sapphires. 5th seat. Megashima Tasuke. 8th seat. Kuga Taranori, walking to his seat, Kuga jumped up and sat down. His hair fluttered slightly with the movement he made, making that jump. 10th seat. Nakiri, the wielder of the god's tongue, flicked her hair with a wave of her hand, giving that piercing gaze directed solely towards the Uzumaki. 2nd seat. Rindo broke free from Naruto's grasp, launching himself at the teenager and grabbing his neck tightly. "Kobayashi Rindo." Akanega Kubo Momo, a purple-haired girl, spoke in a delicate voice. In her hands was a teddy bear. 3rd seat. At the introduction of all his classmates, Aizen Itsaya snorted and calmed his temper, scanning the room to check his classmates' reactions. He couldn't see any displeasure, hatred, or any other negative feelings. Everyone was looking at the new 7th seat with some interest, especially Arina herself, who seemed to have recently taken an interest in the boy. Could it be something romantic? Aizen wondered about that. Nakiri Arina had never, ever shown interest in anyone who came to school. But that boy seemed to be generating some sort of interest in that girl. He readjusted his glasses on his face, staring directly at his new partner, who had taken Isiki Satoshi's place. He hadn't been able to defeat him, and that boy had done so after appearing at the academy within a few days. And that bothered him. He snorted slightly and raised his face. 9th seat. Aizen Itsaya, he said in a completely calm voice, looking at the Uzumaki's face, trying to detect any nervous tics in his expression. However, as if he were a statue, the boy didn't return his gaze. Sapphire eyes always remained on the figure of the 1st seat. "It's not a pleasure." Reciprocal. Naruto crossed his arms over his torso, still being stabbed with a finger in his face, as if he were a small mosquito around him. Uzumaki Naruto. He's still tense, Kuga smiled, looking at the boy with his brown eyes, trying to find something in him. Can't you relax? Are you nervous or tense? The Uzumaki glanced briefly at the 8th seat, returning his focus to the albino occupying the first seat. That was his goal, to take the first seat and destroy that house of cards built on the basis of the Elite 10. You want my position, right? I can see it in your eyes. You crave power, to climb the ladder, and to be recognized as the best cook in the academy. Aizen's right eyebrow twitched slightly, feeling that Naruto's words had truly struck a chord with him. They were true, they were sincere. And if he tried to deny those accusations, he would undoubtedly be completely exposed to all his classmates after his previous outburst. I simply find it unnecessary and incorrect for you to be the 7th seat when others have been here longer, Aizen replied, holding the blonde Uzumaki's gaze. You probably beat Isiki because of a mistake by the judges. If you want, we can check it out, Naruto expressed, giving his toothy smile, letting all the seats see and feel the confidence he was displaying with that simple gesture. He was Uzumaki Naruto, son of Uzumaki Kushina. There was no impediment that could stop him from showing his feelings with a simple gesture like a smile, as well as dealing with his rivals within the kitchen, with what the students called Shokugeki. He had already overthrown the 7th seat, so dealing with the other seats couldn't be too complicated. I'm willing to have a Shokugeki with you, Aizen at Saya. Aizen frowned. He felt Naruto's words like stones hitting him directly, crushing him like a 1-ton slab. That tone the 7th seat had used with him, seamless, showing no weakness. I hate him. Aizen pressed his lips into a thin line. Even though Rindo was still tapping his finger against Naruto's cheek, he couldn't see the 2nd seat acting like a child. He had to stop Uzumaki Naruto and take the 7th seat himself. I'm going to defeat him, the 9th seat asserted, pressing his lips and hands even tighter. He dug his fingers into the palms of his hands and bit his lower lip with light force, his incisors cutting some of the skin off his lip, now feeling the blood entering his mouth. Can't we take this slow? Kuga declared, though he found the idea of facing Naruto in an official Shokugeki appealing. That Isiki had lost was something that surprised everyone, including him, and he wanted to discover the abilities of the golden-haired, sapphire-eyed boy who had caught Arena's attention. We were just going to update Naruto-kun on his duties as the 7th seat, taking over all of Isiki-kun's work. We weren't going to create a Shokugeki to take the position he'd worked so hard to take. It was something simple. Arrogance. Everyone noticed that tone that struck their ears, drilling into their minds until they reacted. Aizen pressed his lips together and tried to stand, but was stopped by the rustle of her skirt as Arena moved her leg. Are you going to continue being so proud? Nakiri placed her hand under her chin, looking at the Uzumaki as if he were a simple mosquito that she would squash with her foot without fear, without resistance. Just because Isiki lost is not indicative of his skills. It could be because our partner had a bad day and you had rookie luck. Nakiri Arena shifted her leg again, staring at the Uzumaki, her violet eyes shining with interest in the boy. She had always been at Sundier, even if she denied it. But when she took the 10th seat, she put her own feelings aside and had to focus solely on the academy's preservation. Preservation that was in danger because of the boy before her, looking at her with those intense gleaming sapphire eyes. No one had ever looked at her that way, and those eyes were boring into her like 2 daggers. Can you stop? The scream stopped Arena's musings and caught her attention. Naruto was holding Rindo down, using the strength in his arm to forcefully restrain the Reteed from pressing her finger against his cheek. Moo, but I don't want to. It's been a while since we last saw each other and you treat me badly, Whiskers-kun. She responded with a slightly childish cry, showing shiny eyes full of fake tears that no one should believe. Stop bothering me, Rindo. You. Wait. Since when have Kobayashi and Uzumaki known each other? Nin threw out the question that everyone was asking. Since when had Kobayashi Rindo known Uzumaki Naruto? And it seemed that both had a good relationship after a long time apart, so being best friends could be the path they were recognizing. I've known her since I was a kid, Naruto said, forced to stretch his cheeks when Rindo took his face in his hands and began to play with it. We went to the same school, and you could say she was my first kiss. Uzumaki Naruto casually declared that he had kissed Kobayashi Rindo, his best friend and classmate whom he had put up with for far too long. He still remembered when she had dressed him in a princess dress and done his makeup in front of a mirror. He was practically a puppet in her hands. Did you kiss Rindo? Everyone looked at Arena, who was blushing profusely, which she was trying to hide with her hands. When she realized they were staring at her, she stuttered slightly and swallowed hard, trying to regain a serious appearance in the situation with a cough. But his strict image was completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Iri-chan blushed because of Naru-kun's information. It's surprising to know that Rin-chan kissed our Kohai, but so much so that she showed a huge blush of a schoolgirl who hasn't broken a plate. Ha 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 ha. Guga Taranori let his laughter echo throughout the boardroom, seen by all his colleagues. Seconds later, Kobayashi Rindo herself followed her partner, much to the dismay of poor Rina, who felt her face grow even hotter. She looked down, trying to make everyone forget about her. But that wouldn't be possible. It would be etched in the minds of everyone in the seats, and no one would be able to shake the image of Arina blushing. Well, that's enough, Arina tried to take control again. Even though Tsukasa was the first seat, Nakiri being Senzaman's granddaughter, gave her a certain degree of power that placed her above all the other students. Uzumaki-san. Since Asiki was removed from his position and you've taken it, you'll have to take care of all his paperwork, as well as the review of the clubs within Tōtsuki. Naruto remained silent. He felt the eyes on him again, although now Rindo wasn't as heavy, all thanks to the thick rope he tied her up, keeping her sitting, pouting at being tied down. The Uzumaki decided to break the silence. I'm not going to do your paperwork, he declared, staring with icy fire at the 8 seated youths. Rindo was at his side, and he was standing, not believing himself to be part of this stupid circus they had put on. Asiki tricked me. I didn't think he was going to use his position in our Shokugeki. I just wanted to make it clear whose cuisine is the best, Tōtsuki's or Uzumaki ramen's. And it became absolutely clear that mine is superior. Inakuni's eyebrows furrowed, looking at the messy-haired teenager. You must take your responsibilities seriously. Asiki did. For someone like you to take his place and not continue his duties is like an insult to us as the highest representatives of Tōtsuki, she declared, letting her voice sound slightly emotionless. Did you say something, Na-chan? Moving his pinky finger inside his ear, Naruto pretended he hadn't heard anything the 6th seed had said to him, even though he had actually heard her completely. See? Aizen pointed furiously at Naruto, who looked away as Rindo bit his leg. Someone like this idiot can't be part of the Elite 10. Well, Tsukasa Aishi decided to try to break the tense atmosphere that was forming in the room. I don't think he's a bad candidate to be the 7th seat, as stipulated by Asiki Satoshi in his Shokugeki contract. We can't destroy his last wish as the seat. Not that we can, Megashima stated. The boy moved his attention to the Uzumaki. Uzumaki ramen. Naruto crossed his arms over his torso, curling his upper lip into a predatory grin. You want a showdown? I heard Megashima Tasuke is quite the ramen expert. The relationship between the Elite 10 and the young Uzumaki was not going to be easy for either side. After all, Naruto wanted to destroy them. The foxes and cats. Opening his mouth in a yawn that echoed throughout the room, Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th seat of Tōtsuki, rubbed his eyes with his right hand, trying his best to erase the homesickness from his blue eyes. Waking up early was one thing, but having to deal with all that paperwork caused him much more fatigue. His arms felt heavy, and his shoulders barely seemed to respond. Now he understood Shikamaru when he was sent to the student council room, carrying all those papers by himself. It was normal for him to be tired, falling asleep on the desk in class, even when Iruka or Kakashi were teaching. Lightly tapping his right shoulder, Naruto looked at the 3 remaining piles of paperwork he had to prepare for the day, all because of Asiki himself. Though it wasn't entirely his fault. He was somewhat guilty of not asking about the conditions of the Shokugeki. That bastard Asiki had really screwed him over, making him take his position within the Elite 10 in a position where he actually had to deal with way too much paperwork. And paperwork wasn't his thing. I want ramen. He hadn't even had breakfast. Being the 6th seat, Kinokuni Nin had dragged him out of the dorms, depositing him in that hard chair, while more and more piles of papers were placed on top of him, many of them from associations that had either opened or recently closed due to Arena's movement, who seemed to want to cut costs by getting rid of those unnecessary groups within the academy. It seemed Soma had truly stopped her, defeating one of her prized minions. If Naruto remembered correctly, she was a meat-loving woman from a family that dealt in the distribution of the world's finest meats. He was surprised when Soma defeated her, but he was really happy about it. Naruto stretched his arms fully, leaning back and noticing the hard back of his seat. Feeling his eyes water again, the young cook rubbed his eyes with his right hand for the 10th time that morning. His body was heavy, and he was too tired. He needed a break and to put aside the enormous amount of paperwork on his desk. A desk that, until now, had always belonged to Asiki and was now his thanks to the former 7th seat's dirty tricks. But I'll really crush him. I'm going to tease Asiki until he knows it's hell, the vengeful Uzumaki told himself. His once blue eyes were now like 2 angry orange flames that represented the fire of revenge itself. Still, there was nothing he could do. Resigning himself, the Uzumaki ramen chef took the pen back in his right hand, looking at another of the sheets on his table, with the application to open a new research club. Would it be another one closed by Arena's iron hand? Following her grandfather's legacy, Nakiri had launched a crusade against the clubs that had no place within Tōtsuki, closing them down with the force that her position granted her, or allowing one of her subordinates to launch into a Shokugeki to obtain the recognition of the owner of the divine tongue and be able to climb positions within the same academy. Something pathetic. Naruto put the paper aside and leaned his head back, staring at the ceiling and letting his mind wander for a bit, trying to push the tiredness back into his soul so he could focus again on what he was doing. A truly impossible task at the moment. His stomach kept growling. Without breakfast, his strength was completely absorbed by paperwork from the morning, attending the most important classes and getting rid of the Japanese cooking classes since he was excelling too much in them. And he hated change. Uzumaki Naruto placed a pen on his lip and clasped his hands in his lap, staring at the ceiling in an attempt to distract himself from his duties as the seventh seat. Duties that had been imposed on him and with which he completely disagreed, as he needed his hours of sleep and his food of the gods to be able to stay on his feet throughout the day. And they were depriving him of all of that, which generated irascibility in him, as well as an anger that only fed as the seconds passed, because when he was hungry he got angry, perhaps like any normal person. Naruto. At the surprise shout, Uzumaki Naruto made a bad move that completely destabilized the chair, sending him to the ground with a dull and painful blow, as his side had hit one of the edges of the chair and his breath was short for several microseconds. Also, peeking out a smile on his face, 8th seat Kuga Teranori looked over at the desk Naruto should have been sitting on, finding it completely empty with papers flying all over the place. His ears picked up the faint groan and the thud. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Grunting through the pain, Naruto stood up completely, leaning against the desk, lightly rubbing his side where the blow had been worse due to contact with the edge of the chair itself. "Bastard." Knock before entering, the young cook snorted, putting the chair back in its place. "Didn't they teach you manners back in China?" "Oh, come on. No need to be so grumpy. We already have Aizen to keep grumbling and making sour faces at everyone," Kuga retorted, downplaying the fact that Naruto had fallen off his chair and hit the edge of it. "I don't want to deal with two faces going on all day. One's enough." Naruto sat back down in his seat, rearranging the papers on his desk, sending a sharp glance towards the 8th seat. Kuga just let out a whistle. "How's it going with your position as 7th seat? A lot of paperwork." Issei-kun usually finished a tried away. "I don't know how he managed to handle all that in one morning. Is it some kind of machine or something? An android, perhaps? I hate this. Don't you want to be 7th seat?" "I'm sorry, Naruto. My goal is 1st seat," the young bicolor man apologized, patting his seatmate on the shoulder. Naruto had to admit that, although he hated the concept of Tōtsuki and his Elite 10, he had grown somewhat fond of his companion Kuga and could consider him, in a sense, a certain kind of friend. He would never be his best friend, but he had entered the list of his favorite people. "Bastard Isiki. I hope he rots wherever he is. If I remember correctly, I had French cooking class today," Kuga recalled, resting his thumb on his chin as he stared up at the ceiling. "But don't pay too much attention to me." I wasn't paying much attention to him. "I hate paperwork. I hate Isiki." Naruto threw his arms up in fury. Papers flew across the room and the Uzumaki's face turned completely pale. He'd have to rearrange all the papers and sort them again, which was much more work for him. And that bothered him. "Drrr." Naruto blinked and Kuga laughed lightly. "You're hungry." "I'm not going to deny it," Naruto growled with some annoyance, sending 2 daggers in the form of a glare towards the 8th seat. "Nin dragged me here without my morning bowl of ramen. And I'm really hungry and sleepy." Wait, what? Nin-chan. She said something about responsibility, that I should be like Isiki and that's it. I was angry and hungry, so I didn't pay much attention to her nonsense. I think she's in love with Isiki and doesn't dare tell him so, and she's also angry with him for some reason of her own. I don't get involved in relationships. By the way, Rin-chan and you. What's wrong with her?" Naruto left the papers completely placed and looked towards Kuga when he mentioned his old friend. "Did you really meet?" "Rindo's parents are friends of mine. We grew up together before we came here," he replied, focusing back on the papers. Kuga being there only kept his precious ramen away from his mouth. And he was very, maybe too hungry. His stomach agreed. I understand. That was really surprising. You even flirted with Iri-chan." "I didn't hit on her." "You made her blush," the 8th seat reminisced, recalling how Naruto had taken the girl's chin in his hand, lifting it slightly and speaking to her gently. "Yes, you really did. You took her chin in your hands and spoke to her mockingly, yet gently. Are you a Don Juan?" With a twitch in his left eyebrow, Naruto slammed the stack of papers on the table, raising his face and briefly glancing at the boy in front of him. "Don't buck with me, Kuga. Don't do it. I'll kill you if you do." Feeling cold beads of sweat trickle down his face, Kuga nodded fervently at the threat. For several seconds, the boy thought he saw the figure of a nine-tailed demon, the Uzumaki's shadow. And it was terrifying. Good. Naruto sighed, returning to his calm state, shuffling the papers so he could deliver them to the principal as soon as possible. Maybe he should make a move on himself and slow down the closure of all those clubs. Especially one that sells ramen soup. Who in their right mind would do that? Ramen was untouchable. And that included every single part and ingredient. By the way, Naruchin. I think Rin-chan was really looking for you. She was jumping around with her cat face, so you were important to her. She didn't tell me what she wanted. But her eyes seemed to sparkle as if she'd found something she'd lost many years ago. I still have some paperwork to finish, the Uzumaki said, looking directly into Kuga's eyes. I'll deal with Rindo when. Whiskers-kun. Opening the door with a loud bang, Kobayashi Rindo entered the 7-seats office, showing her slanted eyes and fangs protruding from between her lips, just like a catgirl that had been drawn in some kind of comic book. I'm done. Naruto finished the sentence, watching the second seat's intrusion just like Kuga. I give in. Don't slam the door too hard. You'll end up damaging it and the wall you hit with it. Could you tone down your enthusiasm a bit? We're discussing our plan of action, aren't we, Kuga? That's true. Deciding to support his partner, Kuga nodded at the Uzumaki's words. We're talking about Biwa. And the young 8th seat was fiercely pushed aside by Kobayashi Rindo, who shoved the boy to stand in front of his old childhood friend, showing that cat-like smile that would have made every otaku sigh. Come with me. I have work to do. I hate to say this, but Shikamaru's right. You women are trouble. Is Vego-kun still the same? Hahaha. I have to see him one of these days. I was going to meet up with all the Konoha high school classmates this weekend, Naruto pointed out, watching out of the corner of his eye as Kuga began to stand up. Rindo possessed beastly strength when she wanted it. But that's not for right now. Rindo. I'm working. Leave all this to Aishi. He'll be happy to do all your paperwork. I gave him all my paperwork so I could come. I'm sure he'll take yours too. Naruto doubted that too much. I can't burden the first seat with all my work. You're too irresponsible, Naruto declared, hitting Rindo's nose with his pen, causing the girl to take a few steps back, rubbing her face. Be more responsible. But there are fun things. And I have all this work, the Uzumaki pointed out again, showing the second seat all the papers she had to sign and deliver to the principal's office. And all because of Isiki Satoshi, the one who had caused her misfortune. I don't have time for fun. Don't you understand? But Whiskers-kun. Naruto felt his eyebrow twitch for the second time that day. Naruchin. You should take a break. Recovering from the blow, Kuga sat his body on the Uzumaki's desk. Rest. Aishi will undoubtedly love doing paperwork. He's doing mine too. That's definitely creepy, Naruto assured, sending a sharp glance to both Kobayashi and Kuga. Both seats looked at each other and then looked at Naruto. Are you really not going to get rid of all this paperwork and have some good ramen? That's not like you, Whiskers-kun, Kobayashi pointed out, giving her old friend a Cheshire cat grin. Naruto looked at her, raising his left eyebrow slightly and staring into those slanted, yellowish eyes. Come on. Naruto finally dropped the pen on the table, turning his head so he was staring right at his old friend. Rindo was staring at him, her cat-like teeth slightly bared, giving her a more cat-like appearance than her slanted eyes. No. Ju. Like a little girl, Rindo threw herself on the floor and threw a tantrum in front of the two teenagers. Kuga watched this nervously, not really understanding what was happening while Naruto facepalmed, letting out a sigh at seeing that scene right in front of him. It was embarrassing, if you asked both boys. Kuga punched the side of the current 7th seat, earning an accusing look from the Uzumaki. Take her. She won't stop. Now, sighing in resignation, Naruto stood up from his seat and rearranged his clothes. This caught the girl's attention, who stopped her constant frenzy and looked at her old friend. Fine. But don't be too intense. I hate it when you get too intense, Naruto pointed out, earning a cheerful smile from Kobayashi herself, having gotten what she'd come for. And Kuga. Can you give these papers to Aishi? Until I destroy them, he'll be carrying the burden of my documents. Isn't that a lot of spite? Kuga pointed out, tilting his head. At first, the 8th seat thought Naruto couldn't possibly hate the Elite 10, hold a grudge against them. As the days went by, he'd proven otherwise, with the blonde becoming truly hostile toward them all at the slightest provocation, leading Aizen to confront him several times. I will not go back on my word, Naruto declared softly, staring directly at the 8th seat. He would completely destroy the Elite 10 with their own cooking, and he would do that even if it was the last thing he did alive. Where are we going? I'm not going to that cat-made cafe we went to that one time. I won't even let you dress me in a maid outfit or wear cat ears again. You're forbidden from doing that. You're boring. Kobayashi Rindo puffed out her cheeks, placed her arms under her breasts, and pushed them forward. This gesture caught Kuga's full attention, but not Naruto's, who punched the girl square in the head with his fist, earning a scolding groan from the second seat herself. "Come on, you treacherous cat. We have some business to attend to if you want this date of yours," the young Uzumaki declared, taking a step forward and grabbing the teenager by the back of her shirt, who simply allowed herself to be dragged along by her friend. "See you, Kuga. Have a good one." Naruto raised his hand, and Kuga waved it frantically in farewell. Rindo just puffed out her cheeks, annoyed and indignant. "Time after." Naruto stretched his arms almost like he was at the end of the day, letting out a sigh of satisfaction. It had been a very relaxing afternoon, away from all those paperwork he shouldn't have taken on in the first place, because it was truly stressful, and he even thought he felt his hair falling out of his head. Would he go bald from the stress of all that damn paperwork? That was awesome. Rindo, for her part, was much more energetic and cheerful, because after all, they had both gone to the amusement park at her own request, needing a happy and fun moment with her old friend, like in the past. "Don't take the lead with your business again. It's been fun, but it's the middle of the week. We have class and paperwork," he declared with a gesture, checking his phone to see the time. It was 8 at night. This was too much for a few hours. "How did you manage not to throw up while rolling around? You even screamed like a squealing, rude cat." "I'm not rude." "Too vague, I'd say," the cook replied. He felt a tug. Rindo clung to his arm like a teenage girlfriend, though the two weren't actually boyfriend and girlfriend. "Rindo. Thank you." For several seconds, silence fell over the couple. Naruto looked straight ahead, walking with slow steps. Rindo looked down, holding onto the Uzumaki's arm, pressing herself against him. To other people, they were a teenage couple, from high school or college. "I remember it like it was yesterday. If you hadn't been the one pushing me, I wouldn't have taken the kitchen route. Helping me with my problems and giving me something to hold on to was enough to give me courage." Naruto didn't respond to Rindo's words. He, too, remembered when he first met her. Since Kobayashi was older than him, everyone would have expected her to be stronger than him. But it was the opposite. He was the one who stood up when she was attacked by her classmates, suffering bullying from the female side of the school. But he was the one who held her and made her stand up with his phrase. "You look prettier when you smile. Those who make fun of us, it's because they are more insecure, because they see our light shining and blinding them." It was a phrase his mother told him when he was younger, and he passed it on to Rindo, just as he used it to help some of his classmates like Choji. He twisted his lips and gave a small smile. Foxes and cats aren't so different. Two different species in the world, but both having to deal with the wild. Cunning and unfriendly, both keep their interaction with people as short as possible, preferring their own space. Naruto looked up at the sky. Steam escaped his lips. "You're like a cat. Unfriendly, but when you get attached to someone, you're too intense." "Do it." Naruto massaged his neck. "And the intense thing has turned into a disease for you," he declared, laughing when she punched him in the side. He would have grunted, but he was strong. He had withstood the blows of his dear mother, who was much worse. "I'm glad life has been good for you, dear Rindo." "Jujuju." Before Rindo could respond, she felt a hand take her shoulders and lips on hers. Soft. Warm. Rindo opened her eyes when Naruto bent down in front of her and kissed her gently, like that first time they kissed, when she was about to initiate herself inside Tōtsuki. "This is a gift, a memory for both of us after all this time apart." Naruto gently pulled away from Rindo. Blue and yellow connected for several seconds. Rindo saw that intense warm glow of his old friend. Naruto observed the calm yellow color in his old friend's eyes. Now, it's time to return to Tōtsuki. The journey of the fox and the cat has come to an end. "Help me." With a huge sigh, Uzumaki Naruto stretched out behind the desk he occupied in his office as the seventh seat, feeling his eyes watering and having to rub his hand over them to get a glimpse of the room. For the past few days, with the preparations for the camp for Tōtsuki, the Uzumaki had been doubly busy with a lot of paperwork passed on by Kobayashi. Ever since that date where they had kissed, slightly revealing feelings, they had been separated by quite a distance. That hadn't stopped the second seat from leaving her with all the paperwork she didn't want to do, and it was really annoying for her shoulders. That chair was really killing him, and his back was moaning for something better. Hitting his left shoulder, Naruto let out a moan of pleasure as his own hand massaged the area. He was tense, tired, and needed a good massage so his muscles could recover. He hated Isiki. That bastard of a classmate had tricked him. Even though he'd played endless pranks on him, it still hadn't calmed him down. The former seventh seat had truly been annoying, and it had left him in a very troublesome situation, as he now occupied the seventh seat and was dealing with all the annoying paperwork Isiki had previously been handling. It was probably the paperwork. Placing one folder on top of another thicker one, the Uzumaki stuck the pencil between his lips, moving it with some annoyance as he looked at yet another sheet of paper. The bastard really didn't want to do any more paperwork. I'm going to kill him. Sighing and spitting out his pencil, the blonde decided to leave those papers for another day. He'd had enough with reports and camp preparations to deal with more of those folders. What he still didn't fully understand was Ishiki's skill with paperwork. From what Kuga had told him, Ishiki always managed to finish all the paperwork, even leaving notes for his classmates, so he could help them with their own work, which was extra work for him. I can't even finish this shit. Biting the inside of his cheeks, Naruto twisted his face into a sulk, clearly annoyed at not being able to defeat Isiki on that field. Because he wanted to crush Isiki. This was no longer just a matter for Tōtsuki, as he wanted to destroy the seats, but something more personal. When Isiki made him a seat, it was personal to him in every way. Cracking his neck with a light tug, Naruto planted his eyes on the door as it opened slightly. Soon, a white face with albino hair and red eyes appeared. A slight smile spread across the girl's lips. I finally found you. Nakiri Alice entered the room and closed the door behind her. The sound of footsteps made Naruto sit down again. He hoped it wasn't more paperwork or something annoying, as he was too tired to deal with anything else. It was 7 in the evening, and a good bowl of ramen was waiting for him, steaming hot, with the broth and noodles rising. Just thinking about it made his mouth fill with saliva. He could fully remember the aroma of ramen. Alice, swallowing, Naruto followed the Nakiri's movements as she sat down on the desk, shifting one leg over the other and showing a bit of skin. To what do I owe your unpleasant visit? Last time, Itachi scolded us for talking in class and forced me to cook for him. Haha, that was more your fault. You didn't want to give me your cake when I asked for just a little piece. It was for the test, the Uzumaki grunted, wincing at the memory. His hands still ached from preparing tons of sushi for Itachi, as well as other Japanese dishes. We would have failed if you'd taken even one bite. Stop being childish. Uo. Puffing out her cheeks, Alice crossed her arms under her chest, slightly puffing it out. Naruto turned his face away, a light blush appearing on his cheeks. You're annoying. And you only bother me when you want something, the blonde pointed out, looking at the girl. What do you need? You don't usually come here unless you need something from me. Laughing softly, Alice leaned over the Uzumaki. The 7th seat soon felt they were too close and couldn't stop the heat in her cheeks. I need a favor from the 7th. I don't like being called the 7th. Backing away from the Nakiri, the young man kept a safe distance from the teenager. When Alice needed something from him, it usually ended badly for him. And when you wear that smile, the boy pointed at the girl's lips. They were curved, showing teeth in a dangerous grin. It's no good to me. Speak now, or forever hold your peace. You've been very sensitive lately. Like a mother, Alice leaned over and placed her forehead on Naruto's, not noticing the position she was taking or what could happen if she were even slightly jostled. I don't see you have a fever. Are you okay? Ever since you left with Kobayashi-senpai, you've been nervous, angry, and a lot of other things, like you don't know what you're doing with yourself. Did something happen between you two? You don't seem to talk to her much lately either. With a swift movement, Naruto dismissed Alice and pushed back his chair, allowing them to stand up and part their brows. Clearing his throat, Naruto tried to push aside thoughts of Kobayashi. They hadn't been doing too well lately, and he didn't want to think about the kiss from 2 days ago. It was annoying for him, because he could not reciprocate those feelings. Stop bothering me. I have too much work because of that bastard Isiki. Naruto waved his arm, pointing at all the reports that Alice herself had moved so she could sit at the table. I don't have time for games, Alice. What do you need? And I'm not going to make you any special Uzumaki ramen. Ooh, you're not funny, Alice declared, puffing out her cheeks for the 2nd time. Having recovered, Naruto sat back down and moved her leg out of the way to pick up a folder. My grandfather wants to see you. As a member of the 10 seats, it seems you have to take a quota of competitions or projects. A restaurant in China has asked you to collaborate with them for a week, just 2 weeks before the start of camp. That's what my grandfather's assistant told me. I'm not going to play your games, Naruto frowned, grabbing a pen and quickly signing some papers. Just because Isiki scammed me doesn't mean I'm going to do everything the seats do, Alice. I have. What if I tell your mom? You know she gets really upset when you don't do your work. Do you want me to tell her? We get along really well. Feeling a small bolt of lightning strike him, Naruto gulped and stopped moving his hand over the paper, standing completely still, his eyes fixed on the paper he was signing. What, she would tell her mother? Her mother? No. That was definitely worse than that job. One should never anger Uzumaki Kushina. Removing the collar of his shirt, Naruto actually thought better of it. Moving to the beat of Senzaman's song wasn't really bothersome. Destroying Tōtsuki could wait, and crushing the seats could be postponed. He still wanted to live, even if it was just for a few more days. Taking a breath, he looked at Alice. You're annoying. Thanks. That wasn't a compliment. Naruto threw his head back, resting it against the back of his seat. He cupped his hand over his face in an attempt to keep his anger as close to his chest as possible. Every now and then, Alice really knew how to push him. She was like Jiraiya. "Ah, okay, I'll go talk to the old bastard who let me get tricked. Because of him and his laziness, I've had a lot of work to do. And my hand is shaking like never before." Cracking his fingers, Naruto gave a slight, yet creepy, smile. Since his confrontation with Isiki, he hadn't been able to take on another Shokugeki with members of the Elite 10, and it was bothering him. If he continued to do nothing, his hands would completely rust from lack of use. And he didn't want his hands to rust from disuse. But the second breath, he tried to get up. The foot prevented him. Naruto-kun, Alice said, her voice gradually lowering. His eyebrows furrowing in a frown, he looked at her. "Let's go on a date." Silence reigned in the room, cut by a draft. "What?" "Director's office." After a simple rap, Uzumaki Naruto entered the enormous Japanese office of old Nakiri Senzaman, the man once considered a kitchen demon, though he didn't see it as such. He remembered him from the time he'd gone to the restaurant for dessert and he hadn't seemed too threatening. Although he had to admit he had muscles, even within his muscles, like a martial artist or something similar. He had to grant him that. Scanning the room, Naruto whistled softly. Katanas, pieces of samurai armor. Senzaman seemed to be a true lover of the art of Japan's Edo period, even going so far as to show it by wearing armor in the photographs he took. Crouching down in front of a short katana, Naruto ran his hand over its handle, noticing how completely smooth it was, how it lightly tickled his skin, and he would have liked to take it. In fact, he would have, if a cough hadn't stopped him. Inches from taking the sword, Naruto reacted and looked to the side, seeing the headmaster in the kimono he usually wore. "I confess to Senzaman." Naruto stood up straight, keeping his eyes on the man walking toward his immense ebony desk. A massive chair with a huge back was waiting for him, ready to take his position as Tōtsuki's director. The Uzumaki looked toward the enormous window behind Principal Nakiri. It was a vast and beautiful view of the back of the school. "Uzumaki Naruto," the old man's voice echoed through the room, even rattling the glass. Naruto blinked and walked over to the seat opposite the man, a somewhat more normal and less ornate chair. 7th seat of the Elite 10. "There's no need to go through the motions, old man," Naruto stopped the sentence that was escaping the old man's lips. "I don't want you to remind me that I was forced into a position by a Shokugeki rigged by Isiki. You should have stopped him, old man." Naruto stared at the old man. Senzaman kept his arms crossed and his face completely serious for the next few seconds. It was in that moment that the Uzumaki saw his entire life flash before him. He wasn't afraid, but those eyes. Wahahahaha. And with that laugh, the silence and tension were completely crushed in front of the boy. Naruto could only blink, watching as the old headmaster continued to laugh uproariously, as if he were dying from it or had stopped laughing years ago. Even the boy thought the headmaster might be having a seizure or that he would die from the same outrageous laughter. He even thought the glass would be shattered by the old man's laughter itself. "Pretty." Recovering from that laugh, old Nakiri wiped away the tears running down his face, falling from his aging eyes. He had almost cried from laughing so much, and his stomach felt like it had been pummeled. He shouldn't be laughing so much. But after the last meeting and his son's upsetting reports, he needed that laugh even more than a good plate of food. Although the Uzumaki often did both at the same time. When he finished recovering, Senzaman looked at the boy he'd seen a few months ago at Minato and Kushina's restaurant. In some ways, especially physically, he reminded him too much of Minato, but his easygoing, joking personality came from his mother. It was the perfect synchronicity of those he considered his children. With the death of both of their parents, he took them in as his own. Minato. Kushina. This kid. Sighing, the director stopped his train of thought. He was glad those two had gotten along. Although he never wanted to believe the two polar opposites could have gotten along too well. "Director? Are you okay?" "Ha." Senzaman thumped his chest and bared his teeth. "I'm fine, kid." The older man assured, breathing through his nose, letting the air out like a completely enraged animal. "I wanted to tell you something." "What about the restaurant in China where they specifically asked me?" "That's a bit odd, considering." "I know they could have taken Tsukasa instead of you, but him they already had him," the old man murmured, the image of his son in his mind. "Now they want to sound you out, of all people, since you are a new seat recently taken and have risen very quickly within the academy. This has caused a stir among some people, and someone has taken a certain interest in you." "I don't understand. Have I become famous for taking a seat?" "I know they're important, but I don't think it's that big of a deal, sir. It's stupid of you to have your eyes on me when I haven't even taken part in a Shokugeki," Naruto declared with excitement towards the man. "That's exactly why they've set their sights on you, kid. You're a rookie. They haven't seen your face, but the news that you defeated Isiki after joining has spread like wildfire. Isiki was highly valued, reaching the level of Tsukasa. The man declared in that powerful voice of his. Then, he broke into a smile. You're a piece they don't know about. They want to study you, see what side you're on in this world. They're going to test you and propose alliances. And you don't want me to go to another academy or join your enemies. That's why you called me here, to propose something that will make me stay within the academy and be loyal only to you, right? Naruto murmured, showing a serious look. Senzaman smiled. No. That would be too annoying, and you certainly wouldn't be happy. Besides, you're impossible to convince. I've spoken with Minato and Kushina. They've already pointed out that you're too stubborn to back down in a conversation. Even if I were the Emperor of Japan himself, you'd never bow your head to me. And I really like that, brat. The man slammed his hands on the table. Naruto thought he heard the table creak slightly. I like that attitude. You and Yukihira might be just what Tōtsuki needs to keep him going. Diamonds in the rough. There's something far worse waiting out there in the shadows. You're talking like we're in a fictional story, old man. Stop messing around. What do you need from me? I doubt you ask me here just to praise me. I won't fall for the flattery of a fat old man. Bitter? Nothing. Sighing, Senzaman controlled his temper. After imagining Naruto defeating Isiki, the emotion had truly struck him from the core. Things are going to get more complicated after the camp and the fall festival, kid. And the seats will be very important in certain decisions. I can't trust all of them. In fact, Isiki and Arena are the only ones who could really support me, but you removed Isiki, and that's left a significant gap in my block, kid. Seriously, Senzaman looked at the teen with his dark eyes. With Isiki off the board as a seat, it's possible I'll be pushed even sooner. And he's going to be too much of a pain in the ass for me. But you want me to do all the duties of Isiki the bastard? Practically, yes, Senzaman sighed, taking a deep breath. I have a son-in-law named Azami. He's a man with a truly twisted way of thinking about food, wanting to create a win-win system, a gourmet food system for everyone, without understanding the feelings, the work behind each dish. And he's started moving. Jichiro gave me some information before sending his son to school. It seems the kitchen is being used as a battle of ideals, leaving aside what truly matters. Senzaman stopped his speech when he heard a constant grinding sound. Opening his eyes and focusing on Minato and Kushina's son, the headmaster could see the suppressed anger in the boy's eyes, in the grinding of his teeth, in the way the muscles of his lower jaw flexed as he strained with his upper jaw, crushing his lower teeth. His clenched balled hands were another indication of this. This boy really has a passion for food, the director said to himself, smiling inwardly. He really liked that boy a lot. So? I wouldn't ask you for help if I didn't see my granddaughter in danger with all of this. Naruto's eyes shot open. Your granddaughter? Which one? With another sigh, the old man finally decided to tell a little more. Arena. She is Azami's only daughter, a wielder of the divine tongue that has tormented my family for some time. Her mother also possesses the divine tongue and was struck with a correspondingly strong curse, unable to eat and being taken to receive serums, the man said, closing his eyes in regret. That led my daughter to push Arena away from her, also pushing Azami to push even further, falling into her own darkness, and forcing Arena to perfect the divine tongue, so she could use it. She pushed my granddaughter so hard that she took her away from Alice, with whom she previously got along very well. If Azami takes what I hold dear, I will destroy it. I don't want Arena to be a toy for him again. I don't want Alice to suffer again. Senzaman stood up forcefully from his seat, banging the table for the second time. I want you to help me, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Sitting down, Uzumaki felt the urgency behind that scream. And he was the son of Minato and Kushina. Proposal. Massaging his neck, observing the hundreds of attendees, Uzumaki Naruto stood watching the diners at that banquet enjoy their Japanese cuisine. There were various dishes, from sushi to simple dishes like miso soup or plain white rice with 3 delights. Everything he made were simple Japanese dishes that all those men and women enjoyed, which had caused him a bit of physical fatigue rather than mental. It wasn't difficult to prepare those dishes. Each of the recipes, each of those ingredients, everything was in his head when he took over the kitchen as head chef. He, the 7th seed of Tōtsuki, had to take that and rise above the rest, leaving his essence in those dishes, etching it in the mouths of those diners. And yet, all that work had taken its toll on his physical condition. 200 dishes multiplied by whatever dishes those 200 people wanted, according to the menu and their tastes. Being a buffet, he ended up with his arms hanging down at his sides. Now, with the work done, all he had to do was sit and watch those people eat while they talked, whether about business, their free time, or their hobbies. He could pick up every single conversation, all of it in a bag full of words that flooded his ears. If he wanted to pick out just one of those threads that led him to a specific conversation, he'd have to concentrate very hard. And he didn't have much desire to focus on a conversation the way they boasted about themselves today. What was he doing in that place, anyway? He was against it all. His food was being praised by important people, more for its taste than for its status as a seat. And in a way, it was irritating him deep down in his own soul. Cracking his neck, Uzumaki Naruto leaned his back against the wall, letting out a second weary sigh. As a member of the Tōtsuki elite, as the 7th seat, he was required to attend those receptions. All of his classmates did. These weren't by choice, or at least he hadn't chosen them. When an event came up, the event's creators would select the member from the seats they wanted. Many opted for the first or second seat, which was normal. But on this occasion, he was the one selected to be in that place, at that time, and as the chef in charge of the entire kitchen, coordinating each member of the kitchen and the waiters fell on his shoulders. And it was annoying for him. Why did he have to do it? Dealing with customers at a restaurant like that was completely different from dealing with a stand like Uzumaki Ramen's. The wealthy customers were annoying, grotesque, and unfriendly to the waiters and cooks. For his part, the atmosphere created at a small stand, as well as the harmony with the neighbors, was a rewarding part of working at a small stand. Sighing, he watched as the well-dressed men and women continued eating, tasting each dish, grotesquely displaying their open mouths full of food. To any other chef, that would be an insult. To him, Uzumaki Naruto, it was a beautiful vision of reality. When a chef cooked, he had to put his whole heart into the dish. Not 1 ounce less, pouring every good feeling into the food the diners were about to eat. He always did, and seeing how the people there talked, both about the food and other topics, calmed his initial unease. He sighed. He massaged her neck. Naruto curled his lips slightly and smiled as he watched a teenage girl enjoy some donuts he'd made for dessert. There was a long list of dishes, and it wasn't just Asian dishes. Knowing this, he understood why he'd been taken to that restaurant. They wanted to see how he'd handle a place that served a variety of dishes from different regions, both domestic and foreign, and so far he seemed to have gotten a good grade. Nobody was turning up their nose at their food. Soon, Naruto felt his ear twitch. In fact, he pricked his ear to hear the sound of footsteps stopping beside him, probably a few feet away, and, curious, turned his head slightly, catching his eye on a well-dressed man. Black suit. Gray tie with crooked stripes. Black hair combed back. Black gloves. A long, sharp face with opaque black eyes. A neatly combed white streak in his hair stood out against a dark outfit. What Naruto studied most was his hard face, a white color that was almost sickly, as if he were suffering from some kind of illness. But before he could say anything in reference to the man's deplorable appearance, he moved his lips. It's horrible, isn't it? Seeing how all these people don't pay attention to your dishes, how they don't recognize their flavor and your own effort. It must be frustrating for you, the man murmured, looking at all the diners. Naruto followed the man's gaze. Putting his hands in his pockets, he observed what the man was indicating with his gaze. He looked at the people sitting there, holding fine cutlery. Not a man, woman, or child was even thinking about the food. There was no direct praise for it, except for the occasional light casual compliment. There were no manners. He could watch, standing there, as each person opened their mouth, showing the remains of food as they answered a question posed by their tablemate, thus engaging in a conversation that was far removed from the food. And the man was trying to show him that. How people talked while eating. That was something simple that even he knew was happening and would happen. No one directly appreciated food until they finished eating. It was a fact, a rule. Many times with his parents, he had declared how tasty a dish he'd eaten once at home, not during the meal itself. The greatest sign that someone liked food was returning to the same restaurant. Naruto relaxed his posture. Although he wasn't a genius, he had picked up on his interlocutor's venomous words. Somehow, for some reason, the man had tried to dominate him with those words, to make him start despising those diners. But was the man really that stupid? Glancing at him out of the corner of his eye, he studied him closely. His face showed no emotion. His dark clothing gave him a cold look, like that of a man ready to kill him. Even the aura surrounding him was as cold as an iceberg. Those eyes showed no emotion other than perfection itself, all of it directed toward food, as far as he could see. Again, he looked at the diners. I see how people are enjoying their food, sir. They may not say it with words, but their eyes are shining, their faces are happy. In their own way, these people are enjoying the food I've prepared, and that's all I need to know and see, the young Uzumaki declared, a small smile playing on his lips. He didn't need to look at the man to know he didn't agree with him. A simple sound of rustling clothes clued him in without him having to look at it, without having to observe and study it directly. No doubt his friend would be pleased with that. I understand that point. But will you really remain at such a low level? Even when you can achieve something much better? Making gourmet cuisine available to everyone would be a gratifying sight, wouldn't it? Even being able to give all the students better preparation, not just cherry-picking the diamonds in the rough. Everyone deserves a chance, don't you think? His ears twitched. They did so when he understood those words, so it took him less than 10 seconds to open his eyes slightly. Was that man really telling him that? Letting everyone be a cook? Although he didn't agree with Tōtsuki and the old man about gourmet cooking, it was a very different thing to let everyone be a great cook. That was impossible for him to imagine. It would be like letting everyone be a police officer or a firefighter. Not everyone had the true qualities to be a cook, and he knew that without having to look at each young person. It was logical, as Shikamaru would say. Letting out a sigh, Naruto tugged at the tie of his waiter's uniform, leaving it loose, as if he'd just returned from a party. Even his messy hair was contributing to that listless and unkempt image. Shifting his feet, the young man faced the man who had begun talking to him. Giving him another look, Naruto paused to stare at him. A dull black and a brilliant blue met in that simple gaze. Naruto didn't need to hold it for long. The tone and words the man used toward him had made many things clear, and he didn't like them at all. He wasn't even willing to argue with the man any longer than necessary. Did those words really come out of your mouth, sir? Azami. Nakiri Azami, the man introduced himself with slow confident words, as cold as a piece of ice. He opened his eyes. The argument with the Tōtsuki principal flashed through his mind as Azami's name clicked in his head. That man, Nakiri Azami, was Irina's father and Alice's uncle, the one who had forced his own daughter to become a lifeless person, a mere kitchen implement. And he didn't like it. I see, he murmured. He kept his tongue still, calm, locked within the prison of his teeth. He wasn't in a place to start an argument with a mere diner, though Azami was anything but simple. On the contrary, Azami narrowed his eyes, noticing that his name had unsettled the boy who occupied the 7th seat. If he remembered correctly, his name was Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the owners of a small ramen stand, although it was more of a traditional Japanese restaurant, as they didn't just serve ramen, like Ichiraku's did. Do you know me? He asked, calmly observing the boy he had come to visit. From what the first seat had told him, the new 7th seat was a boy full of energy when he wanted to be, as well as a true monster when it came to food, making it 1,000 times clear that he wasn't going to give up his food, and that he would destroy everything Tōtsuki had built, including the 10 seats. But recently, that same boy had made friends with the 8th seat. Kuga Taranori, which could be seen as somewhat odd given the Uzumaki's constant declarations about destroying the seats by his own hand. Swallowing, opening his mouth, Naruto spoke with a confident and firm voice. I know you well enough, Azami-san, he muttered. Naruto never let his anger get the better of him, as he was filled to the brim with it like a bucket of water. And I don't like you at all. According to your father-in-law, you are undoubtedly a despicable person, psychologically abusing his daughter to the point of turning her into a mere puppet. Azami clicked his tongue slightly. It wasn't overly noticeable, but Naruto could definitely pick it up, more from his proximity to the man than from the sound of the gesture, as the Uzumaki could tell those words had affected him, though he recovered in a single second. The truth hurts, huh? Burlesque, he took a step toward the man. Azami didn't flinch. His face remained impassive. His dark eyes grew even darker, and his body remained statue-like, standing completely still, not moving an inch. 2 seconds later, Azami moved his mouth. My father must have told you the story everyone else tells. Abusing Irina. That's not what I did. Training her, honing her palate, that's what I did. I trained her to be the best chef in the world, and with her precious divine tongue, she's completely invincible. Naruto remained silent. Azami kept his eyes on the 7th seat. They both stared at each other, observing each other, one with blue eyes and the other with opaque eyes, black as his very soul. You're an idiot, Azami. I'm not going to betray the old man. He crossed his arms over his torso. His brow drooped slightly, and his face became completely serious. Perhaps you've come for my signature to appoint you director of Tōtsuki, right? We, as the Elite 10, can depose Senzaemon himself and install you in his position. That would be beneficial, and it might certainly be too good to get what you want. The destruction of the Elite 10. Of Tōtsuki. I offer you something else. To get everyone to appreciate your artistry as a chef, to recognize that feelings are what create the best food in the world. I've studied you, as I have every member of the Elite 10. At least half of them already support me, with the 1st and 2nd seats at the top. Naruto opened his eyes. Did Rindu really give in to Azami? You're thinking of Kobayashi, aren't you? Azami tugged at the gloves, covering his pale hands. She certainly is interesting. She joined my cause because of you, probably. I wasn't being too cheerful if I'm honest, and it wasn't something I anticipated, but it suited me perfectly. With the first 2 seats, the rest will no doubt fall into place. He took a deep breath. Naruto looked at Azami. There was no doubt or fear in his eyes or face. He could understand that the man wasn't capable of showing emotion. He looked like a statue carved in stone, watching him, waiting for any mistake on his part. Both friends. Kobayashi kissed you out of interest and you as Ami began to walk, passing by the Uzumaki. Hurting a girl's feelings can be really detrimental to you, a boy who doesn't know how to see what's truly right in front of his nose, as Ami stopped his steps, standing right next to the boy, looking in the opposite direction. Will you not accept my proposal? From my side, Tōtsuki will be at your feet. You can bring the food you want to each dish, to each family. You can show your version as long as you follow our instructions. Everyone will be able to recognize Uzumaki's ramen and its cuisine of feelings out of the corner of his eye, as Ami looked at the Uzumaki. You just have to sign a sheet. Being under my control or under Senzaman's, it doesn't matter. You will continue working in the same way, with the same means and without any problem. But he got no response. Naruto remained silent. He had closed his eyes. His chest moved slightly, and air slowly escaped through his slightly parted lips, creating a soft hissing sound. As Azami stepped forward, the young seventh seat spoke again. Food is something created with feelings, with the heart. Using simple, low-quality ingredients, someone can surpass gourmet food with a simple flea market dish, he murmured. His voice never wavered. He always maintained the same tone, sounding completely self-assured. Gourmet food and quality ingredients are simply a curtain put up to make people believe they can separate their world solely through food. And that's what you want to achieve with your take on Tōtsuki, because whoever controls Tōtsuki controls the world of food. Am I wrong? The only food. It's food that completely satisfies us and doesn't cause stress or depression. Food should help us forget our problems, keep our minds full of memories. Fearlessly, she turned her face slightly. I'm not interested in that food you're after. Controlling Tōtsuki. Making my food known. Nakiri's Ami don't play with the fox, because it'll bite you in the ass. Of white rabbits. He was upset. He was, and very upset. Lying on his bed in his room, Uzumaki Naruto kept his eyes on the ceiling above him, tossing a ball high in the air with his right hand to catch it again. Azami had treated him like a simple dog that, if shown a bone, would follow him. He believed he could buy it with dreams and words he longed to hear. But he had another thought. Food. And that wasn't what truly filled his mind these past few days, but the betrayal he felt when Azami told him about Kobayashi joining her side. Why had she done it? Why couldn't they continue to be something more than she sought? He was upset about that. Giving her the love Kobayashi felt would have been something she would have loved without a doubt. But he didn't feel it as strongly as his old friend. So what was to be done now? Azami was rallying the seats for a coup, and many of them were probably following him simply out of greed. Especially the ninth seat, Eizen. He was brimming with his own pride and desire for a better position even more than he hated Tōtsuki. Letting out a sigh, the Uzumaki caught the ball with his left hand and spun it around, staring at the yellow ball. It was a stress ball, meant to get rid of those moments or thoughts that were bothering him. There were many of them these days, and it was certainly bothersome for him to feel the way he did because of his friend and that situation. I hated Azami. Naruto tightened his grip. Slowly, the ball began to give way, and his fingers became imprinted on it for a few seconds. When he loosened his grip, the ball returned to its normal state, completely round in his hand. What could he do now? Talk to Senzaman? Shut him up? But that wasn't the point. What would he do with Rindu when they were in the council, at the meetings? If the tension had already been tense between them, how could it be now? Naruto took a deep breath and forcefully threw the ball against the wall to his left. It casually hit one of his photographs of Rindu, knocking it from the cabinet it was onto the floor. The boy stood still, hearing the glass crunch as it finally fell. Shit. He sat up in bed. His eyes never left the upside-down frame, watching the glass gleam in the light. Naruto shut off his mind and, like a mere doll, stood up and walked over to the photograph. He bent his legs and crouched down. He used his left hand to take the photo and turned it around. It showed him as a younger man next to a much younger Rindu, a few years older than him, both smiling. That photo had been taken by Rindu's mother when they had gone to the beach on vacation, both families together. He remembered that day perfectly and how much fun they had had. And now those times. Tears fell. Naruto was surprised by this when he saw water hitting the photograph. Was he really crying because of that? Or was it something else? Did he hate his old friend's indirect betrayal? Maybe it was a little bit of everything mixed with the guilt that gnawed at him for not having taken his friend in his arms. Did he send her to Azami's side? That question was the one that was eating away at him the most from the inside and keeping him from thinking clearly. Adding it to the other unanswered questions, he was reaching a level of mental exhaustion that truly isolated him from the council's activities and from Tōtsuki in general. Oh shit. Naruto looked at his right hand. A thin line of blood appeared on his thumb and slowly began to trickle down it, forming a small thread. He soon put his finger in his mouth. No, not his mouth. Naruto turned his attention from the photograph on the floor, the glass, and the cut to the person who had entered his room unannounced and took his hand to bring his injured finger to his mouth. He was surprised. Understand. SHHH. Pressing her lips around the seventh seat's thumb, Alice Nakiri tried, not very successfully, to silence him. Her simple gesture was muffled by the way her mouth closed around that appendage and by the same finger that was acting as a barrier to her voice. Naruto looked at her. Dressed in that schoolgirl uniform she always wore, she didn't seem too angry with him. Her eyes were slightly focused on what she was doing, the bright red they always were. White hairs fell lightly over her face as she continued with her work. A task he soon felt. Naruto focused his eyes and saw how Alice didn't seem to have too much qualms about taking his finger to suck on it as she was doing. He pulled back his arm in an attempt to remove his finger from the albino's mouth. Alice released him slightly. But she held onto his hand tightly and looked up at him. "What are you doing?" "Warm, soft skin." Naruto recognized that Alice's albino skin was warm, much more than he expected from a girl raised in Scandinavia, with all the snow and cold winters. Even she seemed to have adapted too well to a more temperate climate. At the question, Alice stopped herself from sinking to her knees. She moved her hand and intertwined her fingers with the boy's. Naruto felt the final squeeze as she closed her fingers around his hand. "What's bothering you?" she asked. Soft, like the sound of bells, her voice reached Naruto's ears, filling them with a light chime. "Soma told me you locked yourself in your room. Kuga mentioned you didn't attend the Elite 10 Council meetings." Alice brushed aside strands of her albino hair. "What's keeping Whiskers-kun so locked away that he doesn't even think about destroying Tōtsuki?" "I don't know why you're asking that." Without much strength, the Uzumaki tried to break free from the Nakiri. She tightened her grip and kept the boy squatting there. "What? You'll tell me, right?" He fell silent. He remained silent for an endless 70 seconds, feeling those piercing red eyes on him, yearning for an answer to a question he didn't want or know how to answer. What was wrong with him? Was it because of Rindu or Azami's proposal? Or was it the attraction he felt for the dark words of Irina's father, that cruel man who used her as a tool? He frowned and twisted his face in concentration. "I don't know," she finally replied, letting the truth spill out. "I don't know what's wrong with me. I have so many unanswered questions about what could be happening to me that I don't know what's really wrong with me anymore. Is it because of Rindu? Is it because of the offer? I don't know." Alice remained silent. Urgent, almost broken. That was how she felt the boy's voice, as if he were crying out for help. She shifted, and while still holding the Uzumaki's hand, she moved her other arm and pulled him toward her in a light hug. Naruto dropped his head onto the girl's shoulder. The will he'd had to fight Tōtsuki was draining away from his very soul. "I don't know exactly what happened. Honestly, I don't know what happened," Alice proceeded to speak. She modulated her voice, taking on a calm, light, and warm tone. "We all go through moments of doubt at some point. But what we do in the end is make the decision we think is best. If we fail, well, we can always try to fix whatever we caused by a mistake in the choice." She began to stroke the Uzumaki's head. "Not all choices are irreparable. Not unless it leads to death." Alice eyed. She could feel Naruto's tears soaking the fabric of his shirt over her shoulder. But she didn't care, didn't even think about it. She began to slowly run her albino fingers through the teenager's golden hair and let him do so, letting out his own inner pain. It was better to expose them. "Better?" she asked sweetly, as if she were a mother waiting for her son to get all his inner pain out. Alice continued with that interaction. "You have to let it all out. It's the best thing for your mind. Maybe you should talk about it instead of keeping it to yourself forever, eating it up internally and destroying yourself. I hate these philosophical moments from you. I prefer it when you're beating me at cards, even though it's a rare occurrence. I always win in any game," he declared in a slightly choked voice, filling the albino's ears. "I don't want to talk about it, please. I have enough to do keeping it in my mind." Alice let a sigh fan her lips like a mere whisper. "Okay. But I don't want you to be so down again, okay? All your friends are worried. Even Yoshino, the animal girl, was standing by your door a little while ago. There are some trays of food." Naruto didn't respond to that. She was right. Yoshino and everyone else from the dorms had been paying attention to him, bringing him food and asking how he was. Contrary to his usual behavior, he never opened the door or took the trays of tasty food they left for him to eat, snubbing them with that simple gesture. And he hated hurting his friends. "I'm sorry." "I know you're sorry, and they're not upset. They're just worried about your condition, about why you're locked in this room with barely any lunch or dinner, or going to class. It's surprising my grandfather and the teachers haven't put up a fuss." The teachers didn't object because he spoke directly to Senzaman. He told him everything Azami had told him about his own plans. But the old man didn't seem surprised or bothered, nor did he seem willing to do anything to stop him from putting his plan into action. I see there's something going on, finally, Nakiri broke away from the Uzumaki. Her arms stretched slightly, and the teens looked down at their intertwined hands. But I won't push it, okay? You just have to talk to everyone else. They're there for you, just like Kurikiba and I are there for you too. Alice smiled. Are you going to put the questions aside and take action? It's the only thing that might give you a foothold out of this deep hole you're trying to dig yourself into, wallowing in a petty repression for questions you won't be able to answer if you don't take action against them. He nodded slightly. He shook his head a little, an imperceptible gesture that Alice couldn't see or pretended she didn't see, but probably did. He had to make a decision and make real the threatening words he'd left in Azami's mind when they'd parted. He couldn't back down after issuing a direct threat, and of course, dealing with Azami was something he wanted to do to some extent. He didn't hate him, but he didn't want Arena to suffer when the man appeared. And how would he do it? By aligning himself with Senzaman to confront Azami himself. He expired. I've got it all figured out now, he said with firm words, slightly hollow with emotion. He looked directly into Nakiri's red eyes. Thank you, Alice, for these words. I didn't do anything Soma or the others wouldn't have done. But you locked yourself away and didn't even talk to them. The girl gave a slight smile, trying to use those words to stick in her mind so she wouldn't forget them. Naruto had indirectly hurt her friends, and she didn't want that to happen again. Ever since she met him, she'd felt strangely good. Don't do it again, okay? Naruto inhaled. His nostrils flared and oxygen rushed into his lungs, filling them with Alice's lavender scent. I promise. That's perfect for me. Alice then tried to get up, again failing to notice that she was holding the boy's hand and ended up falling on top of the Uzumaki. Naruto moved quickly and grabbed her by the waist, leaning back and spreading her legs. They were in a really compromising position, faces close, her leg brushing against the boy's groin, one hand intertwined, the second Naruto held against the ground to create a foothold, and Alice held hers against the boy's chest. They felt their faces burning. That was a mistake. And, perhaps on impulse or because something was pushing her, Alice shifted her body. She pressed her chest against the boy's, making him fall further back, and when their breaths tangled as she brushed her nose against his, she kissed him. It was their first kiss. Sweet, clumsy, a chaste kiss that drove away any bad thoughts. Well, it wasn't Naruto's first kiss, Alice had had her first kiss there. He felt the lavender on her. She felt the deep calm in him. A secret. Like a soft, delicate and maternal caress, the rays of the sun passed through the thick, messy hair of the seventh seed of Tōtsuki, eliciting from his sleep a slight groan that escaped between his teeth at the same time that he tightly gripped the sheet and covered his head with it, leaving only a sliver of his hair visible to anyone who decided to enter the room he shared with Sama, his classmate. Who was currently focused on doing his best at school for the upcoming camp that would take place in a few weeks. He, as a seat, was almost exempt from participating in it. Almost was the key word. He was required to take the same test as his classmates, but being a seat, his test would be much tougher, more difficult for him to pass. And he hated difficult things when it came to food. Would he have to create a special dish? Create a specialty? Create a dish of his own that only he knew how to prepare? He curled up in the middle of his bed. He let the thick blanket finally cover even the unruly strands of hair that tried to give away his position to anyone who entered the room. He was tired, a little sleepy from the bad night he'd had. He barely remembered her, and some feelings and sensations seemed more like they came from a dream than reality. Had Alice really kissed him the night before? Had he really responded to that kiss with one of his own? Rindu had kissed him a while back, after that strange date at an amusement park. It was that kiss that pushed the girl into the arms of the man who endangered the position of the director of Tōtsuki, who endangered the real food. He groaned through his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut. He'd promised himself not to think too pessimistically, but his mind kept going back to his cold relationship with Kobayashi since that simple kiss they'd shared. Would the same thing happen with Alice once they saw each other again? What had happened between them in that room had been more than just a kiss, more than a clash of lips. Yes. With a jerky movement and a groan, the seventh seat threw off the heavy blanket, leaving his half-naked body completely exposed, his lightly tanned skin showing to anyone who entered the room, even his roommate. The boy rolled over in bed onto his right side, closest to the opposite wall, and frowned when he felt something under his limb. He murmured intelligible words as he groped at the soft object until he heard a moan from it in the form of a soft groan. But what? The boy rolled on the floor. Naruto grunted through his teeth, letting out a groan in the form of a guttural growl as his head hit the floor. He lay there for several seconds, staring at the ceiling of his room as he tried to remember what had happened the night before. Naruto. Alice's albino face appeared in the seventh seat's peripheral vision. Her white hair fell over the teenager's thin face, strands running across her forehead. Red eyes flickered slightly as they stared at her friend, glowing slightly. Shit, Uzumaki Naruto let his body fall to the side and proceeded to release the tension that the position exerted on his body. What was Alice doing in his bed? What had happened the night before? From what his vague memories allowed him to see, Alice had come to his room to talk, where they ended up kissing. After that contact, his mind seemed completely blocked. Have we been drinking? Alice slid onto the bed, leaving her body completely exposed. A thin set of underwear covered Nakiri's private parts, leaving her soft white skin exposed to the Uzumaki's confused eyes. Upon receiving such a glimpse of his current bedmate, the young man soon felt his cheeks begin to heat up. Following the custom his mother had instilled in him, Naruto turned around and turned his back to Alice while burying his face in his hands. The boy took a deep breath, inhaling as much air as he could and exhaling. Alice. Why are you naked? Alice blinked several times in a few seconds as she processed the question that had entered her mind. When she finished processing it, she lowered her face and looked at the groove formed by her breasts when held by the cyan bra that formed her underwear set. Contrary to what Naruto would have expected, the Nakiri only shrugged before looking back at him, now with a mischievous smile shining on her lips. Oh. Don't you remember, Whiskers-kun? She modulated her voice to make it sound softer and more sensual, just like her mother did to her father when she wanted to have him dancing on the palm of her hand. Before she could get a response, she got off the bed and plopped down behind the Uzumaki. Slowly, she raised both arms and wrapped them around the blonde's neck, letting Naruto feel her wrapping both limbs around his neck. Ugh. We drank. What happened? You really don't remember? Alice peeked over the Uzumaki's right shoulder. The girl smiled a little wider when she noticed the blush on her friend and companion's cheek, as well as the pressing of her breasts against his bare back. We had a great time. Naruto blinked. Had they done that? Had it happened? No matter how hard he tried to recall what had happened the night before, all he could find was a blank void that must have been the memory of that night, a memory Alice seemed to enjoy and used to torture him, as well as her half-naked body. Did we do that? The boy dropped his head, staring at the ground. He didn't want that to actually happen and not be able to remember it, especially since it was his first time. Alice lightly caressed Naruto's cheek. She did it slowly, moving her finger in a circular motion over the boy's cheek. As she did it for the fourth time, she proceeded to move her index finger back and forth, tracing one of the mustache marks that formed the trio on that part of his face. I never said we did it, nor did I say we didn't. It's fun to see how your cheeks blush and how your body tense up. Would it be so bad if we had? No, it's not that, a sigh escaped the Uzumaki's lips, almost inaudible to the girl. It's just that I wouldn't like to do it and not be able to remember it. Especially if it's with you. Haha. Am I that interesting? Ugh. It's not exactly that. I can't express myself completely accurately when I don't know exactly what I'm feeling. He admitted he liked Alice. But he did so for his own peace of mind and within his own head. He also liked Rindu. She had been the girl who ignited his hormonal fuses, the first to kiss him, and the one who had been by his side for so long. She had been his childhood friend, a good friend. She had also, at one point, been his nanny for a few years, something embarrassing if you asked her directly. But now all of that was shattered by Rindu's choices about her loyalties, as well as his own. Weighing both cases, then choosing Alice would be perfect for him. They were on the same page, and Alice hadn't yet chosen a side in the kitchen war that would soon erupt in Tōtsuki and all of Japan because of Senzaman's son-in-law, Nakiri Azami. He had a bad feeling about the man when he met him and tried to recruit him, something he managed to do with some of the seats, including Kobayashi. But nothing in love was simple. The choices before him, the pros and cons, swirled through his mind, highlighting the loyalty each of them had toward Azami. At the moment, at this point, Alice was far less attached to Azami than Rindu, and he himself hoped Nakiri wouldn't be on his side. He was already too annoyed that Rindu had given in to her blackmail to be a mere lapdog for a man like Azami. And he hated Azami. He didn't know how to deal with him. In their impromptu meeting, he dealt with the man using all his anger in his voice, displaying the Uzumaki gene as his father called it. Would that be enough to defeat Azami? He was willing to destroy his fellow Asientos, to destroy them until they were on their knees before him. But he still had to figure out who was on Azami's side and who wasn't. If the man took control of the academy, he would likely re-elect the Asientos to his own benefit, which indicated he wouldn't be Asiento for much longer. Did the director know all this? Senzaman was pulling his strings. He asked him for help protecting Arena from her own father. What could the old chef be cooking up to defeat Azami and his companions and allies? And food should not be used for evil. Naruto. I've been talking to you for a few minutes. You were completely out of it. Are you okay? You looked completely blank. Naruto blinked several times. He'd been rambling too much and he wasn't used to losing track of time so much. He closed both hands and took a deep breath, his shoulders lowering as he inhaled oxygen, causing Alice's breasts to press harder against his shoulder blades. He didn't know exactly how to feel, what to say. "Alice," he spoke slowly. That word, that lip movement, was a hell of a job for him to pull off. "Did we do it?" The girl didn't speak for the next few seconds. Should she answer with a lie and mock the boy, or tell the truth and calm her mind? Ever since Naruto had woken up, he seemed to be in another world, as if he were suffering an internal war against his other self, as if he had to make an important choice and was debating with himself which one to take. And it wasn't something normal for Naruto. That frown, that tension he constantly held in his body. It was amusing to see him half naked, covering his private parts only with a pair of boxers. But seeing how his face contorted and how his eyes seemed to fade, undid any amusement she could have had from a naked Naruto, confused by what had happened the night before. He let out a sigh and patted the Uzumaki's right shoulder, lightly touching it with his slender fingers. Naruto sighed as the cold touch ran down his back for a millisecond. "We didn't do anything, don't worry," she spoke in a reassuring tone. She smiled when she felt Naruto's tension partially disappear, although some still remained. "But that's not all that's wrong with you, is it?" "What else is wrong, Naruto? Do you want to tell me? I'm a good listener, even if it doesn't seem like it." "No, it really doesn't seem like it." Naruto laughed lightly as Alice lightly punched him at his negative statement about Nakiri herself. "Understand. It's not something I need to discuss with you. It's a secret I must discuss with the director. Only he can calm my thoughts and answer the question that has me in this state." Alice forced Naruto to look at her. She smiled slightly, her lips moving upward, showing her bright teeth for a few seconds. After that, she leaned in and placed a chaste kiss on the Uzumaki's lips that lasted only a second, barely a brush of lips. "Good. My grandfather is a wise man. He can help you." "I hope so." Senzaemon's office. The demon king of food. Among the chefs and tasters, the old man named Nakiri Senzaemon was one of the harshest and strictest. For a chef to grow on him, he had to loosen some of his clothes, something few managed over the years, and only the truly brilliant were able to accomplish, mostly members of the seats and truly brilliant chefs who came from Tōtsuki. His father had mentioned the old man in a letter a few days earlier when he asked about the man who had visited them at the restaurant. His father, having been a former chef and a student at that academy, gave him all the information he had about him. "Director?" The seventh seat stopped in front of Tōtsuki's headmaster's desk. Naruto had placed his arms behind his back, spread his legs shoulder-width apart, and raised his face to look into the eyes of the legendary demon king of the kitchen, a man who had to dazzle in some way to be considered a genius in the raw. Senzaemon looked at the boy standing there. Uzumaki Naruto, son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, two brilliant people he remembered perfectly even though it had been many years since he last saw them. He visited their place, but could only find one of the brightest gems he had seen in the last decade in the kitchen territory. Their son, Uzumaki Naruto. Seventh seat. Uzumaki Naruto. How is your time as seat going? Have you accomplished any goals? Did you stop my granddaughter from shutting down some clubs? As headmaster, he knew perfectly well that it was Yukihira Sama who defeated Arena's classmates. But the one who struck the strongest blow was Naruto himself when he defeated Isiki Satoshi, the previous 7th seat, with a display of skill far superior to the ordinary first years. You seem worried. Nakiri Azami. Do you know he's been recruiting the seats for something? He tried to recruit me when I went to that restaurant. It felt like a trap. It was a trap. That request for me was something Azami orchestrated. His son-in-law Azami was flitting around the world, pulling strings to take over as director of the academy, an important position in the culinary world. He crossed his arms over his torso and closed his eyes. Yes, I know about my son-in-law's plans. I know what he's planning, I know what he wants to do. I even know why he's seeking the seats as support for his plans, as pillars for his anti-food movement. With the necessary votes from the seats, he can become the director of Tōtsuki and change everything he sees as wrong with the culinary world. What he needs is to take the position of director and change the world to his own vision of what gourmet food is. Senzaemon stared into the Uzumaki's shining eyes, connecting his own with the sapphires that formed the teen's eyeballs. He had said harsh, direct words that would undoubtedly affect Naruto's thoughts on food, his view of Tōtsuki and the seats. The Uzumaki believed that food came from the heart, that it was made with love. That was what Minato passed on to both his son and his wife, and Azami would definitely go against that. They were two completely opposite sides, so different they didn't even form the same side of the coin. One wasn't the yin or the yang of the other. They were just opposites, with no similarities. Now, Naruto, Senzaemon took a deep breath. What will you do? Azami's plans will be carried out. I can't do anything against the thoughts of the seats. What will you do when Azami takes over as headmaster? What will you do when he destroys what you love? Harina, Alice, my granddaughters are going to suffer, they're going to face each other again. I already saw a confrontation in my family, I saw how Harina fell into loneliness. This is totally a secret, it's something that no one should know until it happens. I want Izami to carry out his plans, I want to see what brilliant people can do. What are you going to do, Uzumaki Naruto? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.